Caution, you are about to enter the Okwebanwo unplugged and unscripted no-spin zone, where fear has no seat, where sacred cows are slaughtered, where we speak the truth to power, where we call out the goats and celebrate the lions. In this no-spin zone, we expose your jealous and honor the Oshelus. No lies, no spins, no favors, no apologies. I am the equal opportunity Gbasgbos King, where we call out anyone, any party, and any organization without fear or favor. Just raw truth, brutal honesty, and fearless passion, all in the service of making Nigeria great again. Tipa tipa, brace yourself. You are now entering the no-spin world of Okwebanwo unplugged and unscripted. You enter at your own risk. Let's go. Alrighty. Well, you've come in at your own risk. Today it's going to be a doozy one because we are taking on one of those subjects I hardly ever talk about, but where I am going to be very, very brutal over the next 7 days. As a matter of fact, I'm dedicating it to Nollywood. Today, we are starting it off the state of Nollywood, the good, the bad, and the ugly. Today is going to be an awesome day because I've got a big surprise for you in the studio, and we're going to keep counting. But first, let me tell you what this is all about with my opening round. You know I got to rant. So welcome to this very special, brutally honest, no holds barred edition of Okwebanwo Unplugged, Okwebanwo Live, Unplugged, and Unscripted, where we don't do safe conversations. We do real conversations. Today, we are going to be taking a deep dive into one of the most explosive topics in African business and entertainment today, the state of Nollywood, the good, the bad, and the ugly. In that order, Nollywood, Africa's pride, the second largest movie industry by sheer volume, a multi-billion naira juggernaut, has produced superstars, exported our culture, and planted Nigeria firmly on the global map. But beneath the glitz and the glamour lies a far more complicated scenario. Yes, Nollywood has given birth to legends, and we can count many, starting from the oldies, the inimitable Genevieve Nnaji, known for her versatility and unforgettable screen presence, and in my own opinion, the presumptive goat, female goat of Nollywood. Of course, there is the ever-sexy Omotola Jalade, who continues to make a legitimate claim to being the female goat. At least our fans say so. We have the ageless Shola Sobowale and my own personal male goat, RMD. From there to the legendary producers like Tadeo Gidon, reluctant but iconic Nollywood great producer Tunde Kelani, who initially didn't even want to identify with Nollywood, but represents a big cultural aspect of it today. There is Yolu Jacobs, a veteran actor and living legend, known for his iconic roles and influence on the industry. We have Peter Edochie, the bad boy, a highly respected actor with a long and distinguished career. Of course, there's Inke Mowo, a comedian and actor who was one of the early exponents of Nollywood. Emeka Eke, a popular actor, the bad boy, known for his roles in love and romance movies and, of course, scam movies. Kanayo, oh Kanayo, KOK, my guy, an actor known for his charismatic performances. Of course, there is this gentleman, Chiwetel Ejiofor. A lot of people don't know much about him, but it's one of those few actors who has transitioned successfully from Nollywood to Hollywood. We have Ramsey Noah, a popular actor known for his roles in romantic comedies and dramas. And of course, I cannot finish just giving you a summary without mentioning my own special Funke Jennifer Akindele, the Jennifer girl, the versatile and incomparable Omogeto Empress, and easily the biggest rainmaker at the cinemas that Nollywood has ever seen. And she holds the distinctive title of the first person to have multiple movies to make billion-naira at the box office in Nollywood history. You all had better recognize my girl. Of course, I must also mention, there's just too many. I can't mention all because this is just an intro. But I have to give it out to Shola Sobowale one more time because every time I watch her movies these days, I'm like, this lady has been out there for like 50 years or something. she continues to defy age, and who is a legitimate contender for female GOAT of Nollywood in her own right, even right now. Because right now, she basically rules most of Nollywood movies in the country in the last 5 years, after going into a decade-old hiatus. And there are many others, Aki and Popo. Of course, we have to talk about those who brought the money and who changed the business in Hollywood. I'm talking about the Anti-Mos of this world, who brought a whole new finesse to movie production and financing in Nigeria. And we have, of course, the diaspora crossovers, like the one I have in the studio today. Tony Abulu, who continues to fight on both levels. Whether in America or in Nigeria, he continues to battle for Nollywood. And we have a lot of current hit makers that I also have to mention in this opening intro, because I really, really want to give it up to those who are really working hard in our industry. We have the Femi Adebayos, who continue to kick butt as current reigning, I think, the best actor of the year. We have Ibrahim Shatta, who continues to shatter records. Chioma Akpota, who refused to go down. Odunola Adekola, my person, and so on and so forth. Yes, and my apologies if I didn't mention a lot of the other big names out there. There are just too many. Yes, we have built an industry from nothing. It's true. They will remind you every step of the way that we have built an industry from nothing. But then what? We've built it with sweat, with hustle, with raw creativity, often with zero support. But at what cost? And that's what we're going to be focusing on in the next few days. Why our movies still mostly rejected at the world's biggest festivals. We are hearing rumors, I don't know if it's true or not, that the biggest movie in Nigeria that just came out by Funke Akindele was being rejected by Netflix and Amazon. Why? Why are international platforms like Netflix and Amazon quietly scaling back their investment in Nigeria? Why are we still battling the same piracy demons that haunted us 30 years ago? Why are many of our top stars still broke while riding high on rented fame? Why do we keep recycling the same old tired storylines while the rest of the world innovates with every genre imaginable? Why are government agencies more interested in taking pictures at film premieres than in creating real structures to grow the business in Nigeria? And now, even more bizarre, why do we now have movies grossing over 1 billion naira at the box office, but the producers are still reporting losses of hundreds of millions? From what I'm hearing, the last Funke Akindele movie, I'm hearing she was underwater by 300 million after making 1.4 million at the box office. What's going on? Why do we have more cinemas than ever before in Nigeria? Yet many producers still end up financially devastated after good theatrical runs. We just saw my girl, Omotola, in frustration, post something on a Twitter wall that has caused a lot of ruckus, where she listed all the charges and almost nothing left for the producer. What's going on? Why does box office success not equal profit in Nollywood? I want to know, beginning from today, and hopefully the guests we have will explain it to me. Who is eating the money? Who is rigging the back-end accounting? Is there a financial black hole in our distribution model? And with AI filmmaking now knocking hard on Nollywood's door, will we adapt and conquer, or once again sit back and watch while the West, Asia, and Silicon Valley tell our own African stories better than us? Because they're doing it. So this is not a fanboy interview that we're starting with tonight. This is not PR. I don't do that shit. This is not another feel-good Nollywood roundtable where everybody smiles and nothing changes. Today, we are going to cut through the noise. We're going to cut to the chase. Today, we will confront the catalyzation, the chronism, the broken leadership, the financial mysteries, and the creative stagnation that threaten to choke Nollywood's future. And I could not have asked for a better guest to help me unpack this one than one of the true pioneers, builders, insiders, and veterans of Nollywood. A man that is uncompromising in his love for Africa, while also having his love for America, just like me. Mr. Tony Abulu, a multiple award-winning producer, director, and all that. I'm going to come back and I'm going to do a recital on him before we get into it today. So get ready. If you love Nollywood, if you care about survivor, and if you want to hear what they really say publicly You need to stay longer tonight because it's going to be a long night. It's me and Mr. Tony Abulu in the studio. And we're going to be kicking it, and we're going to be kicking it hard. But before we get to it, see, I want to share a little video, a little song that I created with AI, written by AI, composed by AI, produced by AI, put out there by AI, everything AI. It's a song of the cry of my heart for Nigeria as a diaspora. And I want to play because I know my guests in the studio will appreciate it. Sometimes you just want to hate Nigeria. Sometimes you want to love it. You can't make up your mind what you want about this country because even when you leave it, you carry it with you. We love Nigeria. So we have this love-hate relationship with our country, Nigeria. And from the depth of my heart, I sat down with my AI and I said, I want a song that really speaks to my heart. And my faithful ChatGPT, my best girlfriend now, that my wife recognizes officially, that I can have that girlfriend, help me to compose this song. And when I was done, I said, what can I put? Why do I need a musician? I created my own. I call him Mugu Prince. And then we went and we created with other AI tools. And now that song already got 97,000 downloads on SoundCloud. It has thousands everywhere. And it's all AI. We're going to be talking about why are we not doing more of that. But I want to use that song to welcome my guest today. When I come back, I'll be introducing my guest properly, and then we're going to get to it. This song is called Muguland Forever. Enjoy.
Muguland forever. Though you break my heart, I can't run away. No matter how hard, through the pain, the struggle, I'm still holding tight. Muguland forever. You're my love, my fight. 5 years in school, now I'm stuck in the rain. A degree in my hand, but no job to gain. I try to move on, but I keep looking back. Muguland, you've got me still on track. Records breaking back for a little pain. Enough to survive, but we live day to day. I could hate you for all of the tears we cry, but Muguland, you've got my soul in the sky. Muguland forever. Though you break my heart, I can't run away. No matter how hard, through the pain, the struggle, I'm still holding tight. Muguland forever. You're my love, my fight. Leaders who promise but never come through. We suffer in silence till we push through. We scream out in anger but it fades in the air. Yeah, Muguland's in my veins, I can't leave you there. The roads are rough, the power's never on. Floods hit our homes but somehow we're strong. I dream of a life in a faraway land, but Muguland, you're the home I can't disband. Muguland forever. Though you break my heart, I can't run away. No matter how hard, through the pain, the struggle, I'm still holding tight. Muguland forever. You're my love, my fight. We curse and we cry, we say that we're done, but when the day's over, you're still the one. We try to escape, but we carry you too. Muguland, Muguland, I belong to you. Your rivers, your skies, your streets full of pain. Somehow they call me back again. I love you, I hate you, I can't walk away. Muguland, you own my heart every day. Muguland forever. Though you break my heart, I can't run away. No matter how hard, through the pain, the struggle, I'm still holding tight. Muguland forever. You're my love, my fight. Muguland forever. Though you break my heart, I can't run away. No matter how hard, through the pain, the struggle, I'm still holding tight. Muguland forever. You're my love, my fight. Struggle, I'm still holding tight. Muguland forever. You're my love, my fight.
All right, we are back. Muguland forever. I just use the word Muguland because I just wanted to use a different name so that when I start going hard, I don't get dragged to a kitty or put in a dungeon for just speaking my mind about Nigeria. But that song is about Nigeria. It's straight from my heart. And we did that video just when AI was blowing up late last year. If I were to do that now, it's just going to be crazy. At that point, I wasn't sure what I want to do with Mugu Prince. I wanted to pretend maybe it's a real musician and just do him like Lagbaja. But now I've said, no, it's an AI. And I'm going to be holding him out there. We have several songs together just from my heart. Okay, today, like I said, we've got with us one of those guys that you're going to wish, oh, I wish this man had not come, or where has this man been? You will make up your mind at the end of the day. He's very much like me. He's an outspoken guy. His name is Tony Abulu, director, producer, and cultural ambassador. Before I bring him on, let me tell you a little bit about him. He's a Nigerian-born filmmaker, renowned for his work bridging African and American cultures through cinema. As the president and CEO of Black Ivory Communications, he has over 30 years experience in film production, entertainment, publishing, and international marketing. Tony Abulu is currently the chairman of Blaze Channel USA LLC. I told you the man is cutting across continents, just like me. He's the chairman of Blaze Channel USA LLC and Atlantic World Digital Communications for the last 40 years. Abulu has propagated African cultural and business opportunities in the USA. He's not one of those Nigerians that get to the US and try to say everything about Nigeria is bad. The man is unapologetically Nigerian. Abulu has propagated African culture and business opportunities in the USA for years, driven by an unwavering commitment to present a global image for Africa and its native Nigeria in particular. Mr. Abulu, as publisher and the acclaimed for the acclaimed Black Ivory Pan-African Business and Cultural magazine, even as a magazine that is Pan-African, all right, he presented the first African music festival that is off Broadway, New York City, 1990. Many of you listening right now, you are not even born then. So don't talk when this daddy is talking, okay? And the National Troupe of Nigeria USA Tour, he organized that. The National Troupe of Nigeria USA Tour, 1992 and 1994. In case you can't do math, that's over 30 years ago. That's 33 years ago. So this is a man that has been out there, and it's not just a talk about the movie industry, it's a doer. In 1997, he produced Back to Africa, a drama exploring African-American identity and heritage. Then in 2007, he had American Dream, a narrative delving into the immigrant experience. Of course, my favorite, Crazy Like a Fox, is an erotic thriller that gained international recognition because it combined Nollywood and Hollywood. Very few people have been able to do that. With Vivica Fox, I remember that movie very well. Dr. Bello, the cure for cancer has been found. I remember the promo for that movie in 2013, which was a cross-cultural medical drama featuring stars like Isaiah Washington, Vivica A. Fox, and Genevieve Nnaji. Then 2015, he had a one called Superstar, a film highlighting Nigeria's music industry's challenge, starring artists like Techno and Iyanya, I believe. And then American Jackpot, I think is one of his latest, a recent release that grossed 24 million naira in its first 12 days, reflecting on the Nigerian diaspora experience. I haven't seen it, but I had great word about American Jackpot. Beyond filmmaking, Abulu has been instrumental in promoting African arts in the US, organizing events like the Nigerian National Dance Troupe that I mentioned about World Tours and the African Music Festival in New York. He also founded the Filmmakers Association of Nigeria USA, FAN, aiming to support Nigerian filmmakers abroad. In fact, I heard of him first through the FAN when I was trying to distribute my movies through Walmart, I think way back in 2003 or 4 something. And somebody said, have you talked to FAN people? I turned out to be my guy. So it's my pleasure to introduce a real OG. You've been hearing OGs. You've been a real OG in Nollywood. Mr. Abulu, you are welcome. Say hello to my fans.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I want to say thank you so much, my brother, Dr. Okwebanwu. We go back many years, and we've been in the trenches, you know, unacclaimed, but we struggle on. We want to solve problems. When you spend time in the US, I've spent over 40 years. One of the first things you learn is you cannot be selfish. You have to be selfless. and to be selfless to achieve certain goals. Americans don't just talk. Americans aim for something and they get it done. Whatever it takes for them to do it, they do it. And that is part of the training we have. We also have part training as children. When we grew up in Nigeria, it was fantastic. Nigeria was a totally different country then. So that's what has inspired us. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in. I think we'll have a very interesting discussion because there's a wide range that will come. Thank you.
All right. Yes, there's a wide range. I've even made special arrangement that because this is going to be a long one, we are going to be cutting each of the questions Mr. Abulu is going to be treating today because they're explosive. And I had it specially because I know the man is going to call it the way it is. Okay, whoever doesn't like, let them not like. So we can put it out there, and hopefully the fans out there, the government out there, because you never know who's watching. One of my other shows like that, I was surprised to get an inbox from the minister talking about watching that particular episode, and it was about law. And I was surprised because I didn't think people pay attention to this stuff. Another one, I've got somebody from FCMB contact us. So we never know. That is why we preserve these interviews, we cut them up and put them out there in space. So that is for the record. So that for the future, they can say, Tony said this. All right. So again, before we start, I want to also encourage everyone at home. I know we are using a StreamYard that is broadcasting to about 5 different. I think I'm live on Facebook right now. I'm live on LinkedIn. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on. Oh, I forgot Instagram. I think I need to do something when we are live. Forgot that. Let me quickly go do that. I'm not a big Instagram guy, but hopefully it will work. Every time I try to do that, it doesn't work. So, but on it. So let's go come back to the studio. So now, because I'm not a trained journalist, don't be saying, oh, he talks too much. He's supposed to be an interviewer. It's a discussion. Okay. So because when he gives me, I have to give him back. I don't go to the next question just like that. So please forgive me if you're at home that which kind of interviewer is this one. We are having a discussion. Okay. It might be called Hotseat interview. Maybe I need to change that to Hotseat discussion with veteran Nollywood producer, director, investor, Mr. Tony Abulu, on state of Nollywood, good, the bad, and the ugly. We is starting out a series. I'm going to try to do at least 3. Tomorrow we're having Fidelis Duka, a former director, a former president of the Directors Guild, and on like that. I'm going to be addressing AI. I'm going to be addressing the concerns of Omotola about movies and all that. So it's a big one. Do me a favor right now, if you're watching this, wherever you are, share this link with your friends. I know that we are live on several platforms, and I think the one I'm seeing, the count on here is the one for Facebook, but we're on everywhere. So wherever you are watching this, you can join the conversation by putting your comments in the comment box. Okay. Typically, I think you must have allowed a StreamYard to show your comments before we show up. So if you can authorize it, if you see a link saying you should authorize, please do that. Let's have a conversation so that I'm even planning that maybe I need to have a phone so that people can call in. But I've not done that yet, but I'm going to do it. So you can have a conversation, post your comments, and as much as possible, I'll try to put it up if it shows up on my chat. But if you authorize StreamYard, wherever you are commenting from, I'm going to be able to see it on my in my studio. Like right now, we have Mr. Biodun Kawonishe says, True Talk, very valid issues. And of course, we also have Ajishafe Samuel. So you are welcome, sir. Please help me share this link. Let's make it a viral broadcast because Mr. Tony Abulu is about to start sweating. I have him in my studio today. He has been, I've been looking forward to the day I will get him. And today is that day. All right? Olomo kilo somewhere. Okay? All right. You know me, I don't go into eyes on your family and all of that stuff. We go straight to it. So let's go straight to it. And if you are watching us from home, whatever question we are discussing, I try to display it on screen so that you can connect what we are saying with what's going on. Okay, so the first question here that I put here, sir, Tony, as both a leader and an investor in Nollywood, looking back at your long career, what we should never do in this industry? Go for it.
Well, guess what? There was some muting there, so I didn't catch the whole question.
The
There was
question
some
is what is that mistake? What is that one mistake that you made in your long illustrious career that you wish you never made? I know mine, but let me hear from you.
Well, it's very difficult for me to say I make a mistake because normally most of my things are very well thought out. Now, if they say, well, if there was a mistake, I would say not really. Maybe the mistake would have been, why did I go to the US?
Well,
You know,
okay, that's a mistake. Yeah, me too. I asked myself that.
why did I go to the US? I've spent 40 years there, but it has been beneficial. So it has some negative aspects of it, because all my friends that I left, I used to work at Lintas, and I resigned from Lintas in 1984, and I went to the US in 1984. I've been in the States from that time. But one of the things you look at is what are the demerits and what are the merits. The merit that you get, or let me say that I got. Of course, my family is there. I love my family, my wife and my two daughters, and the experience. There's something you learn in the US of A. In the States, if somebody says to you, meet me at the corner of Clinton and Washington at 5 o'clock in the evening. If you get there, dead winter, if you get there at 1 minute after 5, the person is gone. So that is the way they are trained. In Nigeria, we are very sentimental, so we have a lot of sentiment, and it becomes, and we're very touchy. There's certain things you say, people take it personally and they get very angry. In the States, they don't get angry like that. They just analyze and discuss. If there's a problem, they solve it. So why did what is it that I would say that I have a regret? It's not really a regret, but hey, I would say maybe because I went to the US. Yes.
Now, I happen to resonate with that because I keep telling myself too, yes, thank God we are both doing well abroad, but we keep thinking back. What if we had not come? I mean, I have guys that were bank officers to me who own banks today. If I was still in Nigeria, would I have owned a bank? Will I probably be a governor somewhere? Because I have governors who have worked for me, right?
Yes.
So, but we just have to thank God with what we have. And it's just a lesson from everybody watching us. And I think that's a good way to start. That jackpot is not necessarily the best option. I'm not saying don't jackpot if you've got to jackpot, but you have to wait all because sometimes jackpot may actually limit you from being able to control where you actually have all the connections. Imagine if Tony Abulu had been permanently in Nigeria. All the money that they are giving in Nollywood, if I have video of controlling it. So it is sometimes being in two places is tough. It's like you're running two lives. So thank you so much for sharing that, because some of the young ones, they don't get it. Okay, and it will look like, oh, you have gone abroad and you are going to make your own money. Now you are saying they should stay. Listen, if you are out there thinking about jackpot, think it very well. Because those who are living back at home, they are not going to be sitting down waiting for the next 20 years. When you come back, you have to reintegrate yourself into the industry. They don't care who you are in America. They want to know what you are here. So I think that's a great answer. All right, let's keep going here. So you have been through the wars and you have the scars to prove it.
Yes.
What role will you say ego has played in stunting collaborations among Nollywood producers and killing potential mega projects? You and I, even when your opening talk, you said it straight up. We are about collaboration. We are about everybody rising together. We are about sharing. But sometimes the Nigerian mentality is a bit different. So, but you have been there. We're talking Nollywood now. What role will you say ego has played in stunting collaborations? I ask this deliberately of you because I know you have tried to make some major moves that could transform the industry. I was there when you were pushing for your platform. If everybody had supported it then, it would be a different ball game. We won't be at the mercy of Netflix today. But I know the challenges we went through, the pain. I saw some of it. So talk to me about that.
Well, it's like defining the Nigerian personality. the Nigerian personality when we were growing up is totally different from what it is now. I will tell you something very important. When I was 10 years old in Nigeria, I was a Boy Scout, a member of the Boy Scout. The Boy Scout, I used to control Nigerian traffic, road traffic, in my Boy Scout uniform. As a matter of fact, it was Cub Scout because I was 10 years old. At 12, you become a Boy Scout. At 10 years old, I would stand at the busiest street in Nigeria, Habab Macaulay, and I don't remember that junction, but Habab Macaulay next to the Catholic Church there, and I will control traffic. There's nobody on earth in Nigeria. If I say stop, you stop. If I say go back, you go back. There was no overtaking. And after my controlling of traffic for 1 hour, the soldiers in Nemi Barracks, right there at the corner, 10 of them, 12 of them will line up and salute me as if I'm like I'm the head of state. And I will salute them with my 2 fingers. They will salute me like serious. That was Nigeria. It was the same Nigeria that gave us bursary award that enabled me to go to the US in the 1980 and 1981. Why am I saying this? Nigeria has changed. Nigeria has changed. So what you find now is cutthroat. What you find now is everybody on their own. Nobody wants to help anybody. The guys who are supposed to help everybody, they steal all the money for themselves. So everybody is angry. So when you show up with an idea, with a potential product that can save the country, nobody listens. When I say nobody, I mean nobody listens. I was here for 5 years. I talked to every president of every bank. I spoke to everybody, and nobody listens. They just look at you like, who the hell are you? And so they don't want to hear you. That's it. So the ego, would I call it ego? I'll just say it's a lackadaisical attitude. It's some sort of situation where they just everybody's angry. So nobody cares.
Everybody's angry.
Nobody wants to listen. Nobody cares. And I was told that phrase. I was told over 1,000 times. Nobody cares. So if you call it ego, I call it apathy. There's a general apathy in the country which never used to be there. So that's not who we are as a people. It's something that happened in the last 40 years. Apathy. Nobody cares. Yes.
And that is so sad. You're correct, because sometimes even when you bring good proposals for the country, nobody cares. You're correct. All right. And it's so sad. It's so sad. But hey, it is what it is. Let's go to the next question here. Me, I like to hit it hard because it's one thing to complain. It's one thing to say this is what is wrong. Now, Mr. Tony Abulu, if you had absolute power for 24 hours to reform Nollywood, what are the first 3 executive orders you will issue to sanitize or move Nollywood forward faster? Donald Trump came in there, he started issuing executive order to try to impose what he thinks America needs. Now, imagine that you now have that power in Nollywood as president or whatever. What are the first 3 executive orders you will issue to sanitize or move Nollywood forward much faster than now?
Number 1, I will make them believe in themselves. That's the first thing. And the way you make them believe in themselves, because most of them are poor, they're starving. They're making movies for 4 million naira. They can't even afford the 4 million naira to make a movie. Nigerians are geniuses. 4 million naira is like $2,500. And they make a whole movie and put it on YouTube. But there's apathy because they are not getting any support at all. So the first thing I'm going to do is to make sure there's a budget, real budget. Because I've done the math. I know exactly how they're going to monetize. I've been there for 40 years. I know the system. I will make sure there's a budget. Like now, there's a $200 million budget. But the $200 million budget is not a budget that is streamlined in a direction. It's a budget where everybody just applies, which is a major mistake. Because there's no foundation, there's no direction, there's no master plan. So what happens is that everybody just takes money. In the next 2 years, you'll be wondering what happened to $200 million US. So the first thing is the funding, which I think the government is understanding now and seeing the value. The second thing I'm going to do, I'm going to make Nollywood global. I'm going to make Nollywood global. I introduced Nollywood to the US. I brought 50 of Nollywood to the US in 2004. In 2005, I held the first copyright conference worldwide between Nigeria and the US. But it died because there is no background. So we are reinventing the wheel.
Oga Tony, wait. You know we don't spin here. You have said your second order will be to make Nollywood global. How? It's an executive order. What would you do to make it happen?
First of all filmmakers don't have the same talent. We will look at 10 Nigerian filmmakers that have talent. The talent is different from talent. I will train those Nigerian filmmakers on the story to tell. The Nigerians don't have the story. They have a Nigerian story which is good for Nigerians. So it is local monetization. I will train 10 Nollywood filmmakers because they have the skill, but they do not, they have the skill, they have the talent, but they can't tell the story. I will teach them the story to tell, and they will be grossing $10 million US per film. 10 of them will be 100 million. They will fund the entire Nollywood forever. So that is what I will do. Number 2, monetization. I will place it in the center of Nollywood. It is not just art, it is business of art. And that is where we're getting it wrong. We're looking at it as an individual thing. It can't work as individual. That's why Funke is not monetizing. She might grow 1.4 billion and still lose 300 million because they don't understand the system. They don't know how you monetize. So first is the funding, second is monetization, and the third one and final one is storytelling. Storytelling. We're telling the wrong stories. We're telling local stories that our people enjoy, but our people don't have money. So if you're telling the stories and they're clapping for you and they're saying the best actor and the actor is poor and nobody can eat, then guess what? If your best actor is on about 40 million, and that's RMD. 40 million is $25,000 a year. I pay average of $100,000 for an American actor for 3 days. So why is it like that? Why is RMD not earning $100,000 per film? It is the story and the monetization.
Interesting.
So those are the things that I will solve.
I love that. I'm not going to hide mine because, like, I'm interviewing you, but I'm going to be talking about that in my subsequent things because I felt those are great, but I felt that there are more fundamental issues that we should have before you want to put funds in the hands of people who cannot even do accounting to start with. See? So you have to go a little bit back. Don't judge them by American style. You have to go a little bit further back before we get there. Because the truth is, we have producers, directors out there on the sets right now who don't even have accounting. They can't even account for how they're spending money on set. I was just in Nigeria to do my TV programs, Judge Mugu and the Jagaban TV show I'm doing, right? I got this PM. I've known him for like 9 years. I thought he still knows what he's doing, that he's still been in the business. I just called him because I've worked with him in the church before. So I said, okay, this one will be honest. and he's been in the game since 13 years that I left the industry. I left the industry in 2012. So I thought it would be great. The guy came to my damn set. He had no laptop. He was writing everything by hand. And I was I had to fire him the next day. That motherfucker, what are you doing? Okay. So because that guy would tell me, oh, I've just done 50 movies. I did for Kanayo. I did for this. That's what he was telling me before I got to Nigeria. But basic accounting, he doesn't have. He doesn't even know how much it's going to cost him to pay for fuel for the week. He has no reservation for that. So by putting finances in their hand, you are just messing them up, and that's what is happening.
Can I say something? Okay, let me interject. I agree with you 100%. You see, when I talk about a master plan and a structure,
okay,
you see, you don't just give the money to artists.
Okay.
Every studio will get a top-rate accountant trained to work with them on the budget.
Okay.
You're not going to tell them to go bring the accountant. You see, when you set up a structure in different departments. The artists have their department, the monetization experts have their department, the accountants have their department, the storytellers have their department. So that's why you need an entertainment czar. But the Nigerians don't understand. The Nigerians think that everybody can do it. They're making the movies already, just give them the money. And when you try to tell the government that it is a wrong approach, then they get upset. They, who the hell are you? You know what I mean? And then we keep repeating the same old mistake.
Yes.
Over and over and over.
All right. I agree with you. So let me tell you what I would do. Okay. I agree. Those things are critical that you mentioned. But I'm thinking that is like 2 steps too fast. Okay. You have to sanitize the environment before you even start there. So my own very first executive order is going to be very clear. I'm going to do executive order number 1, Nollywood Professionalization and Quality Standards Act is what I'm going to call it, which is the mandate will be to create a national training academy with mandatory certification programs for directors, producers, screenwriters, editors, sound engineers, cinematographers. No major film funding without certified professionals in key crew positions. This order will establish Nollywood Film Standards Board to set and enforce minimal technical, story, and production values. This same act, about the first executive order, will include incentives for co-productions with foreign partners to train Nigerian crews in advanced filmmaking technologies. I know Nigerians will tell me, oh, we don't need Oyinbo. No, you need Oyinbos because we have the story, but we don't have the advanced filmmaking technology like AI in filmmaking, VFX, sound engineering. We should be better than we are now. That will be my very first executive order, establishing that, because that's where you start. Then my second executive order will be still on this issue of foundation. I will call it maybe the Nollywood Revenue Transparency and Accountability Act. Nollywood Revenue Transparency and Accountability Act, something like that, which will be, the mandate for it will be all Nollywood productions, cinema, streaming, VOD must register full financial disclosures with the NA. That's what I'm going to call it, for certification, budget, investor funds. In other words, you have to be certified to be able to get access to investor funds. We want to know about your box office revenue, your streaming payout, and all that. You are going to be to participate in that money that is coming that you just mentioned, which will be my number 4. But I'm talking about number 2 here. This order number 2 will have a standardized revenue tracking linked to ticket sales, streaming revenues, and licensing. I think it's a scandal that in today's Nigeria, the average producer cannot track. There is no tracking system that is linked to ticket sales, streaming views, and licensing. So they have no records. People who want to give you money, they need a transparent record. They need an audited account. But Nigeria production system, the way it is now, we don't have that. That act will also include things like that. Platforms like Netflix, Prime, Showmax, and local cinemas must submit verified revenue statements to Nollywood Tax and Royalty Board, which you have a separate one for them, Nollywood Tax and Royalty Board under the IRS, so that there will be mandatory reports for all films that cross over 100 million, say, in gross revenue, so that we have a documentary historical analysis that makes it possible for foreign investors to put money. So this will end the issue of financial secrecy that is crippling proper investment. Investors are not going to give you money if they don't know what's going on with your accounting. It will allow banks, venture capitalists, and government to have trusted data, which we don't have, to finance projects. It will help producers to properly calculate their ROI, enforce their back-end payments, and attract real investors. Most producers right now, they don't even know how to calculate ROI. Even now that everybody's going to YouTube, when you ask them, the only thing they know, oh, they pay me so much per views. They can't even calculate that. Meanwhile, YouTube has 7 different ways for you to make money, but everybody is focusing on the views. So this second order, which is the Nollywood revenue transparency and accountability stuff, will take care of all of that. Then my third order will not even be the money. I would like to talk about the Nollywood Intellectual Property and Distribution Protection Act, because that is a major issue, because this is foundational. A Nollywood Intellectual Property and Distribution Protection Act, which will establish the Intellectual Property Tribunal for fast resolution of piracy, licensing disputes, IP theft, that is taking years and years and years and years now. But you have that tribunal to make it fast. We partner with telecoms under this act, streaming platforms, and fintech payment processors to block illegal streaming sites and seize revenue from unlicensed distribution. This is can be done now. It's not about you going out there to be arresting people on the street anymore. That's no longer the game. This game of piracy and intellectual property protection, you can do it digitally now. Mandatory registration of all Nollywood content under a national digital rights registry. How come we don't have that? A national digital rights registry.
Let me comment. First of all,
those will be my three executive orders. Then
I think they are fine. I think those orders are they are needed. But you see, when you creating structure for artists, you understand? Like I told you, in 2005, we held the first copyright conference in the US, not even in Nigeria, in the US, that is supposed to be top of the line IP protection. I became the czar of IP in the US.
Okay.
I led the US team with 3 attorneys at $350 an hour because my own film was stolen. Now you're an attorney. You know that you can't just go arrest anybody. The first thing you do is to send a DMCA letter. So when you send DMCA letter, the guy that just stole your stuff, he will just say, sorry, we'll remove your own film. Particular film. He has 1,000 films. He will remove your own particular film from his streaming site. Do you know that we had a Nigerian in 2004, 2005? There was a Nigerian who had a website called Online Nigeria. He had about 7 websites in the US. His wife was a trained attorney from Harvard University, and the Nigerian film couldn't even compete. This guy was bootlegging all the movies, and it took me, let me shock you, how I was able to bring him down, because he had 7 websites, no addresses, you can't track it. If you want to track it to the host, he will switch to another one in 2 seconds. Let me tell you what I did. I found out he was an Igbo guy. I came to Nigeria and put a full page in the Guardian with his name as the Albatross and the one ruining Nollywood. He called me.
I hear you.
Yes, and he had 1 million subscribers in 2005.
Wow.
Paid subscribers. And I signed an agreement with him as president of the Filmmakers Association of Nigeria to remit 40% of all streaming to a Nigerian government account. Do you know what happened? all the Nigerians came to the US on their own and went behind to strike personal deals with them.
Wow. Okay.
So when you talk about strict laws that you want to enforce, are you going to be arresting artists? The artists don't follow those laws. So one of the things that we do, because all the things you said, we already have agencies for them. We have the census board, we have the copyright board, and I work with all their presidents. The problem with artists are free. Artists are not bankers. Artists are not business people. They are free. They do stuff free. So if you're going to work with them, let them be artists. And you create the institution and create the structures and then show them how they can be supported by those structures. So what you have said, those three dynamic instrumental structures that you are talking about, that you are saying, are fantastic, but they're going to be under government. Do you know that there's something called Mopicon? For 24 years, Nollywood was trying to establish all the things you just said now. For 24 years, they made presentations to the Nigerian Senate, to the Nigerian House. For 24 years, they didn't listen to them. And the Nigerian Senate was saying to them that, how can we force Netflix when we are trying to bring foreign investment? You telling us to put some stipulations so they can get out. Because the first thing Netflix will do, they will just tell you, okay, thank you very much, we're out of here. Facebook will say, thank you very much, we're out of here. So it is a structure, it's a structured arrangement. Netflix doesn't want to lose money. They just lost $40-something million, in about 3 or 4 years. And that's why they decided they are no longer buying for international rights. They're only going to buy for African rights, which is just like DSTV. So Nigeria just lost about 90% of its revenue.
Wow.
You understand? So we need experience to deal with some of these things, and we don't have. What we don't have is an entertainment czar that has experience. So we're just letting everything just go, each person for themselves, and we all lose.
Wow. Well, I think that is we are starting on a very good note, and everybody, because it's one thing for us to talk, and I like the fact that you are able to articulate 3 things you are going to do. A lot of people talk about Nollywood. They are not thinking about what the solution is. We can't just criticize, and we are put it out there. And that is why I'm saying that all these things, those in government, those who are about to get into government, those who are calling themselves the guild directors now and all of that, let them listen to some of this stuff. Maybe if they are thinking, they can start to think how they can implement some of this. Thank you so much for that. Let's go to the next question. Now we've talked a little bit about some of the bad stuff. Okay, I'm going to mix it up. What do you consider to be the single most underrated achievement of Nollywood that even insiders don't give it enough credit for? Okay, I know we can criticize Nollywood in a lot of ways, but there are some underrated achievements of Nollywood that even insiders, not to talk about outsiders like me, don't give it enough credit for. What would you say that is?
And that is their tenacity. Their tenacity. There's nowhere like it on earth. Nollywood is tenacious. They make the film. In film school, they say, just make the film. But in the US, you find a way to raise $50,000, $20,000. In Nigeria, there's no way to raise a dime. So they're tenacious, and then they have talent. You see those two things, tenacity and talent, is the main ingredient of Nollywood, but we do not know how to sustain it. We are allowing the Nollywood people to try to solve it individually. Big mistake. There has to be a time that knows exactly. Let me give you an example, for instance. The average Nollywood film, about 80% or more, is shot for less than 10 million naira. 10 million naira is $6,000. You tell anybody in the US that somebody made a movie for 6,000, see what they will tell you.
Yeah, correct.
All the Asaba movies that they are making, they average between 4 million naira, and 10 million naira. Now, maybe 2% or 3% go to cinemas and shoot films for 100 million, 200 million. I shot a movie for $1 million. How many Nollywood people do you see that can shoot a film for $1 million? You understand? Even if they could do it, they can't monetize it. So I think that what we need to first of all understand, this attitude of leadership, making decisions for an arts community. They may do the best, they may try, they may have good intentions, but they do not understand what they are doing at all. So we will blow the money. If I had, let me shock you, if I had $10 million, I can transform the whole of Nollywood. But now they have $200 million. And if I go speak to those guys and say, listen, you're going to blow all this money, they're going to tell me, Mr. Abulu, talk your own.
And that's true. That's true.
So, talk your own. Forget about the others. Talk your own. So you're willing to blow $200 million and not develop an industry because there's no structure. So the distribution is fake. The numbers are suspect. The producer only gets 28% of the revenue, and you wonder, it is when somebody is the entertainment czar that can say to government, why are you taking 10% from artists? So why do the filmmakers earn only 28% and they all cry, the producers? Because
I think it's even less, because does that include distribution fees? Because they have to
no, because the distribution is you. You have to find the money, 50 million. You know, billboards and so on and so forth. You have to do it. That's why you cannot, you will lose. That's why, let me tell you, Netflix, no matter how people say, this is a $100 billion company that decided to take a risk on Nigeria because they felt we had talent, and they realized that we had upped our game in terms of quality of production. Maybe 20 people, maybe 25, they were willing to take the risk, and then they believed us when we said we have the stories.
We're coming back to that. No. Don't even go to Netflix yet. We're coming to Netflix. Netflix is a big part of this. But let's be going like this. I love it. I love it. All right, you have talked about the most underrated achievement. That's what I want us to keep on point here. You said it very well. In fact, that was supposed to be my next question. You already answered. Okay, that what is his biggest strength? Resilience, creativity, or simply the and you're right. When I see people produce, I just came back from there, and I see guys do magic, literally, with next to nothing. And I'm like, what is the money in the hands of these guys? What they do? But coming to that, let's look a little bit now. We said today is going to be the good, the bad, and the ugly, right? We've got some good. Let's talk a little bit about the bad. Okay? Now, we like to throw around this figure. The second biggest industry in the world, blah, blah, blah. Okay? Are we still more about quantity than quality? Why do we struggle with world-class scripting, production design, sound, and post-production compared to global standards? I know money is a big part of it, but is that really all it is? Is that really the difference maker? Really?
Let me come in. Check this out. After spending 40 years in this business, I'm not talking about making films, checking how to monetize film globally. I will tell you there are two ways that we monetize in Nollywood. We can go beg with Netflix, Amazon, and we will be at their whims and caprices as we have seen now. All the companies that pay Nollywood are foreign. South Africa and the US. We don't have any say. we talk any rubbish. We have 5 aggregators. All they have, they don't even have to say one word to us. All they have to tell our aggregators, they'll tell our aggregators, you know what? We ain't buying the films anymore. Buy. And our aggregators, because that's their livelihood, they can't even fight. They just say, okay, sir. That's one option. The other option is for us to continue to make 10 million naira films and do 1,000 of those things. Do the math. And then Tony Abulu will monetize it in millions of dollars in the US with a symbiotic relationship with fintech. We don't need no single white man. Not one. So you see the two. But guess what? That monetization is dependent on Tony Abulu.
Wait, Tony Abulu. Explain those 2 options again.
Yes.
So that those who are listening can understand clearly. Explain it again.
First option is begging. You know, black people always beg. Even our government begs. That's what we are used to. That's the first option. We go and beg them. We will improve our movies. Please give us money. We beg. Okay. The second option is we don't beg. And everybody respects us whether they like it or not.
Okay.
That's the one that Nigerians have never asked. How can we do this so that we don't beg nobody? Well, that's what I spent 40 years creating. But is anybody ready to listen? No. So it's taking me how many years? 15 years to solve it myself. Yes.
Okay. What is the solution now? What is the second one?
The solution is not about the art. It is not what the art is worth. It's what the art can sell. We keep making the mistake that it's what the art is worth. So each film is worth $100,000. Each film is worth $1 million. No, it's not about individuals. There's an opportunity for individuals, but they're not more than 20. At best, they'll be 50. We have 5,000 filmmakers. 5,000. We look at 50 and praising them, and they're getting an award and we're praising them. It's wrong. The real Nollywood is the 5,000 filmmakers. The 5,000 filmmakers who can make film for 10 million naira, but they don't know how to monetize it. They have to go and beg YouTube. Now you ask me a question. What is the solution? It is not what the movie is worth. It's what the movie can sell. Do you know how much Nigerians transfer? Nigerians, not Ghanaians, not Senegalese. How much do Nigerians in diaspora transfer every year to Nigeria as diaspora remittances? $23 billion every year. Our money is our diaspora.
People like me, eh?
20. People like you, people like me. So guess what?
Yes.
All we have to do, and you know what's funny? Our diasporans love our movies.
And that's the truth.
I've
That's all I
tested it. I brought 50 of the Nollywood people to the US.
I love it.
I brought 50. Do you know that when I brought 50 of them to the US, I was begging New York City cops. I told them I need 200 cops to come and supervise. They were laughing. Is it Michael Jackson? Hey, Tony Abulu, is Michael Jackson coming to town? So they sent me 26 cops. 5 minutes into the introduction of Nollywood superstars,
everywhere scattered.
The American police, they were begging me to shut down. I had to shut down the presentation. It was just a meet and greet. And people paid $100 a pop just to see them. We do not know. Because you see, the people that are running these things don't have no experience. They don't have no practical experience. So they are bankers, they are government officials, and they pose as if they know. You don't have the slightest clue. It took me 40 years. And I've tested every single thing. So guess what? We have a ready audience that is going to die to watch the films. But we don't know how to reach them. We give them the movies, Dr. Kweban, we give them the movies for free. Let me ask you this question. The Nollywood movies that they are showing on YouTube, is it not free?
Oh, you hit it on the money. This is exactly what I'm saying. That we are instead of Nigerians investing in a streaming platform like YouTube, we are investing in subscription-based platform where people don't like to do subscription. And that is why they are failing. I hear you 100%. Yeah.
We have about 3 streaming companies, right? We have Afurebo, we have, of course, everybody knows Iroko TV. You know, we have about 3 of them. But there's a mistake. And I told each of the owners of those 3, I said, you are in a battle with giants. Netflix is $100 billion company. Amazon is $500 billion. YouTube is $300 billion. Iroko TV is the highest Nigerian TV. Iroko TV is the one that raised the most money, about $25 million. Where is the Iroko TV today now? And I was talking to Jason when he started. I said, Jason, you see this money that you raised, he raised $8 million first. I said, listen to me, I think God beg you. But he didn't listen. You see, there's no Nigerian streaming company, none, 0, that can survive.
No,
if they like, let them put 500 billion. If they like, let the federal government of Nigeria put $50 billion in it.
Yeah, why do you say they cannot survive? What if they do free to air like YouTube? What do you mean they cannot survive? That will work.
How do they monetize? How would they monetize? How would they monetize now?
What do you mean? How would they monetize it if they, like you said, let me tell you, let's say you are to have a YouTube type of thing that is for Nollywood. All right. Then monetizing through adverts. If we got millions of people watching it, okay, because I always say this, in a platform like a YouTube, the customers are not the people who watch the movies. They are those who are trying to reach those who watch the movies, right? So the consumers are not the customers. So same way, if you have a Nollytube, for instance, and then that is targeted to those countries globally who love Nigerian movies, it's sustainable.
Yes.
It's sustainable.
They will starve to death. They will starve to death. Let me tell you something. Let me give you some information. Let me give you information. There's something called, because I used to work in advertising. I worked in the biggest Nigerian advertising agency before I left. My friends, my co-workers, they own the biggest advertising agencies in Nigeria. I know every single one of them.
So that we don't spend all time on this, let's focus on the question. Okay. How will you do it?
Guess what?
How will you do it?
Let me tell you.
Advertising agency.
YouTube gets paid through ad exchange in Madison Avenue. Billions and billions and billions of dollars. It's not the viewers. They don't need anything. Is the viewers just to show that we have the numbers. The ad exchange. The ad exchange is in Madison Avenue, my street where I live in New York. That's where the ad exchange is. The ad exchange looks at the number of people that come in and pay. The ad exchange will not do that for an African. The only country in Africa where they have a branch of that ad exchange is South Africa. That's why all your advertising goes there. That's why all your advertising agencies go and shoot there. Our advertising base is zero. So guess what? There's only 1 million.
You can't say zero now. We don't spin here. Don't say zero. I myself.
Let me shock you. Let me shock you now.
You're not shocking me. Spinning. You are spinning now. You said zero. And I'm saying ordinary me. In the last 3 months, I spent more than $1,000 on YouTube advert. Ordinary me.
Right. Why did you spend it on Nigeria? Why did you spend it on Iroko TV?
Wait, now you are saying that only Kiniko in New York Exchange. What I'm saying is that it's because Iroko is not structured like that. They don't have the numbers. I'm not gonna go spend money on Iroko that has 5,000 views a day. I'm not gonna spend my money there. So what we are saying is that a platform like a YouTube that is now that you spend your money on getting the members. Getting the viewers.
Right.
It takes time, and all that $23 million they spent. If they have spent it trying to get addicted members into a platform like YouTube, not a subscription base.
Right.
is what killed them.
Yes.
If you have the numbers,
let me ask you.
So what?
How many Nigerians do you think have $1,000 to spend in advert? You know how much is $1,000? 1.5 million. How many Nigerians are they up to 100?
Yeah, you are still confusing the issue, sir. With all due respect, you are no. You are laughing. Pay attention. You are also talking to a marketer. Okay,
yes.
So not only am I a marketer, I do it as a living. I've made millions selling online. Okay,
yes.
So don't laugh.
Yes.
What I'm saying is that if you have, for purpose of argument, let's say Iroko TV can show, I would say 1 million views a day,
Right,
or 10 million views a day. The people that will advertise mostly, I understand Nigeria doesn't have advertising power yet, but there's a lot of foreign companies that are trying to reach the Nigerian audience. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. But you see, you also said something. You said to build that platform.
Yes.
So it's going to take some time, because to
of course,
build
a lot of money.
But let me tell you, there's another aspect. There's another aspect.
Yes.
How do Nigerians watch digital content? Is it not through data?
Yes.
Oh, so guess what? The only way, I'm going to give Nigerians some trick now. We don't realize that we have 5 undersea fiber optic cable companies in Nigeria. 5 that have all the bandwidth and give us all the bandwidth for free.
Really?
I was talking to.
Tell us about that.
I was talking to Funke. I was talking to Funke Opeke, the MD of No One Cable.
Tony, we don't screen here.
You know what Funke said to me? They said they were looking for Jason Njoku of Iroko TV to strike a deal with him. They have all the bandwidth. Then Jason can do what you are asking him to do. Provide the bandwidth for Nigerians for free. And they will make their money through the advertising. My partner and I had that discussion with No One Cable 15 years ago. That's what I was talking to Nigerian banks about. That's what I was talking to Nigerian fiber optic companies, MTN, Globe, 5.
Tony, this is October 1 Plug. We don't spin here. Okay? If you have the solutions, tell us what is the solution. You have it, you keep saying. Because you said you have the solution.
Yes. I just told you the solution.
Okay.
I said to you, our money is in our diaspora. Yes. They already send the money anyway.
Yes.
They send the money anyway. $23 billion a year. Whether they like you, whether they don't like you, they send the money.
So I'm still trying to understand. Okay, so what is it?
All you have to do is to sign a fintech agreement with an MTO in the US and let the Nigerians send that money through a particular IMTO. And that IMTO will do a minimum of about $5 billion a year and dash Nollywood your money.
So calm down, just calm down, because people are listening to you. And a lot of people are listening to you don't even know what an IMTO is. You got to break this thing down. This is not an elitist show. This is a
Okay, let me break it down.
Yes.
An IMTO is International Money Transfer Organization, like Western Union, like MoneyGram, like Western Union, like MoneyGram. Okay, about 25 years ago, yes. I went to Western Union. I said, Western Union, can you support Nollywood with about maybe $100,000? Because I just realized that they just made $1 billion from transferring Nigerian money. I said, can you help us with $100,000? They danced me around. They didn't give us a dime.
Why would they give you 100,000? Why would they give you 100,000? For what? Because their father Christmas.
And guess what? That's exactly what they said. Why would I give you 100,000? But let me ask you this question. There's wait now. There's something called, and you know, corporate social responsibility, CSR. When you make $1 billion, when you make $1 billion from a particular community, and you don't want to give back a dime to that community, and the community is so dumb that they still using you, you make it $1 billion a year from them, and you're not going to give them a dime, then that means that community is dumb. But if the community is smart,
you're not making the money from Nollywood. So what is the connection?
No, they're making the money from Nigeria.
Is Nollywood Nigeria? So what are you talking about?
We will make money in Nigeria. So check this out. Listen to this. Listen to this now. Listen to this. I've been in the diaspora. I'm very well known there. If I tell Nigerians that to pick one, you see what we don't understand is what we call national support and responsibility. If a Nigerian like you, Dr. Kwebam, know that you can watch all the Nollywood movies for free in North Dakota, you can watch all the Nigerian movies for free on a platform, and we say to you, can you do us a favor? We have an agreement with this money transfer company. All the money transfer companies have the same technology. Same. There's no difference. Can you send your money that you send to Nigeria? Same money. Don't give us a dime. Send that money to this particular IMPU. Because when you send that money to that IMPU, we guarantee you that we're going to put 20% of the annual revenue to that industry that you are enjoying. And the only way you're going to enjoy it is if we give you the content for free. Film, music, fashion, you name it, on a platform for free. And you don't want to do a national responsibility program and just use the particular IMT that do exactly the same thing that Western Union that don't care about you, MoneyGram that don't care about you. You say no, because Nigerians do that a lot. Nigerians say, why would I use this Nigerian thing? I'm going to use Western Union. Why are you using the Western Union? Because they are very serious. Everybody's serious. Everybody uses the same system.
Are you done?
I'm done.
Yes. Okay, let me at least talk for 2 minutes now. Don't interrupt me. What I'm saying, sir, with all due respect, is that you are coming in with a sense of entitlement. And you can't run a business being entitled to the goodwill of my company. That's a major problem in Nigeria. So we want to go to a Western Union and say, oh, because you are making $1 billion from Nigeria, give us 100,000. No, it has to be value-based. Yeah, what value are we giving to Western Union? You are not in the position to, let me finish. Okay, let me finish. For 10 minutes. What value are you giving to Western Union? You are a private individual running your private business. You don't even have 100,000 viewers. And you are telling me, Western Union, to give you, I will drive you out of my office because you make no sense. So for me, that's number one. Number two, I don't see the connection between Western Union money transfers and how that is going to help Nollywood. Unless you're going to say, yeah, what we are saying is, okay, we do 100 billion transfer a year. So give Nollywood 100,000 so that we can sustain a free platform, Nollywood. That's what you are talking about. That's the reason why they haven't given you that money. It makes no sense. With all due respect, you need to have a product or a value proposition that actually benefits Western Union. Then Western Union can look at you and say, okay, this thing that this your platform that you're watching, this is your platform. So for me, if I were to refine it for you, because you've been talking about this, and I'm trying to understand how come you haven't gotten it done. You've been talking about this for 10 years. If it is easy to get that money with this your so-called idea, it will have been done. You know the missing link? You are not offering value to Western Union. Why not go talk to Western Union? and say, Western Union, give our platform people who subscribe to our channel, a certain percentage discount for doing Western Union, so that people have a reason to be on your platform. That's how you negotiate. But you can't even do that if you don't have the numbers. Because Western Union will ask you for numbers. But if you have the numbers and you say, we have 1 million people, Tony's gone off is going to be back. As in Nigeria, you know, we have this thing. He's talking about something very important, which is about keying in to the so-called diaspora transfers. And I'm trying to get him to clarify for us, how does keying in to Western Union or those transfers, how does it help Nollywood? I've not seen that connection yet. So when it comes back, maybe I can calm him down enough to explain it better, because I don't get it. And if you guys got it at home, maybe you can explain it to me. What he's saying is that they went to meet Western Union, who made $1 billion from Nigerian profits the year before, and say, give us 100,000, I will give you all Nollywood. That don't even make sense to me. And I don't even want Western Union. So maybe I don't understand it. Maybe when it comes back, it's going to break it down for me. Because America is about value. Any company is about value. And while I understand that there's a lot of money going by diaspora to Nigeria, how do we parlay that to grow Nollywood? That part I see don't get. And hopefully it will come back, because he has a platform that has been trying to kick off the ground that maybe Nigerians are not supporting. I don't know what the reason is. He's going to come back and tell us. So maybe he can break it down for us, how we can tie in to Nollywood. All right, thank you guys. For those of you watching at home, we are waiting for Mr. Abulu to get back. Hopefully his battery has not yet finished, and he can come back here tonight. You can share your thoughts on what we are discussing right now. We're talking about why do we still struggle, and then he went on a tangent, even though we have a question about that, but we're already here, so we might as well discuss it. I want to hear from you guys back home. What do you think? Ajisha first says, even if Western Union is going to give back Nigeria for making money, it will be to Nigerian government, not Hollywood, Nollywood, like you said Bollywood. I'm sure you meant Nollywood. Exactly my point. Okay, so I don't see that nexus unless Nigeria wants to go and twist Western Union to do community service in Nigeria. But even if they did that, why would the money go to Nollywood? Of what basis would that be? I still don't get it. I understand social responsibility. If you made $1 billion from Nigerian transfers, you should be able to give to get even ordinary 1 million self. He's talking 100,000. Giving us even 10 million will not be too much. That is 1% of the money. So if they give Nigeria $10 million, that will not be too much. But the question is, how does that help Nollywood? And Mr. Abulu is coming back. Is back. So Mr. Abulu, this is to do, because we have so many questions, but we have a lot of time. You are going the ambience of the question we have on the table. All right, because I see later. But before I take it away, you're already here. What I really need to explain to me, those who are watching. Okay, can you hear me now?
I'm hearing you, but I don't think you can see me, but I'm hearing you.
I can see you very well. You are putting your head inside the phone, inside the video. I can see you well.
My phone is not showing it. Okay, very good. Okay, very good.
I see you very well. So the question, hold on. So that we can get out of this question, I only want you, because we're already discussing it here. How is tying into the diaspora remittances? How is that going to help Nollywood? That connection, I'm not clear.
Okay.
Can you explain it again? Okay.
Okay, very simple. When you have a product, because I spent years in marketing, Dr. Kwebangu, when you have a product that is needed, that is loved, you're not going to go look for the people that love your product. They love your product. What is that product? That product is Nollywood movies. That product is Afrobeat music. That product is Nigerian fashion. Our diaspora, more than anybody else, loves those products. But sometimes we are hoping that they can pay for those products. So we go to a Netflix where the Nigerians have to pay $14 a month to be able to watch their own people's film. Because the Nigerians that are on Netflix in the US, they're only 90% of them are only watching Nigerian films. So that goes to say that if those Nigerians have a way or a platform to show those products to the same Nigerians in diaspora, the Nigerian diaspora will watch them. Do you agree with me?
I still don't get it.
Wait now, step by step, do you agree that the Nigerians in diaspora, like Dr. Kweban, who is a top attorney in the US, that doesn't even need to have time to do anything Nigerian, but he watches Nollywood films? So my question is, do you agree as a diaspora that Nigerians love Nollywood, Nigerians in diaspora love Afrobeat, Nigerians in diaspora love our fashion, dance, etc., culinary arts?
No,
Do
I
you
will
agree?
agree that many of us, I will say more than 50%, there are some who don't watch, but
Very
majority,
good.
okay, go on.
Yeah, fine. So I'll take it. I'll take that. Let's say half.
Yes.
Half of Nigerians in diaspora. Nigerians in diaspora, now I'll take it to the next step. Nigerians in diaspora send $23 billion every year to their families in Nigeria. They don't send it to US. They don't send it to China. They send it to Nigeria. In other words, not only do
Mr.
they
Tony,
care about
we know that. Connected for
very good, very good. Now, check this out. Check this out. Check this out. There's no Nigerian company that does the transfers, because they don't send that money like just throw envelope in the air. They have to go through an IMTO, International Money Transfer Organization, and I gave you examples of those companies, right?
Okay.
What we have not been able to do is to link, and this is high-end thinking, to link what Nigerians want to how Nigerians in diaspora spend money. And I'm giving you an example. It's just one example. I said, what will happen if I give all the Nigerians in diaspora all those content that I mentioned for free? Will they watch it?
Sorry,
Free.
sorry. Repeat again. Don't put your face in the pit. Move back a little bit so that we can see. And there you go.
Okay, the question is, if I give all those Nigerians in diaspora Nollywood movies, Afrobeat music, Nigerian fashion, Nigerian culinary art on one platform, and I give them that platform for free, will they watch it?
There's already some right now on my channel, on my TV. So what are you talking about?
God bless you. In other words, you agree they will watch it?
Of course. They will watch
Good. That's number two. Wait now. That's number two. Then number three, the final joker. If I say to Nigerians in diaspora that this your platform that you're watching everything for free, you're watching the movies, you're watching them free, can you do us a favor? Not all of them will do it, but some will do. In a patriotic gesture, rather than just use any IMTO, Nigeria has an IMTO. When you want to send your money, can you send it through that Nigerian IMTO, which charges less than half of what all the other people charge, and they will do exactly the same thing. The money will arrive in Nigeria to the same people through the banks, the same. What do you think the Nigerians will say?
And that is where your model falls flat. It's not going to work, and that's why it hasn't worked. And let me tell you, because
do you know why it hasn't worked? Do you know why it hasn't worked? Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it hasn't worked. Let me tell you why it hasn't worked. Because the platform hasn't been launched.
No,
I will take a bet.
Without due respect to you, sir, you have been talking this thing for 10 years. How come you have?
Do you know why? Do you know why? So let me tell you why. Do you know how much an IMTO license costs?
You are still confusing me. Are you you are saying there's an IMT already? There's plenty of them. Some are owned by Nigerians. Boss Revolution is owned by Nigeria. I can give you about 4 or 5 of them that are owned by Nigerians. I use them.
Very good.
What are you talking
Very good.
about?
Good. So people are using them. So what I'm saying to you, if there's the IMTO, what is boss giving the Nigerians now? What are those IMTOs that you say Nigerians have? What are they giving the Nigerians, sending money through them? What are they giving them?
You have to give Nigerians anything. You have to give them value to get. You can't make them.
Suppose I give them value plus something else.
Where is that value? Is what I'm saying. What is the value? Like, okay,
again,
we are spending 1 hour. Mr. Tony, sorry, I have to shut you down now because you are not connecting it for me. We are spending 1 hour on the same question. And those of us at home, if you're at home and you're understanding what this man is saying, can you put a message in the box? I don't. Okay, so we need to address the real issue here, sir. You need to connect it for me. Okay? Patronage is based on value. IMTO, or whatever you call them, the money transfer, I like to use word that everybody can understand. The money transfer companies and those who are promoting movies, how do they meet? What you are saying is that you are saying, oh, I don't even know what you are saying. What you should be saying, that makes sense. Because there is no connection. You are saying, oh, you get a platform where you can give them the movies for free, and then you are not telling them, please use this money transfer company. That is not business. That's emotion. Let me finish this time. I don't want to. No, you are going to let me talk. I muted you now because you are not letting me talk. Okay? So you got to let me talk. So again, I gave you like 40 minutes to break this thing up. What I'm saying that you must understand, sir, is that you have to provide connection or value. For you don't come and meet me and say, okay, what if I give you a free to air Nollywood, whatever? Can you please use, for example, let's just call it boss transfer. It won't work. People will watch your stuff. They will still do their transfer wherever they want. What can work is if you have your platform and you still have to spend that energy to build your followership, or it's not going to work. Then you go to boss and say, listen, we've got 1 million subscribers to this my channel, right? I need you to give everybody who is a subscriber to my channel 20% discount when they send transfer, or 50% discount. Okay, or that is that 20% they are giving you can be split between your organization and your viewers. Now your viewers have a legitimate reason to use boss because they are getting benefit from boss other than that free to air you are giving them. That's what you are not doing. Because if you did that, if you spend that energy and the money to build the viewership of your business, even Western Union will beg to give you money to give to your people a discount coupon so that they can come and use them. But you're not talking that. You are saying they should just give you because they are Western Union or because they make money from Nigeria. No, it's what I was selling to people like Iniedo and some of those big names that they are not buying yet. That listen, you have 15 million viewers. I can take those your membership if you allow me to create a mailing list for you. I put about 5 million of them into a mailing list, Iniedo mailing list, for instance. I can take those 5 million subscribers and get you discount in virtually any company because it's about numbers. Now I'm giving them value. I'm going to say, okay, for everybody that carries Iniedo card, they should be able to get 15%, 20% from your store, whether it's airline or whatever. Airlines understand that. They know that if they give you that discount deal, you are going to bring them millions of users to their system. So everybody benefits. You're not talking that. So that's why I'm confused. So now I'm going to let you talk because this is your model. I wish I understand. I want to cue into it. I want to help you promote it. I want to help you support it. But I'm not going to lie to you. I've been listening to you talk about it for 10 years. I don't understand. I'm not going to lie. I don't. And I'm not stupid, as you know. I have a PhD in law. I'm a chartered accountant. I've done this. I've done that. if I don't understand your model, is it that guy on the street in Yaba that's going to understand it? So you have to clarify. You have an opportunity to explain to the world now what you are trying to do. Right now, you are not carrying me along. I have to be honest. Now, your turn. I'm going to give you the floor. What are you trying to do?
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you very much.
Yes.
I will take it one by one. You said there has to be value, right? A service. We will already, because it's not launched, we will provide that value, that basic value, and we'll provide it for half the fee. Now, guess what?
Okay. So basically, you want to be a remittance company. Is that what you're saying?
There you go. So the average remittance fee is between 7% and 10%.
That's not true.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Now,
let me look at it. It's about 5% or less.
No, it's not. Trust me, it's not. Western Union is 8%. MoneyGram is 8%. Boss Revolution, those people you are talking about, 5%. I can do it for 3%. Now, that's number one. Number two, if the Nigerians like value, Nigerians in diaspora, they like value. My sister is in remittance. She's been doing it for 20 years in the US. Nigerians like value. What do Nigerians do? If they want to spend money, why is this one 8%? The new one now is called katakata transfer, and it's only 3%. The Nigerians will go to the so that one is.
How much is your sister giving Nigeria? Your sister has been living for 20 years. How much is she giving Nigeria?
My sister, she doesn't own it. She works in the system, is what I mean. Now, the bottom line is this. When you provide the remittance, it's a remittance service. That's why I said it's a symbiotic relationship between the creative industry and remittance and fintech. When you provide at 3%, you know why you can provide at 3%? Because those are the secrets of the trade. The IMTO cost about $100 million.
I don't know if you're just pulling these figures from the air or whatever. Me, I like to deal in facts. Western Union does not charge 5%, does not charge 7%. I'm looking at it. I did transfer yesterday. Right now, I sent $1,000. You know how much they charge me?
How much?
$6.49.
Good. So guess what?
Hold on. That is less than 1%. With all due respect.
Right. Supposing I send your $1,000 for $3, because I can do it.
Then talk about that. They don't be saying they charge 5%. They don't charge 5%.
So let me tell you. Wait now. Let me explain to you now. The reason why are they charging that $6? Why don't they do it for free? They charge it because they have overhead. They have overhead now.
They don't have overhead.
And they pay for their license over $100 million. So guess what? Supposing I don't pay.
License is not 100 million. You don't pick figure from everywhere. Tell me where it is that says it's not $1 million. I know guys who have a transfer team that don't even have 100,000 they can give anybody. Dollars. What do you mean $100 million?
So let me explain to you. Wait. IMTO license is by state in the US.
Yes.
State by state. New York State IMTO license is $20-something million and 10 years to get the license.
Okay.
10 years. Plus $20-something million that you pay to federal government. Right?
Again, I don't know whether you don't do your homework or you are just assuming. Okay? A international remitter license in the US is anywhere from $250 to less than $3,000. I'm looking at it. You want me to share my screen?
Okay.
Don't say
wait.
How?
Okay. Do you know how many Nigerians are in jail in the US on remittance?
I'm not talking about those who are doing it illegally. I'm talking about how
No,
much.
trust me. That's how. Wait now. That's how, because I've been following this thing. That's why, and my team has been following.
I myself have asked Nebraska, Illinois. It is between $10,000 and $500,000. I've not seen anyone that's $1 million. $10,000 to $50,000. Sorry, $10,000 to $500,000.
In Nebraska, how much do you think it is in New York?
I'm saying even in New York. Let's go look
No,
at
it's
it.
not. It's not. I have, listen, I have 4 companies. Nobel Financial, the Ghanaian remittance company that is in the US. I have Western Union. Trust me. You go to jail.
Sir.
So anyway, let's forget that. That's beside the point.
No,
so
I mean,
you wait now. Wait now. Anybody, that's not even the issue. You say anybody can do it. Okay, fine. Let's say there are 10 people that can do it. Like you said, some of your friends do it.
Yes.
Now, and they do it successfully. And they transfer the money, the Nigerians get the money. It's fantastic. Now, if somebody comes out of the 10 and gives what is called an added incentive, do you think it will make a difference?
Again, I still don't understand where this incentive is coming. No, just hold on a second, so because I like to give my viewers correct information. Because you have come here and you have thrown figures around, and I don't like that. We don't spin here. I'm going to read from the website of the New York Money Transmitters License for you. The New York Money Transfer License costs $3,000, which is the amount of the application fee. The credit report for control persons is $15 per control person, and blah, 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 goes on. And then the annual license fee to be paid every year as determined by the regulator, okay? By the regulator, uniform authorized agency reporting annual procedure must be called legal fees. This is legal fees even, not even the one that you pay. Legal fees can be anywhere from $50,000 to $100,000 that you're paying to your lawyer to do this for you. But the fee itself, I'm looking at it, with all due respect, is $3,000 for the application fee. My point why I keep going back to this is that when you say, oh, it costs $100 million to do, you are not even going to make a profit of $100 million in how many years? You only charge $6 for every $1,000. That is 60% of 1%. Okay? 0.6 of 1% is what you charge. So let's not make this thing as complicated as it sounds, because when you think that way, now you are saying Nigerians can do it. Where I'm going in is that if you think that this model can work, you should have started an IMTO since. It doesn't take $100,000, you have it. It doesn't take $50,000, you have it. I don't think it's going to work, is what I'm telling you. Because
okay, so okay, you just mentioned how much it is in Nebraska. Do you remember what you said?
New York.
No, you said Nebraska. You said it's between $3,000 and $50,000. That's what you said in Nebraska.
Yes. And I'm reading.
And Nebraska is $1 billion. I am saying to you, what about compliance? What about you? You see, there are so many things you don't know. You're just talking what you think you know. When you want to start the license in New York and operate in New York, that's when you find out that you just read is just simple legal fees. By the time you find out how much you pay for compliance and all those things, you pattern. Anyway,
sir, I will bet you $10,000 on air right now. If it is more than $1 million, I will pay you that money publicly.
Okay, good. Okay, that's private. You and I will do that privately.
No, let's do it private. I want to see it.
Let's forget about that. I just gave you. I just asked you a question. I just asked you a question.
Yes.
I said, if 10 people, 10 companies are doing remittance transfer, which some banks are even doing with the app. If 10 companies are doing remittance transfers, and everybody's competing with themselves, and the customer has the choice to pick anyone they like. And I say to you that there's one guy has an added incentive to a particular community, to a particular community, and it provides a service that is beyond the remittance service to that particular community that has an affinity to that service is provided. Do you think it will make a difference?
I don't think so.
Okay, good. Now, guess what? We stand to see whether it will make a difference or not. Because I've had people pay $100 a pop just to see a Genevieve, $100 a pop just to see an RMB. $100.
No, I agree to that. I still don't see.
So I'm saying to you, and I'm the producer of the Africa Expo in New York, I'm saying to you that I have a way to bring Nigerians to focus on their own community and the arts of their own community, which they already love. And I'm telling you that based on that relationship, I can pull some funding that can benefit the Nigerians, because the Nigerians are not getting a dime in funding now.
Okay. So,
that's what I'm saying.
And I agree with you about people paying to come and see our stars. Again, it's a hot seat. So, and I know you don't mind me continue to push you on this. If it was that,
no, I don't mind at all.
So, if it was that, how come? I want to know what is the roadblock you ran into in 10 years that you've been talking about it. It hasn't been done. Why? I'm trying to understand.
Let me tell you the roadblock. Let me tell you the roadblock. First of all, the platform you're talking about, the platform you are talking about requires some money to build. You agree with me, right? Secondly, the content you have to, I didn't hear you.
I said
the platform. Yes. The platform costs money to build. That's number one. The streaming platform, it costs money to build. Then number two, the content in that you're going to put on that platform is not free.
How much does it cost to do you know how much it costs to build that streaming platform, by the way?
I already built it. I already built it.
Okay, so that's not the problem. I'm asking what
that's not the problem for me. It's already built. And it took me some time to build.
In 48 hours, I can build a streaming platform in 48 hours these days. With AI.
Okay, guess what?
But you say you have built it. Okay, what's the next
I've already built it. I've already built it.
Okay.
Now, streaming platform. Wait now. The same streaming platform Jay-Z tried to build, the same streaming platform that you say you can build in 24 hours is what PDD tried to build. You understand? And
you say you have
spent $2 million.
That's not the problem. You say you have built it, so it's not the problem.
I've already built it. So now, the content that you're going to put on the platform, do you just take somebody's content and put it on the platform, or you buy the content?
You have to buy the content, yes.
Oh, now. So if it's so simple, Netflix will spend $12 billion to build a streaming platform and buy content. $12 billion.
Yes.
And Iroko TV that did it, that spent $25 million, is not doing it today. Why?
And I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. So
that's what I'm saying to you. I've already built it. I've already built it.
Hold on. Your solution is not cheap or easy, because the content, you still need those hundreds of millions of dollars to get it. Iroko has
God bless you. God bless you. If you remember what I said when I started speaking, I said at the beginning, the movies that we make doesn't have to be the high-end movies. I said the Nigerians go to YouTube to watch Nigerian 4 million naira movies anyway.
Okay.
So if I purchase those 4 million, do you know how much it will cost me to purchase a 4 million naira movie for a year?
I don't know.
I know. It's not going to cost me more than $500.
Yes.
I will so by the time I
26 of them, I will sell my own to you for 500 each. I have 26. Let me first collect that 30,000 first. Let me be.
So if that's now you're seeing what you need money for. Then don't even talk about the stuff that you need. Now there's something I want to say to you that you have not considered. You are looking at remittance as an individual thing in the US. Do you know the relationship I have with about 20 of the biggest Nigerian organizations in the US?
I don't. All I just know is that what the solution that you are talking about has not happened in 10 years, so it can't be easy.
Yeah, because the 10 years I spent building, I spent trying to explain to the Nigerians that they should give me the content for $100, and they all said no. So over time, begging.
You cannot beg in a business now. If it's business, if your business model it requires you to beg, you don't have a business yet.
Let me put it this way. Wait now. Let me put it this way. When you start a business, everything I've done for Nigeria, I've done out of my own personal pocket. Nobody has ever given me a dime. When I brought 50 Nollywood people, nobody gave me a dime. So guess what? At a certain point in time, you may find out that your resources your financial resources may not be in a position to acquire those content. That's why one person went to borrow $25 million as investment on Wall Street and Canal Plus. So I don't have that opportunity to go and raise even $5 million. I may not have it. So my journey becomes longer, but it doesn't mean my journey is not going to happen. You understand what I'm saying? For instance, when I started, I didn't have no platform.
All right, let's move away from here. We spent 1 hour, 30 minutes on this, and I don't think we have made much progress, but I hear you. What you have this idea, and let it be out there. Maybe somebody can help you refine it better, or maybe somebody can come in and give you the money. We never know.
I already have the money. I don't need any money again. It took me some time, but I already have money. Okay, so I'm going to launch this summer. I don't need any money. I'm going to launch this.
So there's no more problem. All right.
No problem at all. None.
Okay, so let's move away from this. And when you are launching, Asadele will be there with you and we'll promote it. My point is, it's out there. It's talking about connecting diaspora remittances with growth in Nollywood. He has his model. He has his plan. He says he's got everything he needs now. It's taking him a long time. Like we just said, it's taking him about 10 years. And I think it took Bill Gates more than 15 years to get Microsoft. I publicly admit that I really don't understand that model yet. It doesn't mean the model is good or bad. It simply means that I don't understand it. So maybe when you launch it, all of us will see. But I like the fact that you were tenacious. Like you said, you've been talking about this thing for 10 years and you did not give up. There was a time that you actually was very discouraged on Facebook, but you picked it back up. You at one point you were so upset with your colleagues, but you picked it back up, and that is the mark of an entrepreneur. So I have to give you your flowers, because other people will have given up year 3, year 4. Someone like me, I will have moved on. I'm not going to lie. So the fact that you stood there and you paid the dues, I cannot but wish you the best of luck, and I'm looking forward to this launching. Please involve me any way we can be of assistance. No fees at all. Whether it's legal you want, whether it is a hustle, I'm offering it for free, and I'm serious about that, because that hustle deserves to be supported. 10 years, because you believe. Obviously, this thing is clear to you. If it's not clear, you will be spending 10 years. So that's why I'm giving you. That's why I'm giving you credit here. Because I know you're not a stupid man. I know you're a very intelligent guy. So for you to have spent 10 years on something, only Gotori, that me, I'm not saying. Exactly. So I continue to pray for you in that area. But let's move on to areas that we can probably understand better. All right. Yes. Now, with the explosion of streaming platforms, yours is coming on stream very soon. Is Nollywood finally being taken seriously as a global film industry, or are we still merely local champions with global aspirations? Are they taking us seriously, or are we still local champions? Go ahead.
It's the latter. It's the latter. And yes, we are seeing our own potential, but we don't understand the market. So, for instance, if we look at YouTube, you say people are watching our movies on YouTube. Now, we don't know who are the people. We didn't go and do the demographic to see who are the people watching our movies. So, now the real evidence are the people that pay for our content to go international. That is Amazon and that is Netflix. Those are the ones that, because DSTV only does Africa region. So Amazon was global, Netflix was global for the first 2 years. And then guess what happened? We know that they paid some people $2 million. We know that we pay some people, and you make movies. If somebody come and give you $2 million now, you will make one of the best movies on the planet. They paid those monies for series, and the average payment for per film was between $250,000 and $400,000.
Wow, in a series. In a series.
Yeah, the series were $1 million to $2 million. 5-part series. And I don't want to mention any names, but I know some of the people that got that money. And
yes,
they made their series and they submitted their series and they collected their money. Now, but as individual films, Netflix and Amazon paid as high as $400,000 US per film. But today, they have cancelled international acquisition. They're only acquiring Africa regional acquisition. So the question is,
hold that thought, because again, we keep dancing around this Netflix. I have like 5 top questions that we're going to get to. I don't want us to mix it up because that is it. But I hear you. You have answered the question. You say we are still local champions, and you're about to start giving me receipts. Hold that thought right there. When we come back, I think we need a break. I told you guys, Ninja, Tony Abullu is about to school me. But before we continue, I think we need a commercial break here. I'm going to play one of the videos of Tony for you guys to know that he's a serious player in the game. He's got several of them, and I think I was able to get the promo, a short promo of one of them uploaded. Now let me see if it came up. Where is it now? I thought I brought it up. Okay, assets, the video clips. Where did my video clips go? All the video clips disappeared overnight. What happened here? Let me rebuild it up. All the videos I have on my system just disappeared. But let me see if I can. I don't know what happened. They were all here before, but now they've all disappeared. I don't know. I think it was Tony. The way Tony was blowing up my studio, all the videos ran away.
Oh God.
This is serious. What? They actually disappeared. I'm not kidding. I've got like about 8 of them uploaded, and then there's none here anymore. I don't know what happened, but I'm bringing one of them back up so that we can have a little bit of a commercial break. But while we are waiting for that, we might as well continue. I'm uploading them. So let me go to the next question, okay? Because I want us to really let me see here. I want us to go to this issue of financing that you seem to like a lot. Okay, yes. Many insiders complain that there's an unspoken cartel that controls major production, financing, and streaming platform deals. Is Nollywood becoming dangerously monopolized, or is this fake news? I don't know yet. I'm just coming back to Nollywood after 13 years of voluntary exile. So I don't know what's going on here.
Well, the answer to that is that it's fake news.
Okay.
Yes, fake news. In terms of financing, there are 2 models. There's you go beg your papa and your mama to put their house as collateral for Bank of Industry. Collateral value, which is house, must be 3 times the value of the size of the loan.
Okay.
Now, we have some people, mostly women. If you notice, the people that are making movies are like 80% women. The women have a way to go and find money. And they don't find chicken money. They find $100 million, 100 million naira, 150 million naira, 200 million naira. I'm one of them. Me, I raise money. You understand? Now, guess what? When you raise that money, there are risks involved. I lost the house I built for my mother. I lost it through the process. My mother was homeless. My mom is 93 years old. She was homeless for 3 years. When you were asking me where am I going to get money? Why didn't I do this? Why didn't I do that? There was some other issues. I had to go find another house for my mother. 93 years old. Now, guess what? So that's risk. The risk you take to make movies. Less than 1% Nollywood people will dare to attempt the risk. That's number one. The women take the risk. That's number one. Oh, so do you blame them for being able to take the risk? That's number one. Number two, in terms of cinema distribution, you have about 5. The new name for them now, they used to be distributors, but the new name is aggregators. Those 5 aggregators have access to cinema. Some of them own cinema, like Film One. They invested over $20 million to build cinemas. They attracted foreign money, and they were able to build cinemas. Ben Bruce is a distributor, and he owns, as a matter of fact, he owns the biggest cinema in Nigeria. The most valuable cinema in Nigeria is Ikeja City Mall, and it's owned by Ben Bruce. And the ticket there, the price per ticket is 7,500 per ticket. All the others are 5,000 naira per ticket. So when you finish your film, you have to submit a screener to one of the 5. Okay. And those 5, their money is the money you make out of your film. You don't pay them any money up front, except maybe for what they call the print. You have to pay for the print. It's about 2 million naira. Then you have to pay, if you want to do premiere, you pay for premiere. But if they watch your film in your screener and they don't think that you can make money, because trust me, based on experience, they know what film is going to make money and which film won't make money. Because this is what they do. So they will deny your film, reject it, or they will take your film under caution. They will tell you to pay for the premiere and pay for the print, which is a digital cinema print. You will pay upfront about 4 million naira. So how many Nigerian filmmakers can go make film and then pay another 4 million to a distributor and then go and look for 20 million to do advertising?
Okay.
So that's why you only see certain people in that business. They are not many. At the most on earth, maybe they are like 40. But eventually the 40 will try and they will lose 20. So you see 20 people that are consistently making those things.
All right. That takes me to the next question. So I'm just going to try to make it just question that you answer so that we don't get too much into the argument. We want to cover a lot of ground. Here's my next question here. Is it true that many Nollywood stars are broke despite their fame and box office receipts? Why can't most of our actors and producers build wealth like their counterparts in US or India? And since you have experience on both sides, you can throw some light here. What's going on here?
Okay, very simple. I will tell you the structure of the monetization in cinema first. Nigerian cinema, 50% of the gross goes to the cinema. There are about 80 cinemas now. So when I released my movie last year, it was released in 80 films. But when you bring your film may be released in 20 cinemas, because the 20 cinemas, the cinemas decide which film they want to carry. So
that makes sense.
The distributor will send your screener to the cinemas. They have a way of doing it digitally, and the cinemas will take or not take, accept or not accept your film based on the fact that they don't want to waste cinema time or space if they don't think the audience will watch your film. So, but if they accept your film like they accepted my film, right? And there are prerequisites for the acceptance. The actors have to be certain type of actors. There are specific actors that make money. They know because there are specific actors. Nigerian cinema is actor driven. So if you don't put a certain actor or certain actors in your film, they will not accept your film for distribution. So you mentioned some of their names. Those names
you are not addressing the question. That's my frustration here.
Okay.
Why do you think? Here's the question on screen. Is it true that Nollywood stars are broke despite their fame and big office receipts? Why can't most of our actors and producers build wealth like their counterparts in the US? That's the question. If we can stay to question, we can get a lot of value to viewers. But when we put the question,
maybe I'm going around, but I was giving you a background to why they are broke, because they are broke. So I'm giving you a reason why they are broke. Okay. The actors get paid. Yes. The actors only get paid during production. Okay. Actors don't get a dime after production. In the US, they get what do they call it? They get residuals. As the movie is making money, the actor is making money. No matter who that actor is in that film, we don't have that system in Nigeria. So the actor only gets one payment. So if you negotiate the actor for 1 million, that's all they're going to get. If you know, and how many movies do they do a year that will give them 1 million? Some actors earn 10 million, and they only make one film. And that's the 10 million they're going to get. And you know they live large. They have fancy cars, they have big houses, their rent is 5 million, 6 million, their money don't finish. So that is that. Now, why is it that the producers don't make money? Because the producers only get 28% of the gross receipts. So if the producer makes, if the gross is 100 million, the producer will only get 28 million.
Yeah, but you guys keep talking about this. Again, I'm trying not to get into the arguments with you so that we can make forward. But yeah, I'm not agreeing with a lot of stuff you're saying. Number one, is not every actor. In fact, most actors in America don't get residual. Me, I talk facts, and I can prove it right now. Most of them don't get residual, except the biggest stars, but they still do well. And then the issue about what was that second one you just mentioned that I don't agree with? I just forgot what it was now. Is that to me, it's not so ahead that they get 28%. How much do you think they get abroad? Do they get 50%? Do they get 40%? They get about that, if not less. So it's not.
Okay. You have to remember that I've distributed in the US before with my movie. Yes. I got 50%. I got 50.
No, you don't get 50%. Sir.
I got Tony Abulu.
Okay.
I have a direct deal with AMC. Wait now. I have a direct deal with AMC Cinema, not a distributor. So I'm the distributor.
Okay.
So I got a deal of 50%, totally unheard of. That's number one. Now, averagely, Nigeria has 80 cinemas. US has about 8,000. So that I'm watching. Nigerians, only Yoruba people watch film.
But Nigeria, again, wait, I think we need to just compare apple to apple. Now, hold on, Tony. Okay, you've been talking too. Now, let me talk a little. What I'm saying is that don't make sweeping conclusions on my show. You said US get 50%. In Nigeria too, it is 50% they get before the other taxes are deducted. I've distributed in Nigeria, I've distributed abroad also, but still end up with a net of about 20 to 30% also. Because your own case, maybe because you're also the distributor, you are not deducting distributor fees. You are not deducting any taxes, which is deducted in Nigeria. In America, you still have to pay the taxes. It may not,
exactly.
it may not be deducted at, hold on now. It may not be deducted at source by the cinemas the way they are doing in Nigeria, because in America, they will get you have to pay your taxes, whether it's cinema or whatever, you have to pay it. So I'm saying that like to like, it is about just about between 25 to 30% that even American film distributors get, producers get. So that's not the difference. Why we are not building.
Well, I'm not arguing with you. Let me tell you, look, we have to, I like you are a very specific guy, so let's talk specificity.
Yes.
Nigeria, I just left cinema last year. The last time you left Nigerian cinema was 2012. The game has changed completely. The cinemas take the 50% from source. Distributor takes 12% from source. Federal government tax is withdrawn from source, 10%. The remainder is 28%. And when you collect that 28%,
and I hear you. And I'm saying it's not different in the US. Distributor fees in the US is also 12%. Okay? Cinemas also take only 50% in the US or less.
Yeah,
okay?
yes.
Then you have you have other taxes. The only difference is how the taxes are deducted. In Nigeria, it's deducted as source. In America, you pay it separately, but you still pay it.
There you go.
So why are you now saying that in Nigeria?
No, listen. I'm not.
Okay. It's like you are just listening to respond. You're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm saying the question on the table, sir, is why can't most actors and producers build wealth like their counterparts in the US? And you are responding by saying they get less of the cinema, and I'm saying that's not true, because they pay distributor fees. In Nigeria is 12%, in America is 12%. The cinemas take 50% in Nigeria, they take 50% abroad. There's taxes in America, there's taxes in Nigeria. The only difference is that Silverbird deducts all your taxes from source, your VAT, all of that stuff. But in America, you pay it on your taxes at the end of the year. So that way, there's none of them is having an advantage in terms of the kind of money they get. That's what I was talking about my article that I wrote.
I agree with you 100%. But the difference, there's a difference now. There's a difference.
Okay.
In the US, the producer doesn't do P&A. It's distributor that does P&A.
You keep using words that people at home cannot understand. Can you just use
print and advertising? Print and advertising.
Okay.
The advertising is done by the distributor. In Nigeria, the producer does the advertising.
The distributor that does advertising in the US, they charge you.
Yes.
There's nothing free.
Because you know why? Because wait now, the producer in the US doesn't go directly to the cinema now. He's picked up by a studio, and the studio is the distributor. So the studio will buy the film of the guy. $200,000, $500,000, $5 million, $50 million. They will, depending on how they think they're going to make money. For instance, this movie with the won Academy Award with Idi Amin. The movie won Academy Award, right? The movie grossed $4 million. Do you know how much the producer got? Producer got $200,000, British lady, and she didn't get a dime after that. She became poor. So what am I trying to say? It's basically the same. It's just that in Nigeria, our distributors say they don't have money. They used to be the one funding the distribution. The distributor in Nigeria, Film One and Co.
Let me tell you what I think the problem is, because you have just arrived at what you started with. In other words, in terms of how much they get from cinema and don't get from cinema, there's no difference between the Nigerian producer or actor and the US one. So what is the difference? I think, as a matter of fact, and as I was said in my article that is on my Mayor of Fadeyi blog, that Omotola should understand, with all those stuff that he gave us, that it does not mean it's better in the US. If anything, they probably end up with net less, because distributors who advertise for them, they're going to deduct it from their net. So that's not
Exactly.
the difference. Is that the American producer has better back end. They sit down, they think the business of their film before they make it. They have a lot of tie-ins. They have a lot of income sources outside of the cinemas. The average Nigerian producer doesn't even know anything about that. They don't know about merchandising. They don't know about product tie-ins. They don't know about all the other stuff that the other producers in the US used to make money. And that is where we need to go back to and educate them. Okay? When they are bringing out Avengers in America, for instance, they have a product tie-in with Avengers, with McDonald's. They make a lot more money from those product tie-ins than they even make from the movie. They have merchandising that they promote heavily that goes with that. They have the pre-source adverts into their movies or about their movies before it's released. We see it on CNN, we see it on ESPN. Our Nigerian producers are not educating themselves in those areas, what I call the back-end monetization of their movies. That's why they are poor, not because cinemas is taking their money. Cinemas
I agree with you. I agree with you. Let's look at it this way, okay?
Yes.
The fundamental difference.
Yes.
A Black Panther film.
Okay.
And other major films that you are describing, inserts and all those kind of stuff, they are produced by the studios. Not only do the studios own cinemas in the US, the studios control every step, and then more importantly, they have funding. You see this movie, Sinners, that Ryan Coogler, the young guy, just did. The guy who directed Black Panther.
I saw it last time I went to the cinema, but I watched, what did I watch now? 3 days ago, I watched something else. I watched Mission Impossible. I didn't watch that. I'm going to go back and watch it. Go ahead.
Okay. Now check this out. Ryan Coogler, they gave him $90 million budget.
Okay.
To make that thing. Warner Brothers. So Ryan Coogler didn't go and look for $1 to make film. What do they call it? Warner Brothers gave him $90 million. He spent $60 million to make the film. His P&A budget initial was $30 million. So the studio said they gave him 90. They didn't give him 90. They said the budget for the film is $96 million. But meanwhile, they gave him $60 million. So in Nigeria, Okwe as producer is the one that will go and borrow money from BOI. Okwe is the one that's going to set aside P&A, print and advertising money. Nigerian distributor doesn't spend $1. What they do is this. They will help put your movies in the cinema. They charge you for that service. That's why their fee is 12%. Because they don't spend money. You know, they just use that. They have staff. The number of staff that worked on my film at Film 1 was 13 of them. When we had our meeting, there were 13 in the meeting. Each person doing different job. You understand? Their jobs are myriad. We don't have the time for me to be explaining those jobs. Long story short, I told you that Nigerian actors don't get residual. Even the big actors. So they charge you big money. The average big actor in Nigeria earns between 5 and 15 million. It is only 1 or 2 or 3 that go over that amount. So that's the only money they get. So how are they going to make money? Then the producer only gets 28%. He does every job, everything, raises the money, does the P&A, he does everything, and he only gets 28%. How is he going to eat?
So doesn't get 28%. I keep arguing this thing with Samuel Latunji. They actually get much less than that. Stop saying 28% because you have not removed distributor fees from that. You have not removed.
I've removed it. Wait now. Okay.
They have like 18% or less. So let's
No. Okay. I signed a contract with the #1 distributor in Nigeria. That's Film One. As early as September last year, I have a contract of about 15 pages. My associate producer is an attorney.
okay.
It is clearly stipulated. Producer gets 28%.
Yes, I get you keep repeating that. That 28% is that exclusive of your distributor fees? Is that exclusive of all taxes? Because some taxes are deducted. I saw some you have to pay later. So let's look at this.
That's your problem. Lagos State tax, you have to pay later. You have to pay later, Lagos State tax.
So how can you not say they are getting 28%? When
From the growth now, from the growth.
Sir, don't confuse me on this show. Let's work it for the people in the public to hear us out clearly. How much percentage does the cinema charge? The cinema, 50%, right?
50.
So there's 50% remain. What is our entertainment tax in Nigeria?
10%.
10%. What is the value-added tax? What is value-added tax?
They don't. I just group all those taxes together as one.
No, they are not together. They are separate. Entertainment tax.
And then you have to go pay value-added later. But the federal government tax, the way they have it is, federal government tax is 10%.
Okay. That again, I'm asking, is entertainment tax the same thing as value-added tax?
I'm not, I don't have that information. I don't want to give wrong information. But all I know,
I'm telling you, I'm the lawyer.
wait now.
And I'm saying,
at the end of the day, okay. At the end of the day, when you leave Nigerian cinema,
okay.
When you leave Nigerian cinema,
okay.
the money they're going to give you will be equivalent to 28% of the group.
I agree. And I'm saying that is not the money that the producer keeps, is what I'm telling you.
It's not the money the producer keeps. We know there are a million things the producer has to pay. Producer has to go back and pay the loan. You're even talking about value-added tax. The producer has to go back and pay the loan.
Many don't use loan. I don't use loan. A lot don't use
loan. Because you are rich. Because you are rich.
No, not because I'm rich, because I'm not stupid. If you borrow money to do movie in Nigeria, you're gonna lose your house. Because again, and the point I'm trying to make here, sir, that you are not seem to be appreciating is the money for producers anywhere in the world doesn't come from your box office receipts. That is just pepper soup money for you to promote your movie. The real money is in the back end, which most Nigerian producers, with all due respect, including of you now, from the way you are talking, you are not even trying to understand. Because that's the money.
I've done, look at it this way. I've done inserts, I've done deals with MTN in my movie. I don't do a tire. All I'm saying to you, for instance, I got 300 million from MTN to have a scene. So my movie, I don't do a tire. I'm saying to you.
Why are you not teaching the people to do more of that? Because that's the money.
Some of them do it now. How many people can do it? It's not easy. They talk like say easy for this country. You just go and tell one company that you want them to come and do product placement in your film. We're going to use your beer, and they will just pay you 50 million. That's so sweet for Nigeria.
You have to help me. I need it because I'm not making any money with my movies right now. I'm about to go bankrupt. Help me. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to next question here. Okay.
Yeah.
It still goes back to, because you like to talk about this money thing. I just wish you would give me a lot more to learn from you here. Why does Nollywood have strong professional investors? Is it because we lack transparency, or because our business models are too risky and disorganized? Why do you think that is so?
Our business models are too risky and disorganized.
I see. So there's no. So how do we make it better?
We make it, you have said it now. You said it in the beginning of the program. We have to be more transparent. We have to be more knowledgeable of the business, and we have to be honest. So when we say, if I go take, for instance, I got 100 million each from BOI for four filmmakers, right? In order for me to get the 400 million, 100 million, there's something I said to BOI. You understand? Unfortunately, Nigerian producers like to do things on their own. When they collect money to make film or they raise money to make film, they don't tell you one word. They go and make the film. When they make the film, then they call you. Tony Abulu, you are the monetization expert. How could I make money?
Exactly.
Can
We are calling you. Tony, we
one?
are calling you. We are calling you. How do we make money? I am calling you, my brother. How do we make money? Help us.
Let me tell you what some of the aggregators are doing. I know of Blue Pictures. Blue Pictures does something called warehousing. It's new. It's not new in abroad, but it's new in Nigeria.
Wait, so Blue Pictures, is that not Joy?
That's Joy. Joy has been in the game 20 years, so she knows some loopholes. So what she does is warehousing. Warehousing means she will take the movies and travel all over the world and put those movies on different platforms. You understand? And those movies start making money in those platforms, and she aggregates those monies and comes back and shares 20% with the producer.
Let me be looking for Joy's phone number. I know Joy very well.
Right? It's not easy for her.
She's one that
she has to travel the whole world. She has to travel the whole world. It's not easy for her.
I don't know where she's going. Where will I catch her? Is she going to be in London next week? Where is she going to be? Let me enter play.
She's in Lagos now. You should go to her office in next to National Museum. In that mall that's there. That's the cinema there. She owns that cinema. She owns the cinema there at the mall.
Okay, I didn't know she has moved. I thought she was still near this cinema that is close to Butemeta or something like that.
No, she owns the cinema in the mall next to the National Museum.
Where is our National Museum again? Anyway, I'm not in Nigeria now.
Your National Museum is in Onikon.
Ah, okay. That means she must have moved. Because the last time I knew our office was maybe 5 years ago, and it was somewhere in Yaba area around that place where they have.
She has moved there. She's not that Yaba girl again. She's a big woman now.
She's a big girl now. After all those Avengers series. Hey, yeah.
She has always been a very good distributor because she used to collect all those movies anyway, 15 years ago, 20 years ago.
Avenger team. I better go look for my girl, Ejo. I need help right now. She's not helping me. Let me go and look for my friend. Maybe she will help me
now. I just introduced you to Joy now.
I know Joy. What do you mean? I introduced me to Joy. Joy now my girl. She
you know, but you don't know your name.
I didn't know she has someone like this. I have to go and look for her. Say, Joy, this is if she will still remember me. You know that when people have made money, they don't remember their friends again. But
she will remember you. She's not like that. She will remember you.
No, I'm just joking. I will force her to remember me. What are you talking about? Anyway, let's go back to the issue. All right, there are rumors. So, okay, that are of money laundering through film productions. Do you believe some producer use Nollywood as a laundering front rather than a true business, or it's another fake news?
No, lie. Laundering front. Can they even make money? Lie.
Okay. All right, let's leave that one. All right, now I don't know your history with all these guilds and all of that stuff.
I am very familiar with every single one of them.
They say they have often been accused of being toothless or riddled with internal politics. Do you think our guilds have failed Nollywood, or have Nollywood practitioners actually failed the guilds? What say you?
Let me put it this way. The guilds are doing a good job, but they are handicapped. The guilds are more like a political organization.
Okay.
So they don't have any funding. So the only funding they get is from dues from the members. and it's chicken money. So they can't do much. Sometimes they try to solicit for funding for filmmakers, like the Producers Guild of Nigeria. You know, they go around, they try to solicit for money to make films. So some of them do that. You understand? They try to raise money for their members, but it's not easy. You see, what they are not doing. Now let me tell you what they are not doing that they are supposed to do, which I've confronted them many times. They are supposed to form a united front and approach government and say to federal government, we have all the filmmakers, we are a repository of all the actors, of all the producers, of all the cinematographers, blah, blah, blah. What we don't have is funding. Can you please set aside a fund for the guild to be able to have their members operate? Federal government will answer like this. Were you not there when we gave money out in 2000 something? Were you not there when we gave money out in 2015? Were you not there? What happened with the money? You understand? So now, luckily, the president we have now, Jagaban, he believed in the entertainment industry as a viable industry to do two things. One, to preoccupy the youth, because that's our future. And two, to be able to be monetized. Unfortunately, they don't know how to monetize it. And that's where they should be talking to someone like a Tony Abulu. They don't know how to monetize the money. They can put all the money.
Should they be talking to Tony Abulu? Why can't Tony Abulu be organizing free training for us to come and listen to him? Why must they come?
I've done it about 500 times. I've done it about 500 times.
I've not seen any. I need the links.
And because we live in the US.
I need the link. Shebi na online.
No, there's no online. You know what I did? Let me tell you. I spent 7 years with the guilds. 7 years. I used to go to their meetings every day, from VI to Tuesday, every single day. And I would sit with them. When the banks come to want to fund them, they invite me and go there. I've gone to almost 10 banks with them. And I already know where the problem is. Like you rightly said, the banks cannot fund anything because the banks charge 35% interest. The only people that can fund it is Bank of Industry, and the federal government is not collateralizing the loan. Federal government is not saying, listen, Bank of Industry, you have 40 million. We will collateralize this loan.
They know you're not going to pay back now. Why would they collateralize? They know you're not going to pay back.
So they won't give anybody any money.
Yeah, because historical.
So the only time you get money from there is when you go bring your house.
Yes, because they know you're not going to pay back if you don't bring your house. All the ones they gave money to.
And only 5 people can bring house. Only 5 can bring house.
Only 5K. Are you serious?
Only 5. That's about if they even did that, it's up to 5.
Well, let's take a little break now. We have really been at it. I really want to show this your American jackpot thing. I've not seen the movie. I want to play a short clip. This video you're about to watch is actually one of the productions of Tony Abulu. And then when we come back, we're going to go to Netflix hard. We want to talk about AI. I'm all in on AI. I produce about 7 movies on AI right now, and I continue to make more. But right now, we want to celebrate our guest tonight by showing you a little clip of one of his latest movies. I think this one is 2024, American Jackpot. Here you go.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Everybody wants to jackpot.
What's jackpot?
Run away. Everybody wants to escape.
But you need a green card.
Muji, I don't like this shaking of a thing. No, call me Chicago Bobo, Chicago Baby, Chicago Motoson. Mokpel America.
What are you going to do in America?
Olosho.
Only what?
From doggy to mission. from missionary to wheelbarrow, from wheelbarrow to 360, from 360 to touch the wall. Everything, just make him happy. Give it to him. Wait, that
I slice and dice. I am not joking. I am on top of this game. You don't forget my name. Me, Tayo Tanana, Olosho Peperempe.
shoot her there.
He called you a gold digger.
Matchmaking is an old-fashioned thing. Leave your daughter alone, you wouldn't listen. Let her make her own choice.
If a girl overgrows and does not have a husband, if it means buying, you buy a husband for her. Stop that shit! Oh my God! It's party time! You want to be my friend?
What is this? What is wrong with
What
you?
is
Can't
wrong?
you?
Stop it!
You are disconnecting. Come on, let's
Stop it!
Mr. Man, do you know me? Mikeshi Babalawo, I can't know you. Do you know me? I am Chicago boy. The holy Chicago boy. Gundi ya Gundi Omo. Embarrassing me. That's embarrassing me.
Story of mine, glory of mine, it's about time. I was told to let it shine. Grab your weapon, I could use a partner in crime. 30 and single, I'm at the crossroads.
Wow. I didn't know that it's like you packed the whole of the Nollywood stars inside your movie. Whoa. Is this still on Netflix now or is still in theaters?
We are waiting. Joy is my distributor, so she's. You see, Netflix. What Netflix did? You said we'll talk about Netflix later. So, Netflix is taking their sweet time now. It's not like before. So,
let me ask. I see at least in that short clip, I must have seen at least 8 superstars there. I'm talking about current superstars. How much did this movie cost you to get all those people in there?
The movie cost me 150 million.
Jesus Christi. Wow.
Including P&A and all that. Billboards and all those things, electronic billboards, all that.
Wow. In fact, I have to see that movie. I really love. Just seeing all those places there, and then I didn't know that Shegun cannot fight. See the way small fella.
But you know what's interesting? Let me tell you this. Let me say this, okay? Ideally, that's not my style of movie. You see, I'm the kind of filmmaker that I don't just insist on my art. I do art this way, and I don't do that. What I do is I tailor a particular film to a particular audience. So I learned in Nigeria. I'm going to give you some information now that may be controversial, but it's the truth. I just came out of the only people, 90% of people that watch Nigerian film are Yoruba.
Really? What do you mean?
90%.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Okay. Wow. If you make a movie, you can make the best movie on net, and you make a traditional English movie, maybe an action flick, and you don't put any of those actors, you won't gross 5 million.
Wow.
Now, and if you are close to the distributors, because they have all the numbers over time, over 200 movies, they have the numbers, they can do the pattern. So before I shot my movie, I went to my distributor. I went to Film One, and Moses was there then, Moses Babatokwe, and I kept asking them, what do you think about this actor? What do you think about that actor? Before I went to shoot one day of film, I had to wait for Tony Abraham. She's the second highest grossing filmmaker in the whole of Nigeria. First is Funke. Tony is number 2.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Tony and Funke, they've come up with a new system. Now they only make their own film.
Really? Okay, so they
Yes.
don't...
So I was the one that gave Tony her first break in Nollywood film.
I see.
So I had to wait for her.
OG power, now you use to get to
There you go. I use she calls me daddy. Funke Akindele. I used to know her when they didn't want to give her any role in anything.
Okay.
And when I came from the US, she saw me at a party and she ran after me and was asking me, Uncle, Iru camera. I just did Dr. Bello there. Iru camera, what kind of camera, please? She shouted and called the camera. What people don't know about these ladies, they are they go no far. When they make film,
we are only seeing your ear. We are not seeing your face again.
If you manage to get them on your set,
yes.
And even Odunlade and the rest of them, KOK, they are all producers. They are all producing. So if you get them on your set, they're looking at you. They're looking at your script. They will challenge you. They will challenge your actors and tell you that this actor the timing is off. Okay. So they're highly, highly professional. And they will challenge you for it.
Yes, I know Funke very well now. I used to manage them, remember?
So they will charge you. No story. And let me say one thing about them, which people don't just think they make money. Tony used to tell me, she called me in the US, Uncle, 22 stars. No one will move with me. 22 stars. You want to go make film and put 2 stars.
He lose already before I start.
Already you lost. So now let me tell you another thing. Another very important information that all of you will owe me money. There is no single quote-unquote Yoruba film. When I say Yoruba, the actors are Yoruba, majority of the actors. There's not a single one where the actors don't go and dance on the street. You think you made a great movie and you do pay and you will make 4 million. If you make 4 million, I'll clap for you. You have to beg those actors to come and dance.
Okay.
If they don't dance, nobody's going to show up. Because they pull the crowd. And like I said, 90% is Yoruba. So if you like, go and tell one Igbo film. Like I told one of my friends recently. He told me, no, there are cinemas in Wari, cinemas in Owerri. I just started laughing. I said, go make the film. Now he's looking for distributor, he's begging for distributor. He can't even get distributor. Not to talk of putting cinema in film. Film in cinema. So that's a handicap. That's a bad trend. I'm not saying that is a great trend, but guess what? The Yoruba filmmakers, they languished for a long time. They didn't want to put them in the regular Nollywood film, so they created their own audience. It is the result you are seeing today. The cinema is their audience. That's why you see my movie, American Jackpot. I didn't say American Superstar. It's Yoruba film. The actors are all Yoruba, except maybe a few Igbos that are there. But you mix it up, but it's predominantly a Yoruba film.
Interesting. All right, it's good to hear. Now, no, you are giving the recipe for success in movies, which I think is huge. I'm even learning from that because I am one of those people that typically won't believe that you have to go get a star before you do movie, but you have said it. That's one of them. So maybe what I need to do, because I just shot again, because I want to come back to Nollywood, but more in the area of marketing and structuring your back end. That's the area I want to specialize in. But to do that, I have to come in first, do some things to get to reconnect with the industry. So I wanted to do it because, just like you said, I don't see myself going to spend 150 million to do a movie when I don't even know where I'm going to make the money from yet. So for me, because I'm new into the game, I said, well, why not do a series of TV, a TV series? Okay, my own strategy was very simple, because I told people, for you to start to spend big money in Nollywood, you should know how your money will come back before you go to set. Otherwise,
exactly.
Okay? So I said, so I'm going to start with very low budget TV videos, TV movies that will be made for YouTube. I know that I can get the crowd enough to pay me back my money. But instead of me even spending 10 million on one movie, for instance, like many are doing now, I said, let me start with a series. They tell me series don't work. I said, let me start with that one first. So I came in and I shot a TV series over a 6-day period. I shot 26 episodes, right?
Yes.
And then I'm looking at, okay, the whole money spent maybe 20 million at the end of the day. That, okay, so that means each episode is costing me like 400,000. I can figure that one out. To make that money back, right? I need less than $500 from YouTube, right? To make my money back. That one I can see. Okay? That if I spend $100 or 200 on advert on each of those movies when they come out, more than likely I will get the numbers that I need, and I just prove it with one of them that came out. So, but what they are telling me now, but that, in fact, I'm going to play that was, I did two shows, two TV series. One of them is called Mugu People's Court, which is Judge Mugu. And guess who Judge Mugu is? Basically, it's like a Judge Judy type of movie video where it's about court and people come to court and all that. And I love that because, of course, as a lawyer, and I also enjoy that. But I'm looking at my Pacos episode there, but I didn't have any stars in there. What they have just told me now is that, okay, my next season, maybe I'll do a celebrity edition, so that every episode I'll put a celebrity there. Abi, of
course, and then you get numbers.
Yes. So somebody mentioned it while we were on set, but I didn't take them serious. But now that you are saying it, then that means the next season, I'll get my producer. We have going to shoot 13 episodes. I want 26 stars. So each episode we have 2 of them. Then we budget it. Okay, if it is just 1 or 2 hours they're going to spend on set, it won't be as expensive as if they're doing a whole movie, Abi, or how does it work?
Yes, you're correct. Yes. You're correct, but they have a base feed before they can even look at you. Have to, right. There's a base,
what is the base feed?
So they don't care.
What is the base feed like? Just give me an idea.
Okay, let me talk about the top 10. Let me say top 12 actors. I won't give you their name, but I know all of them. You kept hammering on one of them when you started this show, right? That person you're hammering on. You kept hammering on the lady.
Yes.
You kept repeating her name when this podcast started. That particular person, yes, that person doesn't earn less than 15 million. Whether you call her for 1 hour, whether you call her for 2 seconds.
I don't want the top 12 now. I'm talking about stars that are not necessarily the biggest. Now, why will I go and be carrying a full kaki? What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this man? He's a
so guess what? In that case, let me wait now. In that case,
it's a YouTube series.
Exactly. Now let me put it this way to you: the YouTube stars are different from cinema stars. The YouTube stars are 80% Igbo.
Wow. Okay, but you said now is Yoruba that watch movie. Where is the problem now?
That's movie now in cinema to go and pay 5,000. YouTube is free.
Not talking cinema. I don't want to talk cinema, Tony. I'm talking.
You are talking YouTube. That's what I told you.
Tony.
The kings of YouTube.
Tony. Now we can see you. Before it's your ear we have been watching for the last time. Your dirty ear is what we are seeing.
My screen is black. I can't even see my face. So anyway, guess what? The YouTube stars.
Yes.
Because they've been on YouTube for years, if they are Saba people.
Okay. All I'm asking is that what is it? I'm trying to budget already. If I
At the most on net, you can be talking about 500,000 to $1 million.
Okay, so if you wants to do a 13 episode thing, at least then you can factor that in. It will increase your budget,
Exactly.
but also increase your view. That's interesting. Let me show you the what I call the opening clip to one of my shows so that you can laugh at it. Because now
I can't see anything on my screen. I can't see anything. My screen is blank.
Wow, I can see your face very well. I'm seeing you very well.
I can't see nothing.
Wow. Okay, then I'll have to show that another time because after watching your own, I fear catch me to show my own. But my own now, YouTube now.
Okay. Do you know that my movie was #1 in Nigeria for the first 3 weeks?
Of course, it should be with all those stars there. It should be.
And then guess what? Yes. But when the numbers started coming out, though I was #1, I saw a pattern which I didn't like. I'm not going to talk too much, and I told them to remove my film.
Really? You told them to remove it?
Yes.
Why? I want to hear about that.
You will hear about that privately.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, let's keep moving. Either way, here is I'm going to show the intro clip to my coming Judge Mugu. It's actually going to be officially premiered, I think, sometime in June, in about 10 days or 12 or so, on the 15th. It's a made for YouTube show, like Judge. What's that one we have in Nigeria?
Judge Judy.
Judging matters, like we have with my friend Shola, Justice Shola Williams. So that's what this is about, but very low budget because I have to think of how I'm going to get my money back. How many views do I need to recoup my investment? That's where I'm calculating. Not the rest of you people, I don't care. So I was like, okay, now I know if I get $500 on YouTube on each of them, I've already broken even and made profit. It made sense.
Yeah.
Then you can small. Before I reach this your 150 million thing.
Oh, you're a big boy now.
Yeah, but it's business. You have to know. No, I can do a 200 million naira movie right now. But the question, if I do it, I don't know I'm going to make the money back. That's too
let me give you a hint. If I was your consultant,
yes, you will be my
consultant. I will tell you to make a film.
Okay.
For 70-80 million. 80 million is $50,000. 75 million is 50,000.
Yeah, 50,000.
If you make a good film and you select the actors,
yes,
you will gross. They will pay you net. Forget cinema. Netflix will pay you $125,000.
And that is the problem right there. When you make a movie for Netflix and then Netflix don't take it, Ojawa Gotani.
No, it's not a matter of whether they will take it. They will take it because of the actors. They will take it because of the actors.
You keep saying this shit. Funke Akindele has all the actors in Nigeria in a movie, and they are not taking it. What are you talking about?
Wait now. It's not. That's not true. They can never say so. Let me tell you something. There are some producers that they give preferential treatment.
Yes,
AY number one, Funke number 2, Tony number 3. They prefer, because now you see, let me put it this way to you. Remember, they are not buying international rights anymore. They are buying African rights. And they know that all these people, they could care less about the film. They only care about the way who will watch the film and go and subscribe to their thing for 7,000 naira. So there's no way on earth they can reject Funke. There's no way.
Okay. And again, that's the problem. Okay, I talk on facts. You just come up with emotional stuff. The people that are involved in it are the ones saying it. The people that are involved in it are the ones saying it. Do I know anything about Netflix? Where did I hear it from? So to me, you are assuming, and that is the problem of a lot of people who go and spend 150 million naira. They say they are shooting for Netflix, then they get stranded. I can never do that until I figure out how I'm 100% sure Netflix will take. In fact, I will even want like a kind of agreement before I go and spend one stupid 150 million.
Lie.
Then I'm not
Just go and
shooting.
spend $50,000. Trust me. By the time you do cinema, let me give you the old now. You will do P&A for 20 million. You will do film for 60 million. So when you finish, especially if you don't go and tell one kind of story that you think you're an American, you go and start telling one kind of story. You have to tell a Yoruba story, a contemporary Yoruba story.
Tony Abulu, your American jackpot. I've just checked the box office now. How much box office did he make? Now,
he made 36 million. It was 36 million now. Wait now.
Hold on now. Yes, wait. 36 million. Let's even say they give you 30% back as you keep insisting. How much is that? That's less than 10 million.
So no. I'll tell you how much I got. I got about 11 point something million. But let me put it this way to you.
And you have not paid your taxes.
Remember.
You have not paid your taxes yet. You have not paid your distributor yet.
Wait now. I've paid my distributor to get that money. Let me surprise you. When I made American Jackpot, Netflix was buying international rights. It was after I finished the movie that just as soon as I finished the movie is when they decided that they're no longer buying American rights. So the maximum they're paying is 200 million. That's the maximum they'll pay anybody. Now, they need to pay.
Tony, you are just making a good case for me why it will be disaster for me to 50,000 Nigerian movie. Wait now.
I didn't say go and spend 150 million. I didn't say go and spend 150.
Even 75 million will be stupid. Let me prove it to you with your own example. You spend 150 million to do all in to do the movie. You have gotten 11 million back. That is less than 10% money.
But there's something, wait now, there's something you're forgetting. I told you I removed my movie from the cinemas.
Yes, it don't matter what happened. What I'm saying is that the money back in your pocket right now is 11 million out of 1.
Wait now, let me tell you the difference. The fact that Netflix is not buying international rights doesn't mean I cannot go and sell international rights. So it depends on who is making the film. Netflix, just like DSTV, have decided they are going to buy only Africa regional rights, right? When I sell my African regional rights, then I take my movie and go and sell my movie on international rights.
I get it now, and that is what we are talking about. You know where to go sell internationally. You are still hoping that Netflix will even if it's Africa, they will give you. But me, where I don't sabi anything, you say, make I go put 80 million naira. You like me, you don't like me. So because if I spend 80 million, what that means is that for me to even get close to getting my money back, after they collect all those, whatever, I have to do like 400 million. By the time they remove all the money, and carry 20% give me.
You're 100% correct. So that's why I'm telling you, look at the numbers. Let me just give you some numbers. 200 million naira is $125,000, right?
Sorry, come again.
200 million naira.
Yes.
Is $125,000.
But that one is still up now. You are not sure you're going to get that. Many are not getting it.
You are not going to get 200 million. But Netflix, knowing you, and because you have been making movies for a long time, Netflix will pay you 100 million. 100 million naira is $65,000. So if you spend $75,000 to make your film, and what's the name? Netflix give you that amount, and you make another 20 million in cinema, or 25 million. That's your own net too. You're okay now. Then you go and look for how to do. You go and talk to Joy. Joy will do warehousing for you internationally. You make some more money.
Well, again, hope is not a good plan. Yeah, when did America Japan come out? When did it come out? It's not last year.
Yeah, last year.
What time last year?
I think it came out in October, and then it did the first 3 weeks. And like I told you, I said they should remove it. Then when they removed it, I signed a distribution deal with Joy, and Joy sent it to Netflix in December. Okay. But guess what? All of a sudden, Netflix just decided that they're going to chill on acquiring Nigerian film.
Okay, again, proves my point.
A lot of all the top
1 year,
Nigerians that used to make so much money.
So 1 year of getting, almost 1 year of getting your movie out there. Right now, you still have like 11 million in your pocket. There's other 30 million out there. You want me to do that, Tony? Oh, like
I didn't say go and spend 150 million. I said spend half of that.
It's the same thing. What's the difference? Half of
It's
that
not the same thing. If you spend half of that, trust me when I tell you. If you want to shoot your film, when you're ready to tell your story, call me. I'll tell you the story to tell. I will tell you who to do.
Okay, it's like you're not listening. Emi Oteche film. Shorite me very clearly. Very clearly. Let me. We are all educating ourselves. If you are out there watching this, it's not a joke. Tony is a big boy in the game, and I'm not saying that to pump him. He's a big boy. He knows where the dead bodies are buried. He even know how to call Joy. Most of you don't even know who Joy is. You want to go and spend 100 million or 75 million on a movie. Oti, you are dead. Some of you out there.
Okay. John, I want to say something. Very important. Very important. Okay. Very important. Federal government just put out Creative Economic Development Fund, and they said the minimum is 150 million.
Yes.
Now, if you're talking on this your podcast, and they are listening, they're gonna say,
don't run my program for me, Mr. Tony Abulu. When I'm ready, I'm gonna do a whole show on that. I'm serious. Where we are going to break it, I'm going to bring you back. We are going to walk them through how to do the application online. We are going to walk them through that. It's a big, big thing. But right now, they don't get that. And I'm trying to make them understand that if you are looking for all that big money, you are going to go meet investors. I've met somebody who is looking, so give me 50 million, give me 80 million to go do movie. He has no clue. He doesn't even know who Joy was. Talk less about it. He's telling me, oh, she's telling me we are going to do this at the box office. We are going to do that. I'm like, have you done it? Show me the documentation. She has not even done 10 million. So listen to me. Go the Ijabu style that I'm going. I tell you guys that they tell you that series doesn't work. But guess what? When you do a 6-day shoot, I'm saying things I have done. As I grow and understand this thing better, I will share with everybody. My own entry point is that, okay, I have 25 million that I can spend here. Okay? Let me go do 25 episodes. I actually ended up with 26. Each episode now is costing me less than $1 million. I put down a million naira is about $750. Abi?
Yeah.
$750. Then you spend for each episode, I'm going to spend maybe $250,000 to make it, or $500,000. I like to spend 50%. So my cost would then be about $1.25 million per movie. So make that money back. That is about $800 or let's even call it $1,000. Yes. Okay? Right. So you spend $1,000 for you to make that $1,000 back. Okay? From just YouTube first level of monetization. There are seven there. Okay? The first level of monetization to get your money back for that 1,000 views is for that one to get your $1,000 back. You probably need, I don't know, let me do the calculation here. I think it's about 100,000 views. Okay, let me
to get $100 on YouTube. $100 is 1 million views.
Come again now.
Okay, because you live in the US. In the US, $1,000 is 1 million views. In Nigeria, is $100 for 1 million views.
You say this thing with so much authority, and sometimes I wonder, do you even check their rules?
I check the rules. I know people on YouTube, more than 200 on YouTube every day. I know them. I see their numbers. I see their amounts. So anyway, I don't play YouTube. So,
Exactly. Okay, YouTube has what they call this. They pay by CPM, and it's different
yes,
from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Okay,
yes.
there's the one
Oh,
that is.
that's what I'm saying now.
Wait now. The lowest is $2 per CPM. That's the $2 per
Yes.
1,000. A CPM is 1,000 views.
Yes.
Okay, so 100,000 is $200.
Yes.
I'm telling you, at the
In the
level of
US.
$2, that's not US. US is $10, $5. The
Right.
lowest
Okay. Okay. Go ahead.
They have
Yes.
three levels of CPM. I'm not talking theory. I've written to them. I have the documentation. It's $2.
Yes.
The lowest is $2, which is to get $1,000. Then you need about 500,000 views. Okay?
Right.
Then, if you are in a region where the mid-level region is $5 per CPM, which means you need 200,000 views to get the $1,000. Then, if you're in the US and the other advanced whatever is $10 per CPM for your, which is 100,000 views you need. So let's say we are working with a Nigerian audience because my video or my movie is Nigerian based. Let's even say I run my adverts to Nigeria, which is not what I'm going to do, by the way. I'm going to run my adverts to the diaspora, just like you said.
Yes.
So that is where the people who are watching it that counts, not where your movie is published. My movie will even be released in the US anyway. But it is the views. Is it Nigerians that are watching it? Is it Nigerians that are watching it or diaspora? But let's say I'm working with the lowest and I'm trying to educate those at home for what I do know. See, when he's talking about what I don't know, I kept quiet. But this YouTube game, if you're going to play it, you can't play this, let me go and spend 10 million to make a movie. You're going to lose because 500,000 views is not easy to get. Okay? 500,000 views, you have to spend money on advert. So in my own case, my calculation is simple, and I'm going to find out if it works or not. Is that, listen, for every stuff I'm going to put out there, I'll spend $500 on promotions. I'm not even waiting on just organic views. Okay? You spend $500, you spend $500 to get your 500,000 views. I know. I released what is it called now? Ghetto Dreams that I did in 2012, right? That Ghetto Dreams I did in 2012, I put it out there. Right now, I put it out there about 10 days ago on YouTube. Finally, I've not had it out before. Now, I gave a guy, okay, he spent 300,000 naira on advert. I don't know how much that is in dollars. That is like
that's $200.
$200. Right now, that movie has over 300,000 views. So sorry, no, because no, you spend. So my point is, if you spend $500,000, so my point is, I want to get to 500,000 views to get my $1,000. Even if now, when you look at my analytics, I'm close to $300 that I'm going to get. So my money is not gone, right? So for me, recipe, it sounds stupid, it sounds cheap, is start with some series that made sense. Okay, I have two that I'm doing now. One is called Adventures of Little Jagaban. It's basically a high school, nothing to do with the president. It's just a clickbait, just something about the high school, whatever. And then the cut thing. So the cut in 26 episodes cost you 25, call it 26 million, cost you 1 million per. Put 500,000 naira on each of them as advert, 1.5 million. That's $1,000. So you know, for you to break even, you need 500,000 views at the Nigerian end of the whatever. So now with the experiment we've done, we could get 300,000 views with 300,000 naira in advert. So I know it's possible. Now, if I don't get it, I don't get it. But that is how you enter small. At least try to break even before you start to do Tony Abulu. And all of you at home, don't follow Tony. Tony already collected his money before he shot this movie. Just lying. He already collected most of his money back. And I don't know what he's doing. Start carrying. Don't follow him. Start small. Okay? Start small. For you to survive that one first before you follow the enter this cinema. So here is my Judge Mugu. All right? I'm going to be debating it on the 15th. And I promise you guys, I'll be sharing results with you every month. Am I making this money back? The goal is 26 million for 26 episodes. Chipe, next episode now, I will do celebrity version. So that one I don't say, okay, I have to up my money. At that point, it makes sense. But here it is if you laugh, Tony, I'm going to kill you. If you laugh, I will kill you. I swear to God. Okay, I'm not showing it again. Yeah, I'm not showing it anymore. Okay.
No, I'm not look, let me put this to you.
Yes.
I love someone who's analytical. You check the analytics, you look at your range, you look at what do you think they're doing in Asaba? That's how they're surviving now. I have somebody in my staff that does 3 movies in Asaba a month.
That's where to do it.
They're getting $20,000 and so on and so forth now. So they're trying.
Oh, yes, that's where to do it. 3 movies a month, maybe with 10 million naira. That makes sense.
Exactly. And sometimes they shoot, and it's part 1, part 2, part 3. It's the same film. So they just stretch, instead of shooting for just 3 days, they shoot for a week. And then they shoot how many hours film. Then they cut it to part 1, part 2, part 3. And drop part 1 first. They get 1 million views. Drop part 2, they get 5 million views. By the time they drop part 3, they get 10 million views. They collect their money.
Exactly. Now that's the model I will graduate to. That makes sense to me. Okay? Whether you say I'm a big man or no big man, let me start small like that. Because I don't know any mayors that is giving me money like you. I don't know. I don't know NIT that will give me money. Anyway, here is the Judge Mugu opening clip. Let me play it here. Laugh if you
I
want
wish
to.
I could see. I would have loved to see it. I don't know what's wrong with my screen.
God that is helping me, that is not letting you see it now. So that
I know it's going to be great now. Is it not you that's producing it? I know it's going to be great.
My name is Judge Mugu Takosi of the Mugu People's Court. In my court, there are no adjournments, there are no postponements, there are no technicalities. Swift justice, fair justice, and justice delivered and wrapped in simple common sense.
In a land where common sense is on life support and drama walks free in the marketplace, one courtroom dares to say no Mugu wins here.
He's not denied.
Today on Mugu People's Court, it is who collects love money without refund, who turns whistleblower to enemy of progress, who is lying with charm in their pocket, who is using prophecy to scam believers.
They invested in Zion's cause. He came to me like a wolf in sheep clothing. Deceived my church members.
In this courtroom, tradition bows to truth, and sentiment kneels before sense. Mugu People's Court, where everyday disputes meet unforgettable drama, satire, and street-smart justice. No legal jargon, no fancy robes, just raw cases and real consequences.
Where's my power, sir? He's nowhere to power,
One courtroom handles it all. If you collect the money, be ready to return the change when the deal falls through. Mugu People's Court, real drama, real madness, real lessons. New episodes drop every week on YouTube and Nollyflix 360 TV. Subscribe now. Watch the madness. And remember, in this courtroom, Judge Mugu is the only wise Mugu. All other Mugus will always lose.
Okay, so I wish you didn't see that, but others at home, I hope you liked it. Did you see it?
I did. I told you my screen. I don't know. My screen is blank. So I'm hearing you, but I'm not seeing any images. So
I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you.
But I heard it, and it sounds exciting. It sounds exciting. I think the setup was catchy. So I think that it will be quite. At least look at it. You've already got 300,000 views. So
okay. Well, it is. Let me start small. If I enter 150 million now, I'll go back to my village. Let me not go back to my village.
Look at the person talking. Somebody that owns a big law firm in Nebraska. That's the person talking.
Okay, let's take a couple of more questions and wrap it up. There's plenty of questions here, but I've taken your time a lot today because we are bringing you back to talk about the money part. Because that will be a money episode. We want to talk about this money that government has made available. But I really want to talk a little bit about this the ugly side of this thing. I want to talk about this Netflix thing because you keep coming, you keep going. So now let's make it a full-blown discussion here. Okay, we are hearing that Netflix is quietly cutting back in its investments in Nigeria. Okay, after their initial heavy push. What do you think went wrong? Was it not Nollywood's fault or theirs? Seriously, because
okay, the fault is not Nollywood's fault, and the fault is not Netflix's fault. Netflix is a business entity that gambled. They gambled that if they invest 40-something million US, and the Nigerian Nollywood stars are known in Nigeria, they are celebrated in Nigeria, they gambled that they will get enough subscribers. All they could muster was 140,000 subscribers.
I see.
That's what the problem was. So they spent all that money to get only 140,000 subscribers at 5,000 or 7,000 naira.
That's crazy.
So that shocked them. But because in South Africa, they did like maybe 900,000 to 1.6 million. 1.6 million subscribers in South Africa. So, but we all know that it's not the fault of the Nigerians, it's the fault of data. Data was doubled, the cost of data doubled. So how many Nigerians are going to be paying all that money to be watching Ugofi? So I think where Netflix is trying to take a step back, they don't want to leave Nigeria because they know that that's where they get cheap content. You understand? They pay cheap money. In North Korea, they're buying movies for $5 million, $10 million. In Nigeria, the most they're going to pay is $500,000. So so it's a market. And let me put it this way to you: people say the movies are the problem. No, some of the movies are watched internationally. For instance, when they signed Dr. Bello in 10 years later, in 2022 or 2023. Guess what? I was #7 worldwide.
Yes, that R&D movie, Black Book or something, was #1 at one point.
It was #1. Kule Afolayan series was #1. So it's not that maybe we don't know how to make the film. It's just
So
that that wasn't what they were looking for. They're looking for the subscribers.
I see. But if the movie is doing well worldwide, why do they need the subscribers in Nigeria for them to be able to break even?
Very good question. Very good question. Because then that's why they are not being 100% honest. The Nigerians are doing well globally, and you punish them because you're not getting these numbers. That's why they didn't cancel totally. They're going to readjust and come back and say, why are we getting only 140? Now guess what? While Netflix is talking story, MTN is starting streaming.
Which they should have started years ago, by the way. They are the ones
they just got smart because they control the data.
Yes.
They just give me the data bundles. they will attach the movies to data bundles. And before you know what's happening, you're watching the movie for free. So
instead of talking about Western Union, it's MTN you should have been talking about. MTN.
Exactly. So, it took them a long time.
Yeah. But
it took them a long time to be smart. And like I told you, Funke Okweke, if they get involved in this thing, they'll make billions. You understand? They'll make billions because they have the bandwidth for free. Just like MTN.
So why are they not doing? Why is Funke? You keep mentioning this Funke Okweke. Why are they not doing it?
Because Funke Okweke is busy doing American business that is drawing $500 million US. How many million US? And you know their company was bought by the biggest American company. So you know they started their company with $300 million. And before you know what's happening, they were bought over. So Funke is still a CEO. But that's why I challenged her. I said, Funke, are you still interested in Nollywood?
What company is that?
If you Google it, I've forgotten the name. It's an American company, big American telecom company, #1 in the world, that acquired them.
What is the name of their own?
Main One Cable.
Okay. I see.
Yeah, just if you Google who acquired May One Cable, you just see the name of the company that came.
Wow. Okay.
So it's not their parent company. But Funke still insists that she's still interested. So, but me, I don't have time for all this Nigerian thing. Otherwise, I'll go and sit down with her and we'll structure a business and we'll use my platform and we'll be doing the thing. But
why would you have
let's see what
time if they
happens.
have all that money? If they have all that money, why won't you have time? Equinix bought them.
It's Equinix that acquired it, yeah.
Yeah, so but if you say they have all the money, why wouldn't you want to talk to her? Are you doing ego too?
No, I'm not doing ego. I'm not doing ego. I'm just saying.
Why will you not?
I'm not doing ego now. That's what I said for now. For now, I may change my mind for now because I spoke to them 10 years ago. They didn't listen. So I spoke to the person that funded them, the owner of GT Bank. He didn't listen. So I got tired of talking to Nigerians. You understand? But now they are saying what I was telling them 10 years ago.
I see. Maybe is the remittance thing that was confusing them. Maybe you are speaking too much English. Because bankers like money. They like money. If you can show them the money, bankers will support it too.
Well, like I said, I don't need their money anymore, so I can do all my stuff myself. So I take all the risk. I'm not going to pull all my strategy on Okwebanwu podcast.
All right. What about this? There are allegations that Netflix lost money due to overpricing by some Nigerian producers who inflated budgets. Do you believe some producers exploited Netflix? Yes, go ahead.
Let me put it this way, my brother. They gave Kule $2 million. They gave Femi $1.5 million. Okay. When you remember a series, I'm a film producer myself. If you ask me, for instance, I have a movie that I want to do called a 3-part series called Great Benin. It's going to cost me $5 million. So it depends on who is making the film. Kule had to build the set. People forget that they have to build the sets. So Nigerians will say, how much did they use to build the set? Trust me, if you go to Kule's film studio in Igbojayi, 10 hours drive from here, you will look at the set. They're not cheap sets. He must have spent over $1 million to build those sets. So I don't blame the Kool-Aid because they've proven themselves. You understand? So anybody can say they inflated. What do you mean by inflation? Do you know how much they spend in South Africa to do series?
Okay. Oh, they shot the movie in South Africa?
No, they shot it in Nigeria, but they had to build the set.
Okay, that's true.
Look, for me, I'm supposed to build Igodo 1,000 years ago. Go and Google Benin Kingdom. Go and look at the way it looked 600 years ago, 700 years ago. Go and look at it. I have to build a replica. It's going to cost me about $3 million to build.
Wow. Okay, so let's go to the next question here. Still on Netflix, since you really like to talk about these people. Okay, Netflix has publicly complained about audience retention on many Nigerian films. Do you think we are still telling too many Nigerian-only stories that don't translate well globally, or are they just bullshitting us?
I give you 100%. I give them 100%. That thing they said is 100% correct.
Oh, really? They were telling too many Nigerian-only stories.
Exactly. It's always Jaga, Yoruba, Yoruba. Every single one.
Are you saying people don't love it? I love it. People love it. And we don't
because you are Yoruba.
I see.
Let Igbos do their own and see whether you watch all of it, whether your wife will watch. You see, Nigerians are nepotic. So the Yorubas are the ones that watch it. And that's why the actors are all Yoruba, the producers are all Yoruba. Kunle, Femi, all of them are Yoruba. So the only stories they can tell is when they are laughing of Oyo, when he was going, there was a battle. When he crossed the river Ayeraye. So they can't tell another story. That's my fraud. Okay, let me give you an example now. Let me give you an example. I have a movie. You know me, I have many movies, but I've decided I'm not going to tell Nigerian movies today. I have a movie called Afterlife, The Journey Beyond.
Okay.
Nigerians won't watch.
Why?
What happens when you are dead?
Okay. Why do you say Nigerians won't watch?
Maybe 1,000 Nigerians will watch. But film is not for 1,000 people, it's for millions of people. Nigerians will reject it in Jesus' name.
They reject
They
it
will
in
reject
Jesus'
it in
name.
Jesus' name.
Why now? You think so?
Nigerians are okay. You are a Yoruba, but you are a fake Yoruba, like me, because you are exposed to global training. So you know a film cannot jump, something in the movie cannot jump into your head or affect you. Nigerians believe that what's in that movie can affect them in real life. Kilo jáde yẹ kilo èṣù lọ́nà gbẹ́gìrì èṣù. They will not do that. Because they are very superstitious. Whether they have PhD, whether they have 39 PhDs, they are still the same people. They are very superstitious. So they like very elementary stories. So if you want to tell American stories,
but they watch Aye now. They watch all those
in 1939. In 1939, before Redeemed Church, you forget that there was no Redeemed Church when Aye was out. About Okunde.
What about Father Yoloro? Well, they don't
that was 1980. You go to Father Yoloro now. Look, let me put, I don't want to turn it into a religious thing, but it's part of the discussion.
Okay.
Nigerians, you have to check Nigerian personality. The story, okay, for instance, you see that movie Sinners. When you watch Sinners, you will know it's a pure African American film. First of all, it's about vampires. Nigeria will not watch.
I didn't know. Thank God I didn't go and watch it too. So it's about vampires.
It's vampires now.
I'm not watching vampires. God, I
about your PhD from Guinea.
I reject it in Jesus' name.
And you now say you want to make film for African Americans. The only film you can make for African Americans is a film like Back to Africa, where an American girl comes to Nigeria and gets involved in the culture, whether for good or for bad. That is the only kind. But that is not what you go and put in American cinema. What you put in American cinema is Dr. Bello. Because first of all,
Dr. Bello is Nigerian story now.
But who are the actors? Who are the main actors?
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
That's it now. It's the actors. So when they see the actors, you look at Kugler, for instance. Look at Black Panther. Black Panther is supposed to be an African story. But guess what? They turned it into a technologically advanced African city. Why didn't they say it's Lagos? Why didn't they say it's Ibadan? They said it's a city that doesn't exist. And they have vibranium, the most powerful element on earth. So they praise themselves, they praise. African Americans is not going to watch some rubbish film about Africa. They want to be empowered, they want to shine.
I see.
And the Nigerians can't tell those stories at all.
I see.
So, but me, I'll tell 50 of those stories because I've lived in the US. I'm married to an African American. I know how they think, so I know exactly what story I'm going to tell. That they're going to rush. If I want all the white people to watch, then I'll go and make Afterlife. The Journey Beyond with American actors.
How many people can afford American actors?
Me, I can.
Okay. So you have researched the field only for yourself. All right, we have to. We can't end this without.
No. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. Your federal government says they have 200 million.
Yes.
Why don't they say? You see, that's why I said there has to be a targeted approach. Why don't they reserve some money for YouTubers? Reserve some money for the ones that want to do Nigerian cinema and Netflix, and put $100 million on the side and say which one can go global. And I'm going to tell them we'll do 10 films and we'll come back with $500 million. But those 10 films,
Well,
to Tony Abulu,
you see, it's only your ear I'm looking at again, so you need to move back a little
oh,
bit.
sorry.
There you go. This is always better because people are looking at your ear, they're wondering what's going on. So, so this is good. We are looking at you well here, even though your headroom is low. So reduce it.
What about now? What about now?
Reduce it so that you can go. You look short. You look like Aki and Papa right now. So that this is a little bit better. Okay. They know I'm much taller than you, so it's okay. So
I'm taller than you.
Let me ask this more. So my point is that what were you saying? You are saying that you're going to go make 500 million for them. How can you don't have historical basis now? If I'm an analyst, today I used to work in bank. If I have to analyze before I can believe your story that you can go make me 500 million, you have to show me that you have been making 300 million consistently now.
Exactly. So, that's the thinking of a banker. But the thinking of an artist, because the people that gave YouTube, when YouTube started, it was 2 young white boys. They didn't have money. They started, and within the first 1 week, the cost of the hosting of it, guess what? The Americans gave them $12 billion. The same thing with Netflix. Nigerians are run by bankers. Bankers are not creative. They don't make any move. They just wait. Show me the numbers. How much have you made before? That is not creativity. You have to get to a point where the president says, I have $200 million. He didn't say I'm going to borrow it. I have it for you people. How do you develop this industry? That's what the president said. And I'm saying to you, there will be some risk involved. Now you're going to say, Tony Abulu, what have you done before? I've done Dr. Bello. I've signed AMC deal. Why didn't I make all the money? Because I didn't have P&A money. I need P&A money. If I have $10 million, I will make a film in America. I will sign a deal with all the African American institutions, and you'll be shocked who will watch my film. And the next day I come back, the film cost me $10 million. I will come back with $30 or $40 million. So, but Nigerians don't think like that. That's why you haven't seen me. Otherwise, I would have written on this $200 million. I'll say I want to make an international film and I need $10 million. You think they'll give me the $10 million? They won't. So it's a waste of time. Nigeria will never improve. Nigeria will never improve to that level. All of us will be doing YouTube. When all of us are doing the YouTube, then where's the Nollywood?
Nollywood has become Nollytube now. So we move to Nollytube.
So we can't do that now. We have to split the thing into capacities. Someone like Okwe Banwu that has lived in America for 30-something years.
Don't call my name yet. I'm still doing $5 million movie. Don't call my name.
No, you're not supposed to be doing $5 million movie. You are doing it because that's how you're going to make money. You should, someone like you, we should look for 10 people that have, even 5, that have that experience. I can name them for you. There's Don Opolo in Texas.
My problem, raising the money is not the problem. Yeah, you are right. It can put together 4 or 5 people, and we can even get $1 million on the table to do a movie. But only a mad person will do that because we are looking at somebody who made 1.4 billion, who is still having a 300 million naira loss, and you are saying I should go and put people's money.
Wait, let me compute my sister's numbers. First of all, I told you all those numbers are fake, but let me compute my sister's numbers because I've tested it. I know how the numbers are ballooned. I know everything. You know, I don't want to discharge my own people. But guess what? Now we're talking. You say your thing is no holds barred. Let me tell you now. There is no way on the planet that you can do 1.4 billion. No, there's no way. We don't have the cinema. You can do 500.
I said they're lying.
They're lying. They're all lying. Pure lie. You can do 5. Funke is the number 1. There's no question. Because the lover, she has 16 million people on Instagram. 16 million. She's number 1 in the whole of Africa. She has built it. She will do 500 million. She will do 600 million comfortably. But that one,
why would they lie? Why would they lie? I've seen
you know why they will lie? Let me tell you why they will lie. Let me tell you why they will lie. Let me tell you why. Who owns the cinema? Who owns the cinema?
Oga, it is like you are not interested in facts. You just want to be talking emotion. You are saying they are lying, and I'm telling you, the people that are inside that organization, all right, they know for a fact that they got a check of over 600 million, and you are still telling me they didn't make 500 million. What are you talking about?
Okay, so wait.
What you
Now let's do the math now. We all study mathematics in school now. If 28% is 600 million, do the math.
I was arguing that they could not have done 1. If they got 600 million, then they made more than 1.4 billion. Not
they
less.
made 3 billion. The math is fake. The thing is fake.
So you're saying even those who say they got 600 million, they are lying.
They are lying. Let me tell you something about me, okay? Yes. I have been in this game long time. The chairman of FIRS is my friend. I can order a forensic thing of Nollywood and everybody will start to cry. I don't want to do it now. I will order a forensic study of the entire Nigerian cinema system. You think any of the cinema people believe that number of 1.4 billion? You go talk to any of the owners of the cinema and you see them, they just start laughing. It's fake.
Are you serious?
I'm telling you, it's fake. Even the guys that are inside, I said they got a check of 600 million. That means, and that's 28%. 28% you get 600 million. The numbers are fake.
So you are saying that now we are getting to a real good question now. Our box office receipt numbers, because now you are going to in Nollywood, inflated or not? That will be the question I'm going to put on the table. Now I'm going to use this Funke's latest movie. Everybody, what we understood from the cinemas and from the box office receipt, we are told is that it did about 1.4 billion. In fact, I got into an argument with my guy Samuel Olatunji over this matter, and when he was telling me that they got over 600 million from the city, I said it's not possible, because if your whole argument is that they are getting, because he was arguing that they get about 33%. I said, forget that. It's 28 or 20%. Let's even say they are getting 28%. There is no way you're going to make 1.4 billion and get 600 million in box office receipt. It's not possible.
Okay? God bless you.
1.4 billion, 30% of 1.4 billion is about 320 million to start.
Exactly. With. Now you come and say double. You got double money.
So it's either two things, that maybe the cinemas made more than 1.4 billion and they are lying, or but you are even saying they didn't even make 1.4 billion, sir.
They can't smell it. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
Tony Abulu's film.
Okay.
Why do you think I told them to remove my film?
I don't know. You refuse to tell us. You tell us.
Then I'll tell you now.
Okay.
Tony Abulu's film was #1 3 weeks in a row. This is not Tony Abulu talking about.
This American jackpot you are talking about.
Yes, #1 3 weeks in a row.
Okay. Wow.
Now guess what? 3 weeks in a row, I do 36 million.
Okay.
Can you imagine? 3 weeks in a row.
Okay. But it depends on how many. Like Funke's zone is carried virtually by all cinemas. Your own is probably carried.
I carried all cinemas. All 80. And I'm not saying that I'm supposed to do the same numbers as Funke. Funke is way ahead of everybody, no doubt.
Okay.
That's not what I'm saying. Okay. What I'm saying is Tony Abulu was #1 3 weeks in a row. Not from Tony Abulu, but from my distributor. That's the #1 distributor in the whole of Nigeria.
Sure, it was Joy, right? That's Blue Pictures.
Not Joy. It was Film One.
Oh, it was Film One. Okay, they have a distribution company. They are the one that
they are the #1.
Okay.
They are the one that distribute Funke's film. They are the one that distribute Tony's film. They are the one that distribute my film.
Wow. So you are saying your own that was there for 3 weeks and was #1 for 3 weeks You only got 36 million in box office, not even the distribution to you. You are saying gross. That's what they told you.
Gross, exactly.
So could it be they got your money? Or is it
No, they didn't cut my money. Let me tell you, they did not cut my money. Let me tell you what happened. You see, they don't know. You see, I'm American, I'm not Nigerian. Let me tell you, I don't think like Nigerian. I put over 80 people in the cinemas.
Come again?
I was in the cinema, the #1 Nigerian cinema. I was there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for 3 weeks.
Okay.
I was #1. Do you know what happened? Then one guy came, I won't mention his name. He made a movie. And the hall was empty. Because when you get into the cinema in Nigeria, there's an electronic thing. It will tell you hall 1 packed. They start selling the next ticket for the next show. Because this one is full. My cinema seats were packed.
Okay. Now,
Here comes this guy. All of a sudden, he bought a movie.
This is serious. So why do you tell them, if you are #1 for 3, why do you tell them to then remove it? I don't understand.
Because I realized they were faking the numbers. The guy, listen to what I'm trying to tell you. The guy came, he's a top Nigerian film producer. He came to me, he stood next to me. His film was in the cinema. The halls were empty.
Okay.
And the next thing, I saw him smiling. You know, all we Nigerian film producers, we're in the same cinema now. We're standing next to each other. We're looking at the people going to the rooms. His halls were empty. You know what he said? The next I just saw 10 million. Because we get the results every Monday.
Okay.
So the next time I saw him, I said, Bobo, the hall was empty now. How did you get 10 million? He said, Egbon, you don't know how these things work. It was pre-sale. Before the movie came out, there was pre-sale. Movie never come out, you don't do pre-sale.
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
So I'm confused now. Seriously, because you are saying it, I didn't believe you before. So you are saying, thank God that people are watching this. I don't know about American jackpot, but from what I even saw of the movie, I can imagine it being a blockbuster because I already love it just watching 3 minutes. Just I see
people were rolling on the floor, non-stop laughing. They were rolling on the floor.
And all the box office was 36 million for 3 weeks.
Tony, my lead, her own film came out. Do you know how much the gross was?
How much? 500
million.
So how did she do 500 million? Why you did only 36 million? I'm confused.
Oh, you see, I know they do Nigerian thing again.
So tell me now, so are you saying that you didn't gather 500 million?
The numbers are fake.
Of it?
Look, I had 10 of the superstar actors in my film that had their own film. Odunlade Adekola did 200 and something million.
Come again,
Mumi Toriola that said, Tony Tanana, she did 250 something million. Where is the audience now? And Tony Abulu that was standing there, I'm not saying I'm the greatest filmmaker. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is I'm in cinema. There was no seats. It was packed. I was #1.
Wait. Were you distributed all over Nigeria?
80 cinema, 80.
You are distributed in 80 cinemas.
And that's the highest number of cinemas.
And you are #1 for 3 weeks. Because normally most of the money is even made in the first 2 weeks anyway.
God bless you. I was 36 million.
So where is 1.4 billion coming from? I'm confused.
Oh, admitted. Funke and Tony, they come out in December when people want to watch things.
Okay.
So, and they run not 3 weeks. Sometimes they run 3 months.
Okay.
So I am giving it to them. If I'm going to take a wild guess, I'll say Funke will do 500 million. I will say Tony will do 200 million or 250 million.
So you are saying that 1.4 billion, but why would they inflate it? That part I don't understand. Because they have to pay tax on it. They have to.
So, do you want me to bring FIRS? Yes, and ask FIRS how much tax they pay?
Yes.
I can do it though. I can bring FIRS to do a forensics thing and find out how much tax they pay. Is it not the tax we're going to use to do?
Yes, exactly. No, because
how much? If somebody do 1.4 billion, that means they paid 10% tax of 140 million. If I go and check and I don't see that 140 million.
So yes, because that's what I thought, at least for the tax part. So what you are telling, because this is not the first time Funke has done 1.4 over 1 billion. No?
Oh,
are you serious?
It's not only Funke, it's the whole system. The system is flawed. You know, I talk to the cinema now. I don't sit in my house like a big shot. I'm in the cinemas. I see the numbers. I see the people go. Do you know what you have to do to get people to sit in the seats? 7,500 per ticket. And all that, there was no seats.
So wait.
Not anybody that went to watch American Japan, no seats, sold out. How did I? If you tell me I got 36 million, I didn't argue. How did this person get 500?
What I'm thinking, if you are number one for 3 weeks and you only got 36 million box office, I'm thinking that maybe they under-declared your money. Don't you think that could be?
No, lie. They didn't under-declare nothing. I can do the math. But I did not buy into the system of balloonment. I didn't. That's why I said, remove my team. I don't do this rubbish. It's not because I don't like money.
So basically, they could have announced your own as 600 million, basically.
Exactly. They will say I made 589 million.
I will have been looking for you to collect some of that money.
Oh, and then they will come and when I say, where's my money? They'll say, Mr. Tony, you know, it's okay, you know. I'm not in their clique. I don't want to be in that clique. How can you tell me that the tickets were pre-sold?
To who?
To who?
Where did they sell it?
Where are the people now? Did they come and sit in the seat? So they bought the tickets, but they didn't watch the film. Thousands of them.
In Nigeria.
In Nigeria. So my brother, I don't do Nigerian thing. I know they do Nigerian thing. Everybody is fake. I know they do Nigerian thing.
No, now listen. This thing you are saying. So this is the kind of figures that people like us want to be relying on to decide whether to invest. So you are telling
you lose all your money.
Listen to me then. So you are telling me now, because Funke, at least from what we hear, spent almost 600 million to make that movie. Or you saying that is hype also?
It's fake. It's fake.
I'm telling you, kill me out. You kill me out. Yes,
it's fake. Yeah. I can look. You see me here. I'm a film producer now. Before any of them were born, I can look at their film and tell you how much they spent. If Funke spent 150 million to make her film, I will give her 100 billion. Where she spent money, where I know she spent money, she must have spent about another 100 million in P&A.
In promotion, yeah. That's what she went to town on the promotion. So, but you're saying everything all in is not more than 250 million.
No, it's not.
Wow.
Wait, okay, let me ask you a question. So, Funke Akindele got 600 million. Where did she do with the money?
Come again?
Twice. You remember she's done it 2 times.
Exactly.
So Funke Akindele made about 1.something billion.
Twice.
Yeah,
I said she's not a billionaire. No, but seriously though. So I didn't know, but if I can understand inflating figure by 100 million or 50 million. And what you are saying, that one that made 1.4 billion could not have done more than 500 million. But I hear you because you are correct. If there are 80 cinemas, we know the number of seats they have. Somebody can even if all the seats are full for 2 weeks.
He can't even hit 1 billion.
Exactly. I need to get those numbers. I need to get, I know that like 80 something cinemas, and we know the number of seats each of them have. Somebody published a report in one group like that, by Film One, that published the number of seats. You are right. So now let me even do some math stuff here, because this thing is serious. So let me say
I don't want to get involved in Nigerian thing. They'll say Tony Abulu is Tony Abulu that ruined everything. It's Tony Abulu that, because nobody will look at the facts. Me, I'm an American. I look at the facts.
No, but again,
and when I saw the thing, they were saying, I said, remove my thing.
Why would somebody lie that he collected? They made 1 point. Why would the cinema lie that they sold 1.4 billion? What if the taxman is asking them for the money on the thing? What would they then say? I'm confused.
Then you will now hear how much you now hear how much they made for real.
Okay, now let's say.
Let me show you. Yes. Wait. Do you know how many cinema owners and cinema managers I know personally? You think I didn't go and ask them? And they just start laughing.
Are you serious?
Wow, Mr. Bagogo make film. Mr. Bagogo make film. Those are the owners of the cinema.
But are the ones announcing the figures now? Are they not the ones announcing?
They are not the ones announcing any figures. There's one company that's announcing the figures. If they annoy me, see me, I'll be American, Nigerian.
No, but wait. It's possible now. I'm looking at the figures here, Tony. Okay, if a film made 1.4 billion at a average ticket price of 7,500, from what you said.
No, average ticket price of 5,000. There's only one cinema that charges 7,500.
Okay, let's say 5,000. Okay, no, let's even do it at an average of 5,000. So that means
there's no cinema.
Sorry.
Do you know where the cinemas are? Do you know where the cinemas are? You think all the cinemas are in Lagos?
See, you don't want us to get to the bottom of this thing. I'm saying first, you have to tell whether this thing is credible or not credible. And I'm saying 1.4 billion divided by 5,000 comes to 280,000. Okay, so you are telling me not up to 280,000 people watched that Funkes bullshit. More than that watched that. So I think they reduced that.
Let me explain something to you. Remember what I said?
Yes.
I said there is no doubt that Funkes film is number one.
Yes.
Let's establish that one, because there's no film they watch more than Funkes film, AY film, and Tony's film.
Yes, we know that, but we are talking about the figure. You are saying the figure is bullshit. I'm saying the figure look realistic from when you do the math, because you sometimes you don't do these figures, you just do this emotional thing. I want to put a figure for you now, and you tell me that this is impossible. You see, for the number, especially for that Christmas thing. Right here, here is the math. 1.4 billion divided by 5,000 is 280,000 tickets. You are telling me not up to 280,000 people bought the ticket to watch what's that Funkes movie again now? Everybody Loves Jennifer. Which one is it again? Right?
Okay, so let's wait now.
Yes.
Wait, 280,000. Break it down to 3 months. Divide it by 3 months.
Okay, we'll divide by 3.
And tell me how many people are watching the film every month.
Okay, no, we'll divide it by 3 now. It's not complicated.
Divide it by 3.
So that is 93,000. 93,000 monthly average. But remember, that's what it. Okay,
fine.
Okay, I'm going to divide it by 3 publicly so that they don't think I'm doing wuru here. There's no. No, this looks very. You scared me before now. This looks very, very realistic. Okay.
Wait now. Guess what? Let's say it's realistic. Let's even say, because the numbers. Because even Moses Babatope told us the numbers. There are about 280,000 tickets sold. Moses doesn't just talk. So that's fine. So how much? But somebody who is an insider told you they paid the person 600 million.
No, that one I told him it's not possible. But he said he saw the check, as a matter of fact, or transfer or whatever. And I'm like, that is so. Then they have undercut Funke that she probably sold. And I'm willing to believe that now, because 280,000 people look small. 280,000 tickets look small for that movie. The way everybody turned out for it in December.
Exactly. I can agree with you. 280,000 is a small number, Seth, because she stays in the cinema like 3-4 months. So, you understand? Whether in anywhere, people go and watch her film. So
that 1.4 billion is exaggerated. That's what I'm talking about. You don't do your figures. Look at it right now. It's on screen. So you now you agree that 280,000 tickets.
Yes. Wait now. Yes. I didn't say. Let me put it this way to you. You are doing that math based on the number of seats, based on the number of people. Me, I know that.
No, I'm doing it based on the number of box office receipt they gave us.
Of tickets sold, of tickets, purported tickets sold. I mean,
I have agreed that 280,000 is not. I want to know how many seats are even in our. I'm going to
the average seat is 150, 200.
And we have 80 of them, Abi. Okay.
Yes, and you have not one show. Sometimes you have 4 shows.
Okay. So it's about 150. The average is about 150 seats.
Okay.
Yes. No, this is very possible now. Okay.
So fine.
If you have a full house, but let's even divide that by 2. That's 12,000. Divide by even 3. Let's say it's only 1/3 of the capacity that the film got. That's
overall. Yeah, say maybe overall.
Yes. No, this is very realistic. I think Funke probably made like 3 billion. They probably short their money because no.
Well, let me put it this way to you. Yes. Remember what I said before. Funke has 16,000 followers on Instagram. I mean, 16 million.
Yes.
There's no way Funke can do 300,000 tickets. There's no way.
Yeah, that's more than 1.6 billion.
Exactly. So with those numbers, that may be correct.
Okay.
But I'm saying to you that I'm not Funke. I'm not even a Nigerian filmmaker per se. You know, how many people know me? You understand? But I'm talking generally on the films. Those numbers, me, I was there, I saw empty hall and I saw full. When the result came out, they said full. And the guy, when I asked the guy told me, he didn't say, what are you talking about? The place is full now. He said the tickets were pre-sold. And I know there's no way on earth these tickets can be pre-sold before the movie come out.
But the pre-sale ticket online now, Tony, me I deal on facts. The pre-sale ticket, there are online places now that you can pre-buy ticket. I know when I was in Nigeria and I wanted to watch Ori, okay, they told me we can pre-purchase. In fact, when we went in, there's a lot of the tickets were even sold out before the movie came out. What are you talking about?
Okay, fine, that's good. So now, when the cinemas start to show and then the halls are empty, what happens?
I don't know about that, but if you bought ticket and you can watch, I don't know about that.
The halls were empty.
Tony, I like to go from the known to the unknown. First, what I needed to establish with you is that you are wrong to say that Funke couldn't have done more than 500 million. I just proved to you now that Funke could even have done double that and they cut our money because 280,000 tickets is small for what happened in December with Funke's movies. Like you said, she has 60 million followers. Even without all those hundreds of millions she spent on PR, 280,000 tickets is not too big for Funke to sell.
Let me listen. We did the numbers together. I agree with you wholeheartedly that now, based on the way the numbers are and the way we have computed the numbers, she can do the 1.4 billion.
Okay, thank you.
Based on those numbers, she can do the 1.4 billion, right?
Yes.
We've done the numbers now. Guess what? But how much, which is a totally different story, which actually is not a big deal. You came up with 2 things. You said she lost 300 million.
That's what they told me. I don't know if they're lying. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out this stuff. Okay, that's what I'm
There's
hearing.
there's no way on earth that she lost 300 million. That's number one. And there's no way on earth she got a check of 600 million.
I agree with you on that one. If she sold 1.4 billion, she couldn't have gotten 600 million. The highest, even at, let's say, at 30% back to her, even let's even give her more than that, will be, let's say, 30%. Okay. Yeah, the highest she will have gotten is 420 million. Even at 30%, and we know nobody gets 30%, it's 28% from the way you said. So
exactly.
Now, so whoever is talking 600 million is just talking bullshit. Or
then, so in that case,
or is not 1.4 billion Funke made at the box office. I think Funke probably did more than. No, you are laughing. You just agreed that 280,000 tickets is not out of place for a Funke movie that was in the theater.
Oh yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
She could have done double that.
Yes.
560,000 tickets is not out of place for her. If she did that, then she would have done 2.8 billion. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
So I think she has. So if they go, so maybe we are not hearing the total figure that that movie made, because this guy is saying they got a transfer of 600 million. So meaning that
he saw the check.
I don't know. He saw the report, not check.
Okay, the report.
He said, yeah, there's 600 million, and he was arguing. If it's true, then Funke did more than 1.4 billion, did more than 2 billion, because the cinema will not pay you more than what you are due now. So I don't understand.
Unless maybe the cinema will come and say, in Funke's case, we don't do 28%. You know, I mean, it might be the case, because I know that the numbers, the percentages are adjusted based on who the producer is.
What do you mean? They're going to adjust your tax, or they don't take your tax?
No, they'll take the tax, but they are on 12%. They are 12%. They might reduce.
Okay. They might reduce that, and then maybe cinemas will able to give them a deal where they collect 40% instead of 50%. It's also because of the
exactly. Because she's the queen, and Tony is the queen too. But remember, Tony herself said something. Tony, she said something on Instagram when Wumi Toriola did about 270 something million. Tony came and said, "Don't believe everything you hear on social media."
Now I'm just checking now. Actually, it's not 1.4 billion that everybody loves Jennifer made. Okay, as of a certain cut, it was 1.88 billion, not 1.4, 1.8 billion.
So that's closer to 2 billion.
Yeah, so that means you probably made over 2 billion. Then 600 million makes sense.
Will make sense. Exactly.
So that is what I don't understand. How you can then top for 3 weeks and then they say it's 36 million. Somebody
I know that. That's at least you saw the number now. It's not that I'm faking it. You saw the number. But you see, this gives us two things.
Yes.
Because we have to be objective.
Yes.
We now realize that someone like a Funke can do 2 billion.
Okay. Yes.
Based on the numbers. Because she stays in the cinema 3 months, 4 months, so it doesn't do three weeks. So and it's Christmas time. She doesn't come out unless it's Christmas time.
Yes. Okay.
So she knows.
So the figures are not getting inflated then. So that means the figures are real. Because
maybe the figures are real. Maybe the figures are real. From the computation, maybe the figures are real. So the point is this. If these are the correct numbers, which is what I want to know, if these are the correct numbers, then okay, go make film.
I'm not making. I'm not Funke. Which film am I going? You want to kill me? I am not, because I don't know. I tell you, so
look. There's no real science in it. The actors. I just told you how many actors just did 300 million.
Sorry?
Actors that became producers overnight. All of them did average 300 million.
They did or they did not?
They did though.
Okay, interesting.
So they did. I know 4 actors that did 280 to 300 something million.
So what are they all then complaining about then? If they did 300 million, they couldn't have been profitable because from what you are saying, they spend an average of 100 to 150 million making these movies.
Well, some of those people that did 300 million or 280 million, I don't think they spent 80 million.
Really? But even that,
if you watch their films, you can see that their films can be made for 20 million. It is the P&A, the prints, and the advertising that they spend money.
That's okay too. If they spend 80 million and they did 300 million, they are still underwater, is what I'm telling you.
Well, you know, look, we've done some analysis to dispel certain myths.
Yes.
You understand? And I'm in agreement with you because me, I'm a math person too.
Yes, exactly.
And I'm in agreement with you.
Yes.
I'm in agreement.
With yours is that even though you top box office for 3 weeks, it's because like maybe it was not Christmas. There's not a lot of, because the big difference between film viewership in Christmas period and during non-Christmas is very big. It's not like here that is a bit close. It's like maybe so because I'm looking at if your box office was 36 million and an average of 5,000, that means you only sold 7,200 tickets. Okay, so that is crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. So they cut your money. You don't want to believe this, you know. I'm telling you now, Tony.
Look, my brother. Look, let me put it this way to you.
Yes.
Once I am suspicious of a system,
okay,
I confront them because I did.
Okay.
And I never confronted them based on my numbers. I don't think they cheated me at all. I just felt that these numbers that I'm seeing from all these other people, how they do, and some of them are only in the cinema for 6 weeks. How they doing 300 million? So I started having my doubts. And once I start having a doubt in the system, I just pull out. Because I have other things to do.
No, I just thought that was weird though. If you're already in the cinema and then you have topped the box office for 3 weeks, why not finish the run? Why pull it? That part you don't get. That part
I didn't want to stay because I felt at that point in time I was seeing empty halls and the person was telling me that, and I see the figures the person is making, and I'm saying, oh, the tickets are pre-sold. If the tickets are pre-sold, would they all be empty? It didn't make any sense to me.
It's possible some people might buy and not go watch you.
How many people? What's the percentage of people that will buy their own watch?
No, I talk reality. There was this thing they call fan dugul or fan zugul in America before, where you prepare for your.
Of course, now that's America. We do it all the time.
Out of the 1 month that I paid for, I don't think I went to the movie up to 2 times. I swear. So many times when people pre-buy, they don't go.
Well, maybe.
So for me, but I guess we are in agreement and not in agreement. At least now we're in agreement that I don't think they inflated that Funkes 1.4 billion. In fact, it's more than over 2 billion. We can see for ourselves.
We agree on that. We've done the math. We agree on that.
Our problem still is to put in 75 million in a movie means that even if everything plays out well and all of that stuff, I still have to do well over 400 million to make that money, about 350 million.
But that's not the only monetization now. That's just for season.
That's the part I first have to understand well. You know, I'm hearing it. I know the theory, but I don't know the practicals yet. So for me to carry
guess what? I'm telling you the numbers. I'm saying even if you did 10 million in cinema,
yes,
You go and sell your film to Netflix, and you will not get less. The minimum you will get in Netflix is 100 million. So the 100 million is $70,000. So how do you lose?
But you're assuming that Netflix will buy it. Your own is still not on Netflix.
They will buy it. They will buy it. If you use the right actors and you tell the right story, they will buy it. That one I can guarantee you.
Tony, you have used all the actors in Nigeria. It's 1 year now. Your movie is not in Netflix. You are saying you are.
No, it's not because of that. It's because Netflix is not buying. Netflix stopped buying. I called Ladu. I called Ladu at film one, because when I pulled my film, everybody got upset, and so because they were my distributors. When I pulled my film and everybody got upset, I said, well, it doesn't mean that if I pull my film from cinema, we won't do, we will not do what do you call it, streaming. They said no, Mr. Abulu. Once it seems that you are not happy with the cinema thing, so we might as well not do the streaming. So I said, okay, no problem. And I went to somebody else for the streaming. So, but that was a very peculiar, dangerous time, because I called Ladun later. I said, Ladun, I'm hearing rumor that's only film one that Netflix is buying film from. She said, it's a lie. I spoke to Joy. Joy has been dealing with Netflix from day one. She's one of their top aggregators. And they said to me that Netflix is taking its sweet time. You can imagine for them to say Netflix is not going to take Tony's film. I mean, Funke's film. Doesn't make any sense, because somebody that did almost 2 billion, that means all the Nigerians love it. You're not going to say because you don't like the story or you don't like the film that you won't buy it. It's a lie.
Okay. We'll leave it there. Yes, well, we leave it there. Me, I'm new back to the industry. I'm a baby. I'm starting from primary one. Me, I'm a methodological guy. Okay. Yeah. I know where I was then. I know what I could do then. Now I don't know. That's 13 years ago. I'll be very mad man to go and carry 80 million and put in any movie, because right now I cannot tell myself where I'll get 200 million from. Let me be starting small like this. And then as we grow, as I'm getting closer to you again, as you are showing me the ropes, as I'm going to go look for Joy now, I'm going to look for all the people that can't hear me. Let me hear well. So that I can do my math. Me, I'm a figures guy. Before I put that money, I want to be able to be clear. No, you know, it's not an exact science, right? I get that.
Yeah, no, it's not.
But at least you have a realistic chance, okay, that if I put in 50 million here, there's a realistic chance that I can see for myself about how I will even get that 50 million back. Forget profit first. If I can't see that, I only play with money I can afford to walk away from, like the one I just did. Right? If I don't make a time from it, I'm okay. Because
you make your money back. You make, trust me, if you made a film for 50 million, you make your money back. That one I don't have any doubt.
All right, when I'm ready, I'll come and meet you. Maybe I
don't have any. But guess what? Priority.
Yes.
Don't go and tell film that the Yoruba cannot relate to.
Okay.
That's number one.
There's some movies that cannot be distributed.
Oh yes.
Okay.
Why is it that majority of those Yoruba films are comedies?
But comedies sell now.
That's the whole idea now. So if you now want to make film, you can't go and tell one serious film about one Yoruba. They have some Farmer's Bride, a few of them, even film one, they invest in film. Their own film is Farmer's Bride. If you check it, they say it grows about 260 million. So you understand? But you have to put the stars. If you don't put the stars, forget it.
Interesting. Well, it's been an interesting, and we can be here all day talking to Mr. Tony Abulu. Even though we refuse to reveal all the secrets, we are looking at the secrets of distribution. Oh, for me not do you, man. Oh, for me
what's the point? What's the point? I'm giving you the old. You are the one that's developing profit. Yes. And I'm telling you, I'm guaranteeing you that if you put 80 million in the film, you get your money back.
Okay, we'll sit down and talk about that. I'm interested.
Remember, all these numbers we are talking is only for Nigeria and Africa region. You haven't even talked about international region.
That's true.
There's no way if you do it well, there's no way you will not make $100,000. $100,000 is 150 million. Add it to all the other money. You will not lose.
Okay. All right, so I've had no. There's a reason we are doing all this stuff so that we can all learn, and there are a lot of people at home who are watching us and learning. For me, my show is more about education and about having fun and talking, separating the facts from fiction, just like we have done some tonight. Because a lot of people, yes, and to me, Nollywood is a very viable place for young people to get involved with, as long as they do it smartly. And we're going to be getting there over the next 3 or 4 days. I'm going to be talking about Nollywood. Tomorrow, I'm going to have a show, talk about what jobs are going to be replaced in Nollywood and what are going to be created with AI. Now, let's go to AI before we close this. Because we can't have a show these days and we don't talk about AI. Right. So we're going to do a little interlude now. Let me see if I have. I want to showcase a couple of AI videos and movies that were this. That area I understand 100%. Because now I'm doing full movies, full feature movies that are AI. And it's not costing me an arm and a leg. I've done 7. I understand where the money of that is. That can be an area that I probably will want to go and specialize. I will leave all these Tony Brown people for you. Let me go to the one.
But you know my brother makes AI movies.
Exactly. You said so that I'm going to talk more about to you about that privately, because to me, that is the growth area. And that's an area that I know that I can compete. Now, I have a solid 9-man team of people who create AI movies. And now I'm starting a new apprenticeship, actually on Monday, where I take about 10 people and I give them access to all the software. I know those softwares are very expensive.
Very expensive, yes, they're very expensive. As a matter of fact, my brother and I, we are doing a training for the Delta State on AI monetization and training.
Fantastic. I want to be in that training. Let me learn. When is it? When is it happening?
Well, it was supposed to be in June, but you know, Nigerian states, they started telling us that wait till their governor has to sign, and so it might be July. We don't know, but it was getting.
I would like to be at least to enjoy part of the training. The monetization part is big for me.
Yes.
My competitive edge when I come back to Nollywood. Now, I don't know why I went to do all these camera thing, but you know when before you I was on set. What the heck are you doing? I was on set shooting George Muku. Then I'm asking myself, what the heck are you doing here? But
guess what? Okay, YouTube doesn't care whether it's film or somebody that's just dancing Kokomao. They don't care.
That is where I'm going. So if I can do a whole movie with less than even $500, so YouTube doesn't care. You're right. View na view. If you can spend,
So if you put your AI movie, if you put your AI movies on YouTube and you pull the number, you collect your money.
Exactly. That's why I said when I was on set, I started asking myself, all this camera you carry up and down, all this crew, that money I spent, the 25 million, if I put it in my AI movies, I probably will get 10 AI movies done in a beautiful way. I've done 7 of them. So I'm going to show you a couple of them and then we'll come back and then talk AI now. So that is an area that I think is a growth area. If you are watching this, you want to stay tuned because that might be your entrance into this Nollywood game. Because Nollywood game,
you can tell your story. You know, people are always saying they can't tell their story. You can tell your story.
Exactly. So that way, and then you can do it in a cost-effective way. Like I said before, Tony, after being here, I run internship programs. I've done 2 already. I always take 10 at a time, and then I pay for all the software. I pay for all the tools they need over a 3-month period, and I train them about how to produce full feature movies with AI. And of course, as part of what also I reduce costs is I pay for all their costs. Then I train them. After 1 month or so, they're able to actually do movie as assignment for me. That becomes my product. That's my payback. Okay, so if you are watching this, that might be an area for you to start looking into AI movies. Because like Tony rightly said, YouTube doesn't care whether it's AI or whether it is a camera Magic Johnson, as long as As long as you can get views, they go pay you. All right. Here are some of the videos that that we're working on. We have 7 of them out there already, but there's one that we're working on a few now. Here is this one that we're just releasing actually today. It's called the Talent Hunt. We did this back in December before VO3 and before Clink 2.1. So the technology has moved very far from December.
Very far.
So look at this. This is what we did in December.
In a world where talent is everything, where passion meets power. This is not just a talent show. This is a war for greatness. Starring Baba Nee, the lyrical mastermind who never backs down. Tribson Dudu Coco, the fearless performer ready to take over. Easy Lizzy, the voice that will shake the system. Heydu Ama, the actor who can break minds with a single look. Ovis T, the beat maker who turns sound into power. Talent alone is not enough. Can they beat the system? Can they survive the hunt? The future is here. The battle is now. Let the hunt begin.
It's our show. We are just releasing that. It's called Talent Hunt. It's actually a 140-minute AI movie, all done within a couple of weeks. That is the game. With the cost of the software. By the time you add all of them up, you are still not up to $1 million to get this done. 3 or 4 people. Here's another one. I want to show a couple of them before we then talk about it. Here is this one they just started working on. Right now, we call it Dirty December. Actually, Dirty December was 3 months ago. They did that. We want to make a movie about this Dirty December story that is happening in Nigeria. I'm calling Dirty December Diaries. Then I realized that somebody already made a movie called Dirty December Diaries. So we're going to be changing the name before we release it to Dirty December Blues or something. I was told that today. Here is. I just want you to take a look and see. Hopefully your screen is clear now. If not, at least you can just see.
My screen is not clear.
You should exit and come back now. What is
that's what I was thinking. Maybe.
Exit and come back when you be buying all this fake phone. So for those of us watching at home, while we are waiting for Tony to come back, here is a preview, or rather a first scene in the movie called Dirty December Blues.
They thought they were coming home for fun.
Echo for sure. See as Lagos they ginger me already.
Yeah. I just got back. Yeah, I just got back.
Is this an airport or a marketplace? Where is the AC? Ha ha ha. Boys, welcome to Dirty December. Let's paint Lagos red.
When on loose, Lagos nights we like the fuse. Dirty December, no regrets. Dance all night, don't stop yet. Money come and money go.
Jungle? You mean a noisy zoo? What kind of place is this? Where are the VIP lounges?
Love and heartbreak when on loose. Lagos nights we like the fuse. Dirty December, no regrets. Dance all night, don't stop yet. Money come and money go.
Uncivilized. This is why I left in the first place.
Tayo, what is this nonsense I'm hearing? You got married without telling us?
When a man loves a woman, but the world tears them apart.
Mommy, I'm staying. Nigeria is my home now. I don't know if I can trust you.
When Dirty December gets too deady, reality slaps harder than Lagos traffic.
Yeah.
The German machine. I'm the German machine. I'm the German machine, smooth and mean. Rolling through Niger with a superstar gleam. Fast like a Lambo, sharp and clean. My vibe's unstoppable, the ultimate dream. I'm the German machine, top of the scene.
3 friends, 1 Lagos. A December they'll never forget.
I got where you did wrong, go. Everywhere you enter, not trouble you go. So find girl.
Yeah, that is Dirty December, almost ready, and 100% AI. Even the soundtrack, the music, everything, all AI. And I'm so proud of my people, my boys, Steven, Tomiwa, Bayo. There's 9 of them. Nike, Ashokmo, and Co, who are working hard on this. They are working about 5 different simultaneous AI movies now that's going to be coming out from June, July. Very cost-effective thing here. Here is one more before we then talk. I wanted to do a movie about Mama Ngozi. Okay, it's Mama Ngozi is like it's about a throwback to the Civil War, about a woman that lost 7 of her children in the Biafran Civil War. So it's called Mama Ngozi's Tears, and I gave that to one of my boys, and they're working hard on it. And I think they have a clip that they gave to me this morning. I want you to watch that and tell me what you think.
War never starts with sorrow, but it always ends with mothers like her.
Holy Mary, Mother of God, let them come home.
Promise me you'll come back.
Not even war can keep me from you.
Just a little further, my son. There must be something we can find.
This land used to give us more.
Eat well, my child. Tomorrow is a new day.
Is this all that's left? How would this feed 5 mouths?
Now we're sharing what we can, Mama.
You are not alone, sister. We're here.
Sugar,
Please, just spare this one.
Yeah, that is a brief from they just did that today. They've not finalized it. They just started working on it, and I just wanted to see where they are. So that's why you see no promo, no whatever. But here's the last one here. I call this one The Fallen Prophet. Okay, it's a fourth project that we're working on now. That was more like fantasy. An angel come down from heaven to expose a church, blah, blah, blah. So I said I wanted to see something tonight because they started working on it about 3 days ago. And then
Episode 1. The Messenger in Disguise. Somewhere in a midnight at Lagos, the clouds above Fire of Zion Ministries churned like boiling ink. Thunder rumbled low in the heavens, a celestial warning no one in the city heard or dared to interpret, except one. Ezra knelt on the edge of a rooftop 2 blocks away, watching the megachurch's gilded towers glint under the restless sky. His trench coat billowed in the breeze, concealing a body that bore no scars, no history, no human scent, just presence. He had arrived. But not as himself, not as Serial of the Seventh Throne, he who once walked among the seraphim, second only to the voice. Now he was Ezra Michaels, a man, a pastor, a disguise. The assignment was clear: infiltrate Fire of Zion Ministries and expose the corruption festering at its core. But even the Celestial Council hadn't anticipated how deeply the rot went. The church was not merely corrupt. It was consecrated to something else, something ancient. Ezra rose, brushing invisible dust from his black slacks. Across the street, banners flapped. Come witness healing power. Bishop Dike live this Sunday. He closed his eyes, breathing in the sulfur hidden beneath the city's diesel and sweat. His senses tingled. The veil between worlds was thin here, thinner than even the council had feared. Tonight he would begin.
Fire Zion Ministries, I have come to expose your dead works.
Across town, Adana Okechukwu sat in her cramped office at the Legon Sentinel, poring over the latest bank statement from Fire of Zion's charity wing. Her fingers drummed against the mahogany desk. Irregular deposits, massive withdrawals, false shell accounts. Her instincts buzzed like a tuning fork near truth. Miracle funds, diverted to offshore holdings. Testimonies suspiciously identical across different crusades. Even the so-called wheelchair walkers had the same actors rotating between branches. Adana cracked her neck and leaned closer to the screen. Something was off. Not just criminal, uncanny. There were references in some recordings, Latin invocations, untraceable chants mid-service. She clicked on a grainy video of the church's last vigil. In frame, Bishop Nathaniel Dike raised his hands. A man screamed in tongues and collapsed. The crowd roared. Later that week, Ezra took the pulpit of Fire of Zion Ministries for the first time under a burning sunrise. The cathedral was packed. Politicians, actors, billionaires, beggars. The curious and the damned sitting side by side. He preached no sermon. He simply said, "The fire you worship is not from Zion." A collective shiver passed through the crowd, and then he healed a white woman blind from birth. No theatrics, no choir build-up. Just a whisper in her ear, "Let there be light." She screamed and fell to her knees, eyes wide in wonder. The room erupted, cameras flashed, phones streamed, and far above, something stirred in the heavens, both in anger and awe. That night, Adana stood at the back of the cathedral watching him. Ezra felt her presence before he saw her, like a silver cord tugging at the very core of his being. Their eyes met across the hall. Time bent, sound dimmed. In her gaze, he saw recognition, and in his chest, something unfamiliar flickered. Not duty, not power, but the beginning of doubt.
Yeah, that was done in another 24 hours. Is where I'm going here. All right, to see a whole new world opening up. Yes, of course, they're not nearly as perfect as live action pictures, but like we said, YouTube don't care. If you learn how to do that, and you can put it out there. Those are my own videos that we're working on, but I promise one of the guys that were in the WhatsApp group together, who's done even a fantastic job, even better than my guys. I said I'm going to show his video today to show people what is possible. This one is just about a minute, and it's really, really nice and done on the computer, just so that you guys can know what is coming. All right, it's called Obaro, and I'm going to play that. Then we talk.
Let me tell you a secret about Lagos. A tale of 7 wealthy women and a chef.
What is my wife always doing with Obaro?
Wives of powerful men who will only eat Obaro's food.
Keep your wife away from Obaro.
Does the governor know about Obaro?
Obaro has been a bad boy. Ladies, do you agree?
My name is Obaro Hunter. Welcome to the Table of Sin.
Table of Sin. Coming soon on Pop Central.
Boys are doing crazy stuff. I love that. Did you see any of that? Did you see any of that?
I saw all of them.
All right, fantastic. So that is where I should have stayed. That is where I don't know what I was carrying from phone doing and carrying camera. Magic Kinikon Pro 360. They chop on my money. If I put my money in these videos, I will have at least 15 million left to do P&A so that I can promote. So I've done it. So it's done. But I'm going back to my AI JJ. I'm leaving Tony Abulu alone in his own area of specialty. All right, let's talk AI. All right, AI. I feel that AI is the next thing, at least for the entry-level people. It's a leveler in the sense that the way the AI tools that are available to most in Hollywood is available to us also in Nigeria now at relatively affordable price. Yes, it's not cheap, but relatively affordable. This Google View, that is View 3, that is reputed to be the best in the market now, that came out last week, is only $125 a month. I said only, compared to how much you will rent a camera, right? If you want to go and shoot. So, and that is for 1 month. So you can actually finish a whole movie in a month. If you don't finish your credit, even if you finish it, maybe you buy another one, $250. You're going to get a full feature movie that you can put out there. You control everything. And I'm talking to those who are at home now. You control everything. You control the production. You control all this, the editing, all of that is in one place. Now you then learn how to do the P&A and how to get your views. So you get profitable quickly. I'm not saying live action movies will die or you should not do that. I'm saying it's a game way beyond the level of a newcomer now when you want to be profitable. If you're going to do video thing, just like Tony said, he said something very important, that if you're going to do a live action movie thing, you want to do the low budget ones first. Don't follow them to do all this 50, 100 million thing. Do a 5 million movie. Do a 10 million movie that is in 3 or 4 parts so that it's easy to break even, so that it can last in the industry. Because what has been happening is that people come in, they spend a lot of money. You know the season that I spent, that was a season I spent more than 500 million in that industry. I got nothing to show for it. Okay? People burn out, they run away. I ran for 12 years. Now the seduction has drawn me back. So now I'm coming with sense. And that's why I'm not listening to Tony. Say go and do 50 million, go and do 60 million. No, let me first get something first. But AI is an area that I think also opens up. So let's take some questions there from my main man here. Okay, I know, and I was so excited when I heard that even his brother was one of the first that did the first AI movie. Nigeria has been on this thing. So this time around, Okwebanwo, I'm saying it publicly now. This time around, I stand on that AI thing. We will build that structure the same way they are building it in America from day one. See, Nollywood came more than 100 years that Hollywood has been out there. They already have everything. We are trying to catch up. We don't have the capital. We don't have the access. We don't have all of that. But this new revolution coming, this AI, it's a level playing field. There's super high guys out there, but majority, both in America, Nigeria, and all that, they are using VO3, Clink 2.1, Clink AI 2.1, Runway. I know all of them. I have all this software. And we are supposed to be the one that have the story. Then why shouldn't we win? This game that's about to start. That is why I'm big on it, so that I can tell you, Tony, I believe in structures. You know that. So from day one, I just registered AI Filmmakers Association as an incorporated trustees in the US and in Nigeria. It's done. CC has approved it. Number two, we are already working on a collective society for AI filmmakers, as I speak to you, in the US and in Nigeria. We are trying to put the training, regular training I'm trying to work with. There's a guy that started something called NAIFA. NAIFA is they are doing an AI film festival. Okay. That's what they are about. And I'm supporting the guy 100% because I feel that festivals are great to start. I will probably do one myself in December after their own. The more festivals we do, the more attention we bring to the industry, right? So again, I'm also putting some guys together who can invest. Now they don't have to. They don't have to put in 100 million. They don't have to. So I'm going to simply tell them $10,000. Okay, $10,000 will get you 10 movies. Okay, on AI with 10 movies. Now you just need to bring another $5,000 for P&A for it, and you are likely to get your money back starting from the YouTube and the international syndication on AI movie sites. Number three thing I've seen already, I just created a platform called AIFlix360.com. It's already live, where it is a platform dedicated to AI movies only. That's all we want there. We just want to use it to promote AI movies. And they are still working on it. So when you get there, it's not perfect here, as we just started about last week, but it's live a little. Okay, the idea is to start building a free platform like a YouTube for AI movies from day one that is Afrocentric. See, that is just me. There's NAIFA that is doing their own thing there. There's all these guys coming in early. We want to look at what they are doing. For instance, AI Filmmakers Association that are registered in Nebraska now. The central one is in Nebraska. By the time I searched, there is not anyone yet, right? I searched, I couldn't find. That is the first one, see? So we are playing at the ground level with everybody. I won't be surprised by the time I start running adverts and all that globally for people to join the association. Others will start. But the point is, they're not starting ahead of us. We are all starting together. That's why I'm so excited and I'm all in on AI. I've made the initial mistake going to start this Judge Mugu. I'll probably follow that for about 3 or 4. No, it's a big mistake. I agree. So Judge Mugu, I'll play for you again now since you didn't see last time. Maybe I should play for you now to see. So working in Mwaka Kiri, who sent me work? Let me stay in my area of strength, but I'll play it one more time because I also want to promote my show now. Here it is before we come back.
My name is Judge Mugu Takosi of the Mugu People's Court. In my court, there are no adjournments, there are no postponements, there are no technicalities. Swift justice, fair justice, and justice delivered and wrapped in simple common sense.
In a land where common sense is on life support and drama walks free in the marketplace, one courtroom dares to say no Mugu wins here.
He's not denied.
Today, on Mugu People's Court, it is who collects love money without refund, who turns whistleblower to enemy of progress, who is lying with charm in their pocket, who is using prophecy to scam believers.
They invested in Zion's arms. He came to me like a wolf in sheep clothing. Deceived my church members.
In this courtroom, tradition bows to truth, and sentiment kneels before sense. Mugu People's Court, where everyday disputes meet unforgettable drama, satire, and street-smart justice. No legal jargon, no fancy robes, just raw cases and real consequences.
Where's my power, sir? He's nowhere to find,
One courtroom handles it all. If you collect the money, be ready to return the change when the deal falls through. Mugu People's Court, real drama, real madness, real lessons. New episodes drop every week on YouTube and Nollyflix 360 TV. Subscribe now. Watch the madness. And remember, in this courtroom, Judge Mugu is the only wise Mugu. All other Mugus will always lose.
That is why I want to put head. What do you think? Don't laugh. I will kill you if you laugh.
Well, let me put it this way. One of the great things about Dr. Okwebanwu, I've known him for a long time, and he's a serial entrepreneur. And he goes deep to check. If a book doesn't work, he moves there. You know, he's looking for something. He's looking for solution. And that is what we're supposed to be doing in Nollywood. Nollywood is very powerful. You know, we only know how to do one thing. You know, make simple camera things and just put it on YouTube. Like I said before, you know, in the US, you find kids dropping stuff on YouTube and making hundreds of thousands of dollars. You would never believe it. So I think that taking this one by one, first of all, the AI is the future. Because right now, the software we have, you know, maybe the span of 4 minutes, you know, and it's hindering it. But guess what? Very soon, in the next 3 months, and the way the applications are coming, and the depth and the speed in which they're improving, trust me, in the next 3 to 6 months, we will not believe the amount. So, exactly. Yeah, so I think that, like my brother, this is what he does. Though he's also a farmer, but you know, this is what he does, and he keeps saying every day, that man, look at the latest software that just came out. You know, wow, you know, it's screaming. So I think that AI is here to stay. AI is going to level the playing field, you know, and so on and so forth. For instance, me that I want to make Afterlife, the journey beyond. You know, and that's AI. What was going to cost me $1 million to do before, it probably cost me like maybe about $20,000 to do it.
20,000, you go do.
Exactly. And then, of course, the way it is now, the voices, you can use Denzel Washington's voice. You can even use an image of his face, and you understand, and you're not violating any copyright, you know, infringement. So I think that it's just that the Nigerians are not. Well, let me not say the Nigerians, because the guys who are working for you are Nigerians. You know, so the young people are tenacious, the young people are hungry, and they're very intelligent, and they're very smart, and they're very, very correct in the goings on. And like you rightly said, here comes the story. There's a way you're going to tell a story that is not a regular story that anybody in the world has heard before. For instance, there's a young man on YouTube that has been telling Mami Water stories by AI. And you're seeing millions of views. You understand? The millions of views. This guy, he just do like a 15-minute thing about Mami Water and what happened when the fisherman boy went to AI and is getting millions of views. So I think that
in fact, that reminds you know, I'm starting something on the I want to tell Ijakpa stories, tortoise.
Exactly. You know? Yeah. So when we start to tell those stories, I think that YouTube is a very, very interesting platform. It's actually the #1 monetization platform in the world now. YouTube, everybody's just trying to meet it. Netflix is trying to meet it. Everybody's trying to meet it because their philosophy came that anybody can put anything on it. They don't care whether it's the worst quality, whether it's whatever. They just put it on and they monetize it, and you find a way to make money. So, and everybody is using it. For the other aspect of film, that's why I said something earlier. Okay, if we have $200 million, That is targeted. That is targeted. We are not saying each person come and tell us what you want to do, taking money. No.
I agree.
$200 million will put Nigeria in the global map in a way that they will never believe.
I agree.
You know, unfortunately, the way they are trying to help, of course. You know, the way they're trying to do it, you know, it's okay, but that will not achieve fast enough what we can achieve if it's targeted and structured. So that's what we're trying to do. That's what we're trying to say.
Let's take some questions now on AI. For instance, many Nollywood veterans see AI as a threat. I mean, several groups, and we hear some of them talk about it as a slap. They see AI as a threat that may take away jobs from actors, directors, producers, and even writers. Do you see AI as a threat or as an opportunity to the film industry?
It's a major opportunity. Like I said, in my last film, American Jackpot, the story introduces the vision of the Nigerian girls that want to go to US. So it's either I pack I pack all of them and go buy a ticket and go to US and rent all the cameras. That will cost me about $200,000 just to do that. My brother, just lay at it, just like your guys are lay at it, and that's how my film begins.
Yep.
New York City. So the guys who are thinking that AI is a threat, they don't know the value of AI. AI is an enhancer. It's going to make our job easier. It's going to make our job easier. It's going to create scenes that under normal circumstances that would have cost us a lot of money, it will be next to nothing. All you are doing AI artists, and you know, in Nigeria you pay them in naira, and before you know what's happening, you achieve it. You know what I mean? We used to buy stock footage, and stock footage used to cost a lot of money, right?
Yeah. Yes.
AI is a fraction of that, and it will give you the quality in a way that you can't even imagine. So what is missing is the tutorial to the Nollywood people. They have to be interested to learn, and because now they are mostly naive about what the opportunities are. So with what we are doing, they can begin to see some scenes and you just say nothing with this one. You understand? So, 30 December. How did he do that? 3 guys look at from the airport. Must have cost him $1 million to shoot that thing. You understand? So the AI, the AI animators know exactly what to do. My brother says this all the time, that Nollywood, by the time Nollywood gets a whiff of what this can do for them, that they will be paid. All of them are going to be lining up. Unfortunately, we don't have many AI artists and practitioners, but as time goes on, there'll be training, and you know we'll have
that's
a
my
lot
own
more.
job. That is my I'm all in on, because beginning from next week now, like I said, I just put out an advert to my small WhatsApp group that I want to train them for, because they don't have the money to pay for the tools yet. I said, okay, I will pay for all the tools, about like 1,200 a month for the 4 or 5 it's going to need. I will train you guys as apprentices. If I keep churning them out 10, 20 at a time, 2 months, before you know it, just me, I can release 100 people. Now the 10 guys that just graduated from my internship now, they made some of those movies that are Omega Max Conspiracy.
Can you imagine?
So they was a full feature movie. Okay.
Yeah.
So now those guys can go out there and make movies themselves now, because they've worked it for 3 months. So that is the idea. For me, I believe if we spread the love, we will always I'm not worried about making money. I go make my money go complete. But if we increase the number of practitioners in the game, all of a sudden we have a whole industry that is going. That's why I'm all out on it. And I was telling the other NAIFA guys that the first thing we need to do is to start doing massive training literally on a daily basis. Okay? To get people to get into this, and then to show them the monetization at the back end of it. so that they can understand going in. All right.
Yeah.
So because the technology is crazy now. Like this is 3. Somebody probably one of our team members published this just for you to see what. Just watch it for a second.
Yeah.
Now, the guy wanted to demonstrate the capability of the Google VO and Clean AI, which are the 2 leading software. See that? Those are almost real. In fact, they are realistic. All you then need to do is put your story well together.
There you go.
Somebody who can use the tools well, and you can have Mission Impossible type of movie. Seriously, because all of that now you can do it on the system. So if you are watching at home, guys, that is your entrance into being able to compete, because this industry will blow up. Is right now it's still looking like movie to everybody. See, the day, in fact, it's already here. V3, and I'm going to challenge my guys. I'm going to write a story for them, okay? And I'm going to say, I'm going to make those movies in Nigerian stars so that people will, I'll put a Tony Abulu there. I'll put watch it.
That's the advantage. You can put anybody there.
Yeah. So for me, that is where this is going. And the technology, like Tony said, in the next 6 months, we will be crazier. Chinese have not released their own. DeepSeek have not released their own VO version.
DeepSeek,
they're coming with their own now. They've not released their own yet. VO came out about 10 days ago. Clean 2.1 came up about a week ago. So Chinese is going to respond, and it's going to be better. So now the issue is you don't need Magic 3 6.0. You can then go crazy with your imagination, because now you can do whatever stunts need to be done. Do you want to show somebody blowing up an airplane in a real way of blowing up a car? Now we can't blow up a car in Nigerian movies because we don't have the money. So we don't have the budgets. We don't have the budget. Very few people can do that. So to me, it's an amazing opportunity. I see it and I'm like, what's going on? So let's talk about another question here. How should Nollywood guilds and unions adapt to protect existing jobs while not blocking innovation from AI filmmaking? I say this because one of the guilds people that I had sounded this thing off, they didn't sound enthusiastic. He was like, oh, this is going to take our job. And I'm like, no, it's not going to take your job. It's going to make your job better. Okay? It's going to make your job better. You don't have to do fake car chase anymore. You can do real catches and it will look real. You can mix AI with live action, where you actually your set now. You can build whatever set that your script says you should build for zero cost other than subscription, right? And then put your live action people there. So, but they don't seem, it doesn't seem to get it. It's the old school guy, so I can understand. So how do you think the guilds and the unions need to adapt? Okay, I don't even believe in protecting existing jobs. Let the jobs transition to new ones. But a subtitler should not be having a job if he doesn't go and learn AI. Because you can use an AI tool to do your subtitle in like 10 minutes.
Exactly.
In a month to do. But go. Because
Nollywood, if you look at it traditionally, they were started by people who were not even really artists. You understand? They were marketers, they were business people. The artists, most of them came from NTA. So their exposure and their training is stage play. So the transition from stage play to making movies, you understand? So, and how many of them went to film school? Not many. How many went for training in storytelling? Not many. So, but what's happening now is going to force people to change. Whether Guild agree, whether Guild don't agree, some people are they're just going to see the movies coming. And are they going to now say they're going to say they're infringing on rights? They're not infringing on any rights. You understand? So they will be forced to adapt. They will be forced to adapt. I think that when there's a new look, for instance, when the technology changed from VHS tapes, I had to call a meeting of almost 18 of the Igbo marketers. And I convinced them about 20 something years ago, I convinced them that they have to go buy DVD players. Initially, they didn't listen to me. They were laughing. They said, this Abulu guy, now wow, which one be DVD?
He catch them.
And then eventually, all of a sudden, they bought DVD players. Then I told them about a new digital technology that's coming, that nobody needs to play any DVD. Tony Abulu don't come again, oh. Then nobody came, and all of them almost passed out. You understand what I'm saying? The same way when the technology changes, AI is new technology. When as it's coming in, anybody who's smart will go learn it, or ask the younger brother to go learn it, or ask someone to learn it. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay for it, the service.
100%.
like you're not a lawyer. If you need a lawyer, you have to go pay. So the same 100%. Thing. So it's going to get to a point whereby the young people that master the AI technology, master the opportunities, they are going to be the ones making all the money. Because now they will just build a little studio of a laptop. The studio is laptop now. And you just see somebody sitting in a library, you don't know what the person is doing. He has all the software and is designing the thing. And the stories are coming. And so I think that it's a leveler, it's an opportunity. Some of us are still going to be doing those brick and mortar, where we go and shoot one film and spend all the money. But eventually, as we go in, like I told you, I don't plan to make Nigerian movies anymore. What I'm going to be making now are global movies. And the reason why I make global movies is because of the AI. You understand? And like I said, I put 10 scenes of AI to start my movie, and a lot of people didn't know. They thought I went to the US to shoot it.
Exactly. Even live action movies, you can put AI scenes in there. You are just telling that you put AI, and people can't even tell the difference.
Nobody knew I put AI. It was AI. The first opening scenes when you see New York City, the skyline, these people walking in the park is AI. So
wow.
So I saved myself a lot of money. So I think that it's a great opportunity. And like always, Okra is in the forefront. And you're always very serious and always very tenacious.
Yes. I'm all over this. I'm all over this. Because for those of you watching at home, because I see that the viewership kept increasing instead of going down. So let me speak to you guys. AI is an area that you don't have to be in my school. I'm not even charging anything for this school. This is not time to clean out. For me, you build an industry, you will make money. That is the way I'm thinking. If I empower 10,000 people to get into this industry, there is no way I will not make my money. I will be daddy now. So there is always, there are some places the children cannot go, right? Okay. So for me, my own vision is to be able to have something like a YouTube for AI movies, okay, that we control. Rather than all of us just being dependent on YouTube, it will not may not be as big as YouTube as it is, but the idea is have a free experiment, this thing that you're trying to do in live action now, do it for AI because it's not big enough yet that we need all those millions for me to acquire the movies. So my own game is very clear. I'm never duplicitous. I'm telling everybody, my own game is make it big enough. I already set up a platform, AIFlix360.com. I'm going to then start putting some money on P&A on it, making it more popular for people to bring their movies there. And I'm making mine. I'm training a lot of people for free so that as they're making their movies, for instance, my apprentice school, another one is starting on Monday. I just graduated 9. I'm going to start the next one with 20 people. Part of the assignment every week, they have to make a movie a week. There's no question. All those movies go on that platform. The idea is start to expand the base, create more people who are in the game. Then maybe gradually, we can start attracting investors. Part of what I want to start demonstrating now, my movies that are going out there, I want to properly be demonstrating the ROI with documented evidence. Okay, we spent $500. $500 for this. This is we made 1,200. We spent 1,000. We made 1,600. So that it's easy to attract investors with proven records that they can rely on. So that money will not be our problem the way it got with Real Action, because they are doing it in reverse. See, now Nollywood is trying to learn other than people like Tony Abulu who have their own accounting from day one because they understand the game. You are in the US, you know how it works. A lot of Nollywood greats now, they're still trying to learn how to document their processes financially. So they can't get where Tony can be. That's why I'm not listening to him, guys, because I know where the man can reach. Me, I never reach there. Anybody will follow Tony. Oh my Jagba. So they are starting to learn that. But we want to teach that from day one. That's why I set up IFAN, AI Filmmakers Association. Part of what I'm teaching from day one. Every cost that goes into making your movie, you have to keep track. All your subscriptions, all the salaries you are paying people. I have 9 people working with me now on my I pay them salary every month. And then I pay for subscriptions. I'm documenting all of that so I know exactly how much a movie cost me. For the P&A, for the promotion, I'm budgeting maybe 500 for each of them. So I know how much it cost me. So after 2 months, how much did I get back from YouTube? How much did I get back from
Your ROI is clear and distinct.
Exactly. And that's what I want to teach them as part of this my internship. They're making movies, they're learning how to keep costs, and so that at the end of the day, they can properly demonstrate to whoever they want to invest. This is what we are looking at. So for me, those of you out there, that's something you should look at. I mean, I can't take everybody in my internship program. I can only take 20 at a time because there is software they have to use. Each of those softwares, there is for instance, VO3 costs $120 first month. For the second month, after second month, it's $250 a month. Clean AI is $85 a month. There is in video AI that is $39. There's Leonardo to create your graphics. Leonardo is about $60. All these things add up, and every one of my interns, I get one for them. I get access for them. I have to pay for it, but they pay me back by doing assignments. That by creating videos in that 3-month period that they're with me. I own those videos. It's part of the contract they assigned. Exactly. So
let me say this because I mentioned it before. Where this is going, because we made a presentation to Delta State government. You know, Delta State is where they do all the Asaba movies.
Okay.
But it took us a minute to be able to convince the government the value of AI training. We are going to train 55 in the first month. You understand?
Wow.
We're going to train 25 in the first month. And guess what? Okay. Every state, because they are paying us about 100 million, every state will now begin to see the viability of and the easy way that AI can be monetized. AI projects, how they can be monetized. You understand? And then that just on the artistic level. When we move to the other level of AI, quantum AI and so on and so forth, then we all become billionaires. So
wow.
I think that I'm very happy with your tenacity. Like in every technology, a lot of people listening to us now don't understand. They don't understand what we're talking about. In any new technology, I don't understand. But somebody has to, when the person does it, that's what that guy was saying. But everybody wants to rush now. The entry level is the fee is double or triple. So that's it. I think I want to take congratulations on it. Great work.
Invite me to your training. I want to come and learn the monetization of so that I can teach my people now. You know that
my brother's studio is in Festac. So and my brother, let me give you an example. My brother is an engineer.
Okay.
He's just ordered 40 Agbayu things. You know what an Agbayu is?
What is what? What did you say again?
Agbayu.
What is that?
Agbayu, what is the old Yoruba people that know what Agbayu is. When we were much younger, okay, there used to be a red seed. You put it in your mouth, it tastes like sugar.
Really?
That's Agbayu.
I've never heard of it.
Now check it out. It's called the miracle drug.
Are you serious?
A seed, about 10 seeds, is sold on Amazon for about $50.
Get out of here.
I'm telling you now. Oyibo people come here, they take all this stuff. Do you know what's now sad? Agbayu is going extinct.
In Nigeria?
In Nigeria. So it's only Nigeria and Ghana that have it. So now my brother had to send somebody, after doing a lot of research, to Ibadan to go and get Agbayu.
Wow.
So when we talk about technology, and then we apply the technology in terms of turning it into seed, you don't have to do it now. You just turn it into tablets. There are institutions in Nigeria, and you bottle it, and one bottle of Agbayu, $150.
Wow.
Because
what does it do?
It's a sugar replacing product whereby it doesn't have any of the sugary side effects.
Wow.
None. When you done, Google miracle drug.
No, I'm on it already. I'm looking at it. It's a red stuff like this. I'm looking at
it.
I'm looking at it. Yeah, go ahead.
So, my brother, Nigeria, we have a lot. That's why I said that 200 million, we're going to blow the 200 million and not knowing what to do.
But what has Agbayu got to do with movie? I've just asked.
Let me tell you. You see, you doing here. By the time you tell a story about, by the time you tell a story of Agbayu now, the miracle, you can create a story about Madame Kofoworola.
Is that Agbayu?
The Agbayu queen.
Is that Agbayu?
That's Agbayu.
Are you serious? I've never heard of it before.
And when you begin, just go to Amazon and see how much they sell it.
It is like berry now. It looks like berry or something.
But you can only get it in Nigeria and Ghana. In your world, So what white people have done, they've come to buy up all the trees. In the past 20 years, that's what they've been buying.
You are right. I'm seeing it $35 for a package.
Oh. So what am I trying to say? Knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. When you're telling Nigerians about knowledge, Nigerians are very apathetic. They just be looking at you. They just be looking at you. Nigerians,
they don't even believe you. They don't even believe you.
They don't believe you. So they're going to be looking at your face. It will take you 10 years like me. So eventually, but you get it done. Once you get it done, then everybody wants to rush. But you are 10 years ahead of everybody. So this AI you are talking about, you have shown an example of how you can tell a story. You know, easy.
And we have the story. So there's no reason why we should not win the war. We have the story. So it's just for the right guys to get interested in it. Like those who write, for instance, if you are watching this and you are a great, I want to do the Yoruba ones, our story.
Very easy. Very easy. Very easy.
If you can write me a great one, I'll get my guys to do the AI version of the thing. But I don't know the story. I need writers. If you have great stories,
you don't pay the writers now. The guys who are making the movies, they don't have the story. It's for instance, like I told you, I have a 3-part series of Great Benin. And the first 1,000 years is the relationship with Oduduwa and Benin and Oromiyo and all that. I had to do, I studied African studies in university, and guess what? I had to spend 6 months reading all the books, checking everything before I got the story. So the story is what is important. I keep telling Nigerians this story. It's not the boy means girl story and the mama no like the boy. All those days are gone. Those days are gone. You see, look at the stories you told. Look at Dirty December. That can easily be a story about. Look at the angel that came. When you see my brother's story, the monkey parabola. It is about the creation of the universe.
Oh my God! I actually have. Funny enough, one of the assignments to one of my students right now is about that Genesis 1. I said working on it. Oh yeah, in fact she gave me a 1-minute clip. I just didn't download it. It was great. I was telling her you need to do better with this. I was telling her what she can do to make it better. She just started yesterday. Let me even see if I can find that clip, because she'll be mad at me because she worked hard. Yesterday I told them start on this. Maybe I will show it on my show today, and she submitted it. I just remembered now that I didn't download her own 1 minute.
Well, this is, like you said, it's a continue. You see what you're going to find out with this series that you're doing in the whatever. See how we analyze the cinema thing. What you're going to find out is that some people are going to come on board that may not have enough information, but they will learn.
Exactly. And that is the key. If many of them, because for me, a lot of youths want to get into the entertainment field, but they don't have the wherewithal, they don't have the money, they don't have the resources. And I'm saying this AI could be their way in, because some of this AI even have, like, they give them like 1 week free trial or free credits. And when that credit finish, they can always go and open another account and get more credit.
Exactly.
At least until they can afford it. I keep telling them, don't let what you cannot do stop you from what you can do. Right?
Exactly.
Those ones are allowed for free credit. When your credit is exhausted, go create a new Yahoo account. Go do another program. Before you know it, you are putting something out there. Because even a 2-minute video now, you can do something with it on social media. And then gradually, because if you follow Tony Abulu looking for 50 million, 70 million, you will die. You go wound. You go wound, though. Me,
all joy. You know, are you going to tell Funke Akindele now that you should forget what she's doing and go and be doing AI?
So leave that for the big boys. What I'm saying,
because eventually, what's going to happen is that Netflix, that's what I said, they're on the sideline, they're watching. Are they going to leave Nigeria? They're not. Because when we make $1 million film, it would cost another person $10 million to make that same film. So they know that it's Nigeria is the battleground. They know we are very serious when it comes to making the movies. They know that we have the skill, we have the talent. So all they are trying to define, in my opinion, is to see why they only get only 140 subscribers. So some of us can solve that problem for them. But the people they are talking to are not in Nollywood. Now, if I'm going to solve that problem for Netflix, I'll say, you know what? Rather than just buy 40 films or 30 films, I'm going to bring you 1,000 films. And the people that are going to control is our Nollywood people. They already have the market. They have the people. They can convince the subscribers. You know, so it's not only 5 people that will convince subscribers. It's the Nollywood that will convince subscribers. So it is the approach that Netflix is making that is not the ideal way to come into Nigeria. You understand? And I'm sure with time they will understand it and realize that it's not just the aggregators that can tell them, or just a bunch of people that will tell them how to get subscribers.
But you are are you really sure that it's the subscription thing that is making
it is the subscription thing, and they said it is the subscription. In South Africa, it's 1.something million subscribers. No, they spend about 3 times the money in South Africa. But in Nigeria, that has 200 million people, they only have 140,000 subscribers. So they shocked.
But they are not the kidney in Nigeria. If again we keep going back to the recycling the same argument, if our movies are still topping, are still topping their charts worldwide, what does it matter whether you didn't really develop that argument? What does it matter whether there are enough subscriptions in Nigeria or not? That is that is the question.
That's a very, you see, you said it before. I mentioned, but I didn't speak elaborate.
Yeah.
Netflix is a business that does not understand the African system. They are just experimenting. They've only been here how many years? The bottom line is this. If I'm going to sit, and I told Moses Babatokwe, introduce me to Sorensen. Sorensen is the co-CEO of Netflix. I said if I sit with Sorensen for 30 minutes, they're going to tell me deal with me fast. Because guess what? I will tell him the kind of films we're going to make. We're not going to be making all this type of Yoruba film. We will make film for a global audience. You don't need that Nigerian subscription. And now you're going to get competition from MTN. Before you know what's happening, you're going to get competition from Funke Okweke. You're going to get competition that you will run out of Nigeria. Why don't you utilize us? And unfortunately, the movies we have made and shown them are Yoruba traditional moves. It's not going to call it. The movie they need is the movie that Okeba just told us when the angel came down. Not when Labideju and Jiniko Udoyo Adatira. No, we cannot tell those stories. That's why I keep telling the Nollywood people, they get upset. Those are not the stories. When we give Netflix 10 stories, can you make this?
No, but wait, are you saying that those Yoruba epic movies are not what Netflix want? I love those. I watch them.
Because you are Yoruba. Are you not Yoruba?
I'm Yoruba. I said because I'm Yoruba.
Okay, let's switch it now. And those stories are Igbo stories. And
we don't see Igbo stories on Netflix. Why?
Because nobody's going to watch it. It's not because they don't have stories. They have stories. Nobody's going to watch it. So if they put it on Netflix, all the Yoruba people say, you don't share about boy, they won't watch. But Yoruba are huge in number. Yoruba love entertainment. They watch the movies in the cinemas, 90%. And then guess what? The stories are their stories. But those are not the stories we are supposed to tell. We're supposed to be able to take those stories and twist the stories. Don't say Yoruba stories. twist the stories. But you require genius, talented brain to do it. They tell simple stories. The fight between Abeokuta and Kiniko. No. You bring in some mystery into it. You bring in, look, if you go and watch Sinners, do you know why African Americans love Sinners?
No.
Because it's a club in the boondocks, because they don't allow them to open a nightclub. So they open what is called a jukebox. Two brothers, twins. While they were dancing, all the dancers transformed, and the ancestors from Africa came into the dance floor.
Interesting.
With the Yoruba mask, with the Kiniko mask, Igbo mask, they were dancing in it. So Kugler is a genius. He's a young boy, Ryan Kugler. He went to bring the stories from Africa and just put it in one scene. Now they've done $300 million. We tell the story as if we are telling story for Yoruba. We are not telling story for Yoruba. We are telling story for global issue. It's like South Korea. Is it not the game thing that they did, and everybody in the whole world loved it? And all of a sudden now, Netflix just put how many $3 billion in their film industry? Korea. So you need a Tony Abulu who has been around, who has lived in the. I don't want, I'll sound like a megalomaniac. I don't want to sound like a megalomaniac, but I have the experience. I've lived in those places. I know the kind of story I'm going to tell an African American. I'm married to them. I know the kind of questions they ask me. Let me give you an example. My mother-in-law, bless her soul, before she passed, when I was introduced to her almost 40 years ago, he said, "Where are you from?" I said, "I'm from Africa." "No, you're not." "I'm from Africa. I'm from Nigeria." "No, you're not." I said, why do you say that?" "Because you don't have red eyes."
Red?
Yes.
Oh, Fagboni.
Oh, Fagboni. No. That's not it. The only Africans she knows are the Africans on the 125th Street from Senegal and Gambia that are in the equator, that are jet black, and their eyes are red because of the sun.
Okay, I see.
So how are you going to tell the story if you don't live there? That's what I keep saying. You don't be talking rubbish, and you think you can guess it. You can't guess it. That's why they need somebody like me. I'll give 10 stories. And the Oyibo, and the African American, and the everybody.
But you have been, I have to call you. I have to call it. You know me, I don't like BS. You have been in America. You know where Netflix is. Before they stop taking Nigerian stuff, how come you have not gone to sell them, pick them on this stuff? You have access.
Okay. Wait now. Let me tell you how you get access to Netflix. You have to go to Country Festival like Kunle Afolayan.
Why are you not there?
Was one of the very first people to have access to Netflix. What did he do? He spent his $10,000. He bought the ticket. He went to Country Festival and went to go and meet them there. Me, I don't have that time. So guess what?
We'll find the time. Where is the AI Can Festival? I'm going there. I need the list of all of them. I have the time.
So now check this out. Now Netflix is only dealing with 5 aggregators. Wow. And Netflix has decided that those 5 aggregators, Nigerians, are the ones that know Nigerian stories, are the ones that select the best Nigerian stories, are the ones that know Nigerian stories, which is bullshit. Because those 5 aggregators don't really make movies.
But Joy will know Nigerian movies now. Joy distributes Nigerian movie, Blue Pictures.
It's not only Joy, Ladu does it. There are 5 of them. I think they've reduced to 4 or 3. But they are the ones that distribute the movies. So they are the ones that present the movies to Netflix. You can go to Netflix. And the worst part is this. Netflix is not, the head office is in California. I can fly there and go and be looking for Sorensen. But guess what? They will tell you in California that their base is in Amsterdam, where they have over 500 workers. They say fly to go and convince them in Amsterdam. And ironically, the Sorensen guy has come to Nigeria many times, but the 5 aggregators shield him.
Aha. So that people will not have access.
Exactly. But it's a mistake. Look at the result now. You can't tell the stories. You fake them like you can tell the stories. The subscription is not, it cannot be justified. The movies are somehow. They withdrew from paying millions of dollars to now maximum $125,000. Don't you think that that's stupid? And that is because of our greed to hoard the link. Now, me, if I decide I want to be making fee, remember, I have direct access to AMP, where I collect 50%. I can go look for enough money, make my film, $5 million, I make the film for $1 million. I do my P&E, and I go straight to the cinema. I don't need no Netflix. I don't need no anybody. I don't need one brother.
Me, I need Netflix for AI movie. When are they going to get there? That's the
they themselves, until they see the real AI movie. AI movie is 4 seconds and you're joining it. They don't know that the world wants to see AI movies.
Yes,
so,
because it's new now. Yeah, exactly.
When they see now in YouTube that 10 million people watch your 5-minute AI movie,
no,
your phone.
I own 1 hour 20 minutes. I don't.
My brother's one is 2 hours. When they see that people watch your let's see that guy, because it's money they want to make now. So I think that I've thought about it. Maybe I should go to LA and see them. But I don't know when they give myself headache. Make I go make real film, put them for cinema for US, and make millions of dollars.
That's why the direction you should go. But you love Africa too much is your problem.
That's the problem. Because I come and speak to you, and like you now you have to come and be telling them about AI and you'll be begging them. Guess what? We don't have to come here, but we must come here, because if we do not come here, our people will be dancing on a low level. They don't know. They collect peanuts and they will be clapping for themselves.
That's true.
So it's when we come here and show them that, listen, there's something greater than this money you are collecting. And it's okay, do it, let's see. And that's what we are doing. By the time your movies are being watched.
Yes, I you are very correct, because I told myself, okay, why must I just be doing just Nigeria? But you're right, it's still our country. We can't just abandon it as in America. I was going to say, let me go to a Donald Trump movie. I let the MAGA people watch my movie. So
exactly. And you make all your money.
Yes, so, but it's okay. We are going to get somewhere. Well, let's watch a couple more movies and we got to go. I'm enjoying my time with you and everybody at home. I'm sure they're also enjoying this, because we keep increasing. And this is just on one platform. We're on like 5 different platforms right now. I don't know what's going on there, but if it's increasing here, it's increasing
Genesis chapter 2.
That's the one I was talking about creation that that lady started working on yesterday. And I said, give me what you got.
Genesis chapter 2. The garden and the breaths, earth, sunrise, newly formed world. The golden glow of dawn caresses valleys, rivers, and mountains. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the 7th day God ended his work and rested. The Creator's presence hovers silently. A sacred stillness rests over all creation. The completion of creation, spiritual realm, heavenly throne. We catch a glimpse of God's divine realm, light, glory, and peace. Angels bow in reverence. And God blessed the 7th day and sanctified it, because in it he had rested from all his work. glorious energy pulses from the throne room. Creation is whole, complete. The earth before man. Earth, barren patches, no rain. There are areas with no vegetation. No rain has fallen. No human is present to till the soil. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew. For the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. A mist rises from the earth. The ground begins to soften. The creation of man, sacred valley. Soil gleams under sunlight. God descends into the valley. The ground shimmers. He kneels beside the dust. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground. A majestic hand shapes clay into the form of a man, perfect, lifeless. A deep inhale, and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul.
That's just a 2-minute clip from.
Yeah, beautiful. Let me say this to you. Let me say something to you.
Okay.
This story your girl just told.
Yeah.
Obviously, Christians would love it and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, if you take the story from the Nephilim, you are a pastor.
Yeah.
And you are studying that your Bible in and out. If you take the story and tell the story of the Nephilim.
Okay.
That's the one they cannot find in the Bible, and they will see a glimpse of it. But now, when you see my brother's story, you go to pass out. This is what I'm saying. When you take a simple Bible story that everybody knows, don't tell it as a Bible story. Okay, let me say this to you. The new AI movie that came out is about the Anunnaki.
The what?
Anunnaki.
I've not seen it. Where can I see it?
Google Anunnaki. Anunnaki.
Okay.
Anu.
Okay.
Naki.
Okay.
That's the story. It's not the story that God brings into the guy. It's the Anunnaki. The unbelievable story with scientific support. That's why I said the Nigerians can't tell the story. But I think it's an insult.
I see. So interesting. You're correct. You know, it's all in the approach. Here is I like that you just gave me a very good idea now to actually not be slavish. Yes, I agree. Just elevate it a little bit to yes. Interesting. And the beauty of this, now I'm getting you again. The beauty of AI is that now you have no limit to your imagination.
There's no limit.
There's no limit. So whatever, and that is where our storytellers need to then wake up and stop telling the stories of Mogura Ola, that type of thing, and elevate.
That's my point.
Elevate the thing. Interesting.
The most important thing is the story. The technology is there. Is the story. If you can tell the story, don't tell the story to Nigerians, tell the story to the world. Okay. Let me give you a phrase. My brother always says, God used to come to the Garden of Eden to tap soccer with Adam.
Baba, the tap soccer. And today,
tap soccer.
Christian go kill you with that one now. They go murder you on that one.
But they're not going to tap soccer. What he's trying to say is that it is in the Bible that God always comes down and commemorates with Adam. Why?
So basically demonstrating how he does it. I see what they are saying. You know, that's what got me into trouble. Part of what got me into trouble at Dove Media, when I did the story of the prodigal son, right?
Yeah.
You know, when the prodigal son got upset and left the house and went to the far country, the way I demonstrated was when he was now rocking party and smoking cigar and carrying girls. They wrote against me to Daddy Gio. Exactly. How can a redeemed church be doing a movie where they are smoking cigar and they are carrying women? But I'm like, if you go into the far country, how do you demonstrate that in modern day time? Okay, so it's a tough thing, but hey, I'm not pastor anymore. It doesn't mean I won't do what I have to do. But I hear you, because we allow sometimes our preconceptions to judge out the story, and the story doesn't sell. Okay, so you have to make up your mind. Do you want to sell a story, or do you want to just say whatever you have to say? So this model that we're starting with this lady, I just wanted to use that one is my own dedication to the Christian community. So we're going to dramatize the Bible. We're going to start from that Genesis one as we started. Pick some of the choice stories that happen that are really dramatic, like this Nephilim one, for instance, or the not connected to the. No. I'm talking about connecting it to Lot. No. It happened. The story happened.
But they don't want people to know what that Nephilim is. So you want to and we're going to my so
that could just excommunicate me immediately.
But like you rightly said, it happened. It's in the Bible.
Exactly. Oh my God. So if they excommunicate me, I'm going to call your name. I'm saying it's Tony Abulu.
Oh God.
The matter is that I've always had this vision of actually interpreting the Bible in modern day terms, where people can resonate with it. But talking about budget, going to shoot the movie, now that is out of the way. I can actually take a whole team and say, okay, we'll take this Genesis, we reinterpret it in a way that the modern man can really understand. We don't have to stay with the letter to sell the story of what God is trying to tell us.
Exactly.
But I know exactly what I'm doing, because some of those stories, the young people today can't really resonate with it when you tell it like that. Okay, but when you realize it without necessarily going away from the essential teachings of
God bless you.
It becomes a even the parables of Jesus can be interpreted now into full done well.
Of course.
AI. So I'm excited about this AI thing, to be honest with you. I just wish many more people will get involved with it and we grow a whole market. I'm going to show 2 more videos and we got to go finally. Here is this one that is called Pablo. Another guy started working on this. Is a story about a musician. But before I show that, I really, because my guys are watching me, they say, "Oh, guy, you have not shown my video." So that's this one is a community. So here's another guy that worked on this Dirty December on the promo of it. Let me show his own, because he's on his live. He sent me a private message. Okay, where's my own video? So I'm going to show another Dirty December.
This December, Nigeria gets loud, crazy, and dangerously unforgettable.
I just got back, baby. Harvard can wait. You've met my crazy friends. What about your family? You look like trouble, but the kind of trouble I wouldn't mind stepping into.
3 friends, 3 hearts, 1 city that never sleeps.
I hope this Dirty December won't finish my small money. I can't do this for a whole month. I'll die.
Welcome to Lagos, boys.
In a city where the party never ends, the drama is only beginning.
Welcome to Dirty December. Ngozi is fire. I'm telling you.
Coming this holiday season, watch on AI Flicks 360 YouTube channel.
See, I love that. Incidentally, the theme song is also all AI generated, all in. All right, boy, you know, I've shown your video now. Don't kill me. Oh, guys, you forget me. So,
but let me say this. That's a beautiful video. That's very well done. Do you know that the theme of Dirty December? I am hosting the first pack 2025.
Wow. You better
in Dirty December, and supported by Lagos State government and the federal government. So I'm bringing all the African Americans in Dirty December. So when we tell, you see, we're thinking the same way. You cannot be a Nollywood producer and only think about boy meets girl, and the mama no like the boy. And it was the pastor. It was the pastor that came to remove the curse from the family, and then you put it on YouTube, and everybody watch it. The game has changed.
100%. I agree.
Imagine telling an AI story of those guys, and guess what? It's Wesley Snipes coming to Dirty December, and then something happened, and he has to solve the problem. And you think the Americans will not watch?
100%. Okay. See, I'm getting the tips from you now. Because now the invitation is gone. You know how you do the story, put some American faces in it, because nothing is stopping you now. Okay? That didn't occur to me before. Now you put a Wesley Snipes, you put a
Denzel, all of them. And everybody say, that guy looks like Denzel.
Exactly. In fact, I think I got this is a real value I got tonight. That's for me now. Okay, because what you're saying is that if you want your movies to be internationally, whether it is a live action or whether it's AI, you got to meet the international audience and sensibility for them to buy it. That is what you're saying essentially. You cannot tell the Yakudi story alone. Yakudi has to be connected to somebody.
Yes, in a way.
Why you bring Vivica Fox and all those people to your movies? Because you are trying to match. You're trying to match the. Okay, one last one here. That's Pablo. I don't even. That guy is like I said, is a musical team, and I promise you, well, they've all been working since yesterday. I told them I'm doing a show today. If you can get something done on your assignment, I'll put it on yesterday. So these are rough cuts from these guys, but I just want to encourage them. They are doing great.
Me, Lagos no be joke. I know say boys they disappear for that place.
Ma, now only my music I carry go. I could make you proud.
Your papa wear this chain till he die. He go guide you.
Enter!
My son, promise me say you no go do bad thing to make money.
Mama, no worry about me. Now music I won't go to. Don't worry, I will make you proud.
Abeg enter motor dey go.
I told you that money is no longer there.
Oga, welcome to Eko. You be new face.
Yes, sir.
Hand over your money. Lagos.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I've shown you that I'm going to have some words with that person. But my point is, all these guys, none of them have ever done movies before. None of them have ever done editing before. None of them have ever been in videos before, and they learn all this stuff in less than 3 months. So anybody can do this. It's an open game now. And what I see happen as we bring this to a close, and then I'll get you to give your closing comments here, is I believe strongly that with AI coming and with a lot in Nollywood being slow to embrace it, a whole new level of, a whole new cadre of producers are going to come out. They have nothing to do with previous Nollywood. They know nothing about making movie. They don't know camera angle. Their own camera angle is on their system. Because now with Veo 3, you can give us sorts of camera commands, things that a live action camera person cannot do. You can tell it, approach it from this angle, approach it from this angle, do a crane shot, do all of that. So new people who don't even know what the movie is supposed to look like, but they can think, they have a story, they manipulate the system, while the old school are refusing to embrace it. You just said something now that blew me away. That even in your live action movies, you have used AI shots that people couldn't even tell it was AI. That is a man that is progressive, at which many of us in Nollywood are doing that, where you are seeing how it can enhance your work rather than feeling threatened by it, like some of the others who are saying it's going to cause jobs. No, every revolution that has come, okay, has eliminated jobs, but they've also brought more jobs than they eliminated. From agrarian to industrial revolution to internet revolution, the same way with AI. Some jobs are going to be gone, and I'm going to be doing a show on that tomorrow. 20 jobs that are going to be dead in Nollywood, and 20 that will arise. So you want to focus on the opportunities rather than on the problems, because every new revolution brings its own problem, but it also brings more solutions. I'm going to give you your last comment for the day. I've had you, believe it or not, almost 6 hours. Jesus Christi. Now, locking you down. Thank you so much for a great time. It doesn't even feel like 2 hours. And we're going to be back. We're going to talk about that money maybe on Tuesday or so. I want to talk just a show on how to access the money and all that to everybody out there. But your closing comments before we shut it down for today.
Well, closing comments is that Nollywood inspired me to come from the US to join what they were doing because I saw the potential. Before I left Nigeria, my mentors, Chief Abatu Good Day, I used to go hang out with them. I grew up with Duro Ladipo and the rest of them. So talking about indigenous African storytelling, those were my mentors. You know, they could tell the story in a way that you're going to be totally captivated. So then the boat came in with monetization, taking advantage of the technology. Now, the Yorubas have come in to bring in Netflix on a higher level because the quality of their own production is much higher. Now here come Okwebawo and engineer Andy Abulu with AI. It is a continuous revolution. It's a rolling stone. And anybody that's smart, the government itself has to be smart enough. I wish I was point man for the government because we will revolutionize this whole thing. In 2 years, the whole world will be totally stumped. But we do our thing the way we do our thing. It drags. But with people like Dr. Pebahu, people like Engineer Andy Abulu, and a host of others who are ready to push the envelope, I think the sky is the limit. I want to apologize for believing that the numbers in the cinema may not have been correct. But when you did your computation, it was clear that those numbers are actually achievable. You understand? So that was an eye-opener for me as well. So we cool. We move on.
Everybody learn. We all learn. Thank you so
Yes.
much. Yes, at least I was able to get Tony to divulge a lot of his secrets today, even though he's always ready though. If you ask him right, Tony is one of those guys that will share with you. I wish everybody can be sharing like this. I learned a lot today too myself. For instance, I learned that I need to rewrite a lot of my scripts now to actually be able to involve. I wasn't thinking that direction at all. And that is a very big, it's going to make me a lot of money down the road. So I don't even know how much money you have given me just with that idea. I've never thought about that. So I learned that. I also learned a lot about how some of the internal workings of the industry. So everybody is learning. If you are watching this, if you miss part of it, I mean, we've been at this for 6 hours, believe it or not. It's actually 2 a.m. in Nigeria now. I didn't even know. It's 8 p.m. here. It's 8 p.m. I will see have hundreds of people on the call. That's amazing. Tony, you must have been doing something right for people to stay up to watch you. So thank you guys, everybody who has been on the show tonight. As we close again, I believe that Nigeria has so much potential. And if only we can have the right leaders, not just in government, but in our organizations. I'm talking about the entertainment Nollywood guilds. I'm talking about those who could make a difference. If only we can be open, we can sit down and look at how we can best serve our community instead of looking at our own pocket first. Just like I said, I registered the Association of AI Filmmakers Association with CSE, also here in Nigeria as a non-profit company. But I saw a Nigerian guy who has already advertised I was going to do AI awards. I already had that as my first thing to do. But rather than me going on with my own first, the AI festival, I said, no, let me support you. This is not competition. Say we are going to do your own first. Whatever I need to do, if I need to donate some money for you, I need to do whatever, just let me know. So he put me in their group and I'm supporting in their called NIFA, okay, a Nigerian AI film festival. I was so excited for the guy. My team that we have talked about doing the festival, we've talked about the awards and all that. We have even mapped it out. We even have a website. They're like, why are you going to support the guy? I told them, no, let's shut down our own for now. This thing is still too new for us to be competing anyhow. Let's get this guy out. When he does his own in September, we still have October, November, December. There is no rush. That is what I think most of us need to do, cooperative environment. Here are you talking about your brother, talking about options that we can do together. If all of us can work like that, we create a big pie, it will be enough for everybody to eat. That's where I am. I'm not talking about the money now. That's why I'm starting the AI movie making apprentice program. I've done 2 already. I graduated 9 in the first one. I'm graduating 9, the second one tomorrow. Then I'm starting a new one on Monday. Now, I wish I could take 100, but that means I have to spend like $20,000 on tools alone every month.
Software, yes.
Something like that. So I can only do 10 or 20 at a time. But more people, I've told my graduating students, you guys also need to do some of this. Let's create a bigger pie so that Nollywood and Nigeria can compete on the AI level as it's growing, because it's growing every day. We don't have to play catch up. If we are also as good as the AI movies coming out of Nollywood, and we've got a lot of pointers today, let's not just tell a Nigerian story, let's tell a Nigerian story that can go global, stuff like that. If we start telling those stories, the same access to money that they will be getting 3 years from now is what we will be getting. Because will be at par. It will not be like where we are trying to do a burning car. We can't burn car because we have no finance. Now we can burn it on AI with them. So guys, let's make it what I want. But before we go, I want to just share this video. I did it again about like 8 months ago before AI went crazy like this. But I like the song because I did a lot of songs. By the way, I published the first AI music album, a 12-tracker, okay, on SoundCloud, and I'm doing crazy on it. It's some of the songs I've done 34,000 downloads, okay, and it's all AI. So I just sat down, discussed with ChatGPT. This is what I'm thinking about this song. So this one is about how beautiful Nigeria is. Even though, yes, you might see that the video itself is in AI terms, it's like 10 years old. Even though it was like our 8 months ago. But I like the lyrics, I like the song, and I really wanted to enjoy it with me. It's called Muguland the Beautiful. Nigeria is so beautiful. Sometimes in our frustration with our country, with our leaders, we miss how beautiful we are. Sometimes because the West tells us we are not good, sometimes we believe it. But we've got the best here. We just need to get better. I love Nigeria, like I'm sure most of you out there do, even though I get mad at it all the time also, because we could be doing better than we are doing. It's called Muguland the Beautiful. I'm going to play it, and when we come back, I just close the show. Enjoy.
Muguland, beautiful, shining through the rain. From the mountains to the seas, we rise again. With our land so green and our hearts so true. Muguland, the beautiful, all eyes on you. From arable lands where the harvests grow wide, the envy of nations with blessings worldwide. Sunshine that warms us, no frostbites in sight. Our weather's a gift in the day and the night. Brains that amaze and hearts full of fire. The world sees our talent, we rise even higher. We build and we shine, no challenge too tall. Mugulanders rise, we conquer it all. Muguland, beautiful, shining through the rain. From the mountains to the seas, we rise again. With our land so green and our hearts so true. Muguland, the beautiful, all eyes on you. Resilient we stand, through storms we smile. Every hardship we face, we rise in style. Over 250 tribes with a culture so rich, born from the past where traditions stitch the riches below. From oil to gold, natural wonders that never grow old. From diamonds to gas, we've been truly blessed. The world looks to Muguland for the best. Muguland, beautiful, shining through the rain. From the mountains to the seas, we rise again. With our land so green and our hearts so true. Muguland, the beautiful, all eyes on you. Our food tells a story, from jollof to stew, pepper soup that warms, and fufu too. A taste of our land in every bite. The world craves our flavors both day and night. We laugh through the pain, our spirits don't break. With joy in our hearts and love that we make. Muguland's a treasure for all to behold. A future so bright, a story untold. Muguland, beautiful, shining through the rain. From the mountains to the seas, we rise again. With our land so green and our hearts so true. Muguland, the beautiful, all eyes on you. Muguland, the beautiful, shining through the rain. From the mountains to the seas, we rise again. With our land so green and our hearts so true. Muguland, the beautiful, all eyes on you.
We call it a day. What do you think of that song? What do you think of that song? What do you think of that song?
Congratulations. You know, I already see African Americans falling in love with it. You know, the images sometimes aid the song. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
My boys did this 8 months ago, so you can imagine how good those boys are now. So I want to congratulate them also, my graduating apprentices. I'm very proud of you guys. We're going to be having a graduation ceremony for you, certificates and co. And of course, I will be promoting all of them everywhere I go. I'm retaining 5 of them permanently as staff. I'm going to be paying them as my staff now, even though, of course, I was paying them even while they're in internship. But now they're going to be paid properly as full-time staff. I'm very proud of you guys. And to me, just pay it forward. The only way you can thank me is to pay it forward. Train more people. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching at home. Mr. Tony Abulu, thank you so much for being a man. I actually told him less than an hour before we went live, and he said, let's do it. I love that. There are those that you call and you schedule for a week, Then on the day of the thing, they start telling you story. But Tony is a stand-up guy, as you can see. And I don't share my questions. I'm not hitting him straight up, and the man is rolling with it like that. Thank you so much, Tony, for being a stand-up guy. I appreciate you so much. There's a lot we are going to be doing together. I'm going to be calling you on this, your brother. I want to meet him. I want to see how we can work together. And then I want to learn monetization from you. Hey, is automatic delivery. So thank you so much. I will call it a night tonight at Okwebanwo, live, unplugged, and unscripted. Hope it has been worth your time. I will see you tomorrow or whatever time. I'm still not disciplined enough to do a daily show. But when I do it, I do it. God bless you guys. And we are done for tonight. Okwebanwo is out.